If it's ordinary people, even if Dr. Selwig runs to tell them that there will be a large number of space wormholes in Greenwich, and they need to evacuate the people, they will only regard it as a delusion of neuropathy. Dr. Selwig had warned the British government before, but he didn't get attention. Instead, he was almost arrested as a psychopath and put in a mental hospital. However, it is different for Chen Mo to warn them in person. As a well-known superhero, Chen Mo saved the whole world several times. In the Second World War, Britain was also an important member of the Allied forces. Agent Carter himself was a British agent. In fact, they were very familiar with Chen Mo and had been paying attention to all his situations. Half a year ago in New York, when Chen Mo led the invasion of the Avengers Alliance to defeat the aliens, he left the ordinary people in the war zone ahead of time, avoiding huge casualties. So this time, he received a warning from Chen Mo, and the British side attached great importance to it. After sending people to the scene to confirm the two connected wormholes and listening to Dr. Selwig's report, the UK made a decision immediately and immediately evacuated people. Greenwich and its surrounding 10 kilometers seem to be a small area, but it is also in the city of London. It is densely populated, and evacuation will not be completed for a while and a half. Fortunately, Chen Mo issued a warning in advance, and they had time to evacuate one day. Although it is still urgent, it will be completed in time. After Chen Mo explained the evacuation, he and Saul arrived at Wattlheim from the secret passage, and his contact with the Earth was completely interrupted. Although there is a space channel connecting the Earth in Wattlheim, the previous unmanned reconnaissance aircraft came to Wattlheim through the space channel and quietly took a picture of Malchus. But in order to avoid disturbing the environment and being discovered by the Dark Elves with advanced technology, all UAVs at that time kept silent. Chen Mo would not risk being discovered and would continue to keep communication with the Earth. He has done everything he needs to do. The Earth's affairs can be followed up by the Shield Bureau. What he needs to do now is to solve the Malakis and eliminate the biggest threat. The airship was flying low above the desolate land of Wattlheim, and the desert under its feet and the mountains in the distance were all dark. The whole world here doesn't seem to have any other colors. Looking at the scene of the dark world, Jane Foster felt extremely depressed in her heart. She could not imagine that the whole world had become like this, and even the sun and the dark clouds in the sky had disappeared. With a heavy heart, the airship flew forward all the way. As Odin accepted Chen Mo's suggestion and agreed to go to Wattlheim directly, Saul did not spend a lot of time and energy trying to sneak Jane Foster away like in the movie. As a result, they arrived in Wattlheim a little earlier than in the movie. Therefore, their airship has been flying in this gloomy and dark world for a long time, but still has not found the shadow of the Dark Elves. What is that? In the silence, Jane Foster cried out in surprise, raising her hand to point forward. Saul smelled the words and looked at Jane Foster's fingers. He saw tall things like collapsed skyscrapers standing in the desert in front of him. Looking at the shape, it seems to be a little familiar. It wasn't long before they flew up to these huge things, and Saul finally recognized them. These are supposed to be Dark Elf warships, but they seem to have crashed a long time ago, Saul said, turning his head and glancing around or lying on the ground or slanting into the ground. He said in a serious voice with a large number of endless wrecks of the Dark Elf warship. This should be the battlefield between Asgard and the Dark Elves. Several people raised their eyes and saw that all these huge warship wrecks were in front of them. It's hard to count the number. With a Dark Spirit warship and several Blade aircrafts above, Malchus broke into the Asgardian palace. Although there were reasons for raiding and cursed soldiers to meet inside, it was also enough to show that the Dark Spirit warship was powerful. Its stealth ability alone could not be seen even by Helmdall, who could see through the 9 realms. It's hard to imagine how powerful the Dark Elves with such a huge fleet were. Saul could not help but think of the description in Asgard's ancient books. There is no equal to the one who dominates. If it wasn't for their grandfather Bauer to stop Malchus, the whole universe would have been under the rule of the Dark Elves and plunged into darkness. Although in the battlefield, Except for the huge remains of warships, we can't see the soldiers who died in the war. Their bodies have already become dust after 5,000 years of grinding, but they can still imagine how fierce the war was. The powerful dark elves were almost destroyed, and what price did Asgard pay? How many soldiers have stayed here forever, in the black soil under their feet? I don't know how much Asgard blood has been spilled. How much of that dark color is dyed by coagulated blood? The airship is slowly passing through the battlefield ruins. Several people look at the magnificent scene around them, and their faces are solemn. However, Chenmo looks at the wreckage of these crashed dark elf warships, but there is a brilliant flash in his eyes. These warships have been crashing here for 5,000 years. It's not always calm on Wadalheim. From time to time, there will be strong storms sweeping by. The strong wind is sweeping the hard black gravel. The role of weathering and erosion is much stronger than on the earth. The bones and weapons of the soldiers who died in the war had already been eroded and buried. Although the dark spirit warships that crashed looked shabby, in fact, they did not change much from the ones that just crashed. The black outer armor is still flat and solid. After 5,000 years of baptism, the erosion of sunlight, dust, and storm can't leave a trace on it. It's not only the external armor, but also the exploration result of Chen Mo's mind power on the inside of the warship wreck. In addition to the damage caused by the crash and explosion in that year, the internal structure of these warships is still intact. All of this shows that the materials used to make this kind of dark elf warship are very high in strength and have no inferior performance compared with the alpha alloy mastered by Chen Mo. In addition to the materials with strong performance, the technology level of the dark spirit warship itself is far higher than Chen Mo's current technology. Even compared with the Zeta's mothership, though it is much smaller, its comprehensive performance and technology level are still much higher. Chen Mo can't help exclaiming that he is the super race that almost dominated the whole universe in that year. Even 5,000 years later, their technology level still has to lead most of the civilizations. However, Chen Mo is obviously more interested in the only intact warship than the wrecked warship which has already become a pile of scrap iron. While Saul and his 3 men were still looking at the ruins of the surrounding battlefield, Chen Mo suddenly started the propeller and flew out of the airship. Turning around in the mid-air, Chen Mo looked at the 3 people who had come back to God and said, "The dark elves may appear at any time. I will follow you in the dark and do everything according to the plan." Saul immediately nodded at his words and looked up and said to Chen Mo, "I understand." Then Chen Mo's thruster launched with all his strength. The figure flew towards the sky at a high speed and disappeared in an instant on the high clouds. The 3 of Saul looked up at Chen Mo's departure, but their faces were quite different. Saul's face was full of expectation for the coming battle, while Jane Foster seemed a little uneasy. As for Loki, the whole man relaxed. The evil star finally left. Although it was only temporary and Loki knew that Chen would follow them secretly, but as long as Chen was not around, he would feel more relaxed. The airship carries 3 people to continue to fly forward. Without Chen Mo around, the height of Loki's airship has increased a lot. Obviously, acrophobia has eased. Chen Mo, however, did not care about the 3 Rockies anymore. He sped towards the sky, went through thick black clouds, and continued to fly upward for a while. Finally, he reached a suborbital space nearly 100 kilometers high from the ground. In order to save Freya, Chen Mo's iron and steel battle clothes were attacked by algorithmic, and he was paralyzed directly. Even Chen Mo was injured. Fortunately, only the arc reactor, which was hit by Argolim through the front of the armor, was damaged in the chest. Other systems and structures were not damaged too much and did not affect normal use. But in Chen Mo's space, the standby arc reactor is full of a box. After Chen Mo replaced the new arc reactor, the war suit restored its energy supply and can continue to use normally. The air in the suborbital space is very thin, but it has no effect on Chen Mo, who wears a steel war suit. After the latest transformation and upgrading of the steel battle suit, The interior is equipped with the oxygen circulation system used by Tony Stark on the Mark 39 suborbital armor. As long as there is enough energy, the carbon dioxide exhaled by Chen Mo can be decomposed into oxygen again to realize the continuous recycling of the air in the battle suit and supply Chen Mo's breathing consumption. If Chen Mo needs it, he can even fly directly into outer space. After many times of transformation and upgrading, the steel battle suit has greatly improved its adaptability to various extreme environments and has the ability to work continuously in space. After entering the suborbital space, Chen stopped flying upward, and the power of the propeller at his feet was reduced, which pushed the battle suit to suspend in the altitude of nearly 100 kilometers. Although it is still in the atmosphere, what we can see is almost the same as that in space. Looking down from here, the once endless Waddleheim can see the shape of the planet. It looks like a huge coal ball shrouded in smoke. The whole planet is dark without any other color. Chen Mo is so suspended in the air, looking into the deep space. In the dark universe, a star with some dim light is hanging in the distance, and some dim light is blocked by a star that should be the satellite of Waddleheim. There is only a circle of sun ring at the edge, which continues to shed light to Waddleheim, but it is very weak. This satellite should have the same rotation period as Waddleheim, so that it can always stay in front of the star, which is why Waddleheim can always be in a dark state. The sun seen from Waddleheim is always a circle of yellow rings. Chen Mo doesn't know whether this is a coincidence or whether the Dark Elves deliberately created it to create a dark environment. With the extremely developed technology level of the Dark Elves, they really have the ability to change the orbit cycle of the satellite and artificially change the environment of the planet. However, Chen Mo did not pay too much attention to this strange scene. It was suspended in the suborbital space, and a ripple flashed by. Chen Mo's figure disappeared in the air without any trace. When Chen Mo doesn't show up, even if the Dark Elf's warship flies by, Chen Mo can't be found. Chen Mo is so hidden in the suborbital space, waiting for the arrival of Malakis. In the airship after Chen Mo left, and after the initial uneasiness, Jane Foster soon calmed down under Saul's company, but a strong sense of fatigue followed. Taking airship, bumping into mountains, crossing battlefield remains, everything made her highly nervous and excited. With the reason of seasickness before, Jane Foster soon fell asleep in Saul's arms. When Jane Foster fell asleep, Saul picked her up carefully, put her gently in the shelter of the bow, and covered her with a blanket. Loki looked at the weak Jane Foster and said with envy, "How much can I do if the energy in her body is given to me?" Saul sniffed the words, turned his head and glanced at Loki and said faintly, "Then you will surely die, and you will be completely engulfed by this thing." "She'll be fine, at least so far," said Rocky, not satisfied. Saul straightened out Jane Foster's blanket, got up, walked across from Loki, sat down and said, "Her strength is beyond your imagination." Loki sniffed at the words, but he didn't like it. He looked at Saul and deliberately stimulated him. "Be ready to say goodbye to her." Saul was confident in today's action, not influenced by Loki's words, and looked at the sleeping Jane Foster with a firm face. Not today. Loki didn't give up fighting Sol, which was his biggest hobby for many years. Seeing Sol not moved, Loki immediately stood up and said in a deep voice, "Today, tomorrow, 100 years, it's just a flick for us. You will never be able to accept the reality that the woman you love the most will be taken away by the years." After spending many years with Sol, Loki knew Saul's weakness and what he cared about. So for his psychological attack, Loki was full of self-confidence and would definitely say that Sol was furious. He enjoyed the sense of achievement that made Sol furious, but he couldn't help it. But this time, Loki is a miscalculation. To his surprise, Sol was not only not furious but also smiled. Looking at the unexpected Rocky, Sol said with a nonchalant look, "Who said she would be taken away by time? Maybe she will live longer than me." Loki said without hesitation, "It's impossible. Life on Earth is no more than 100 years, but we can live more than 5,000 years. This is the difference between God and man, which cannot be changed at all." Saul smiled and looked at the positive Loki and said slowly, "Don't forget who caught you." When Loki heard the words, he could not help but see Chen Mo in his mind. He immediately looked around and thought that Chen Mo was flying towards the sky. Now he should not be around the airship. Loki soon relaxed again and turned to Saul angrily. That guy may not be a human being at all. Saul didn't argue with Loki about whether Chen Mo was a man of the earth. He said directly, no matter whether he is an earthman or not, at least, he does master the method of turning ordinary earthmen into super soldiers. Steve's strength has been equal to that of Asgard's soldiers. 70 years have passed, and he has hardly aged. I believe that he can turn Jane into a god like us. Speaking of this, Sol looked at Rocky with a ponderous face and said with a smile, so get ready to get along with your sister-in-law. Loki could not help thinking that Jane Foster had slapped him in the face on behalf of New York as soon as she met before, which showed her fiery temper. This or she is just an ordinary person now. If Chen Mo can turn her into a Protoss like Saul said, what terrible things will she do? Imagine that he has a grumpy, quick-to-teach uncle's terrible sister-in-law. Loki feels that his future life is like the sky of Wadalheim. It's dark. As for Saul's saying, Chen Mo has a way to make a Protoss. Although Loki refuses to admit it, he has believed 8 points in his heart. Although he didn't have a hand with all the Avengers, after controlling Eagle Eye from his mouth, Loki also knew the whole strength of Avengers' alliance and some related secrets. Although other people's strength is far less than Chen Mo's, they are also far superior to ordinary people on Earth. In Asgard, they are also excellent soldiers, and their life expectancy is indeed strengthened. And Chen Mo himself defeated Saul and showed the power comparable to the Protoss. Moreover, although Sol didn't say it directly, Loki could also speculate from a series of reactions just now. Chen Mo must have told him personally that he could solve the problem of Jane Foster's lifespan. Otherwise, Sol would not be so sure if he only guessed. Although Chen Mo cleaned up many times, Loki also had a deep understanding of Chen Mo. If Chen Mo said it himself, it would be true in 9 out of 10. In other words, he really has the ability to create God. At this moment, Loki felt that his idea of ruling the earth could be eliminated completely. Asgard is safer. Of course, if his impetuous sister-in-law is not around. Originally, I wanted to stimulate Sol and hit him, but I didn't expect to be hit by Sol. At that time, Loki no longer said much, with a complex mood, sitting in the stern, driving the airship to continue to fly forward. At the same time, over Asgard, the invisible dark elf warship is quietly floating there. The cabin, like Wadalheim, was dark and gloomy, with only a few red lights, claustrophobic and depressing. However, for the dark elves, this is their favorite environment, just as human beings like light. The dark elves love darkness. In the command room, the wounded Malchus has completed the final repair and is about to wake up. Several dark elves with white masks surround him. After the raid on Asgard, though Malaki successfully entered the Golden Palace, he lost a lot of the few dark elves left. Another few times, the dark elves are really going to die out. The dark elves can't afford too much. However, the time of celestial aggregation is getting closer and closer. If they can't retrieve the etheric particles before the channel connecting the 9 countries is opened, all the previous sacrifices and efforts will be in vain. They can't wait another 5,000 years. If we don't take the opportunity of the collapse of Asgard's defense to take back the etheric particles, and wait for Asgard to restore the defense, they will be more unlikely to take back. This is their last chance. In the eyes of the dark elves, the mask on Malchus's head finally opened slowly, revealing his cold and pale face. But at this time, although his injury has been repaired, the whole right face has become dark like coke. Saul's thunder left an eternal mark on Malchus's face. When Malakis finally woke up, Argolim strode up to him and said in a deep voice, "Time is running out, we must attack at once." "No," but Malchus shook her head coldly. "Don't go to Asgard, Etha is on his way home." Then Malchus gave a deep command. "Set sail now and return to Wadalheim." Wadalheim, suborbital space. In a seemingly nihilistic area, Chen Mo, in a state of invisibility, is quietly floating in the air, quietly observing the movement of this space. Suddenly, in an outer space area tens of thousands of kilometers away from Chen, A long black T-shaped figure gradually emerged. It was the dark spirit warship from Asgard. Chenmo can't help but see the light in front of him. Finally, he waits. The warship seemed to know the general orientation of the three men. After it appeared, it quickly flew over here, only a few kilometers away from Chenmo, and plunged into the clouds below. Chenmo immediately turned around and flew down far behind the warship. On the ground, Jane Foster was still sleeping in the bow, while Rocky and Saul sat in the stern, but they did not speak. After the airship slowly flew forward and passed through the remains of two huge warships again, the front finally became empty, and no one could see the remains of the warships, but it finally flew out of the area of the battlefield remains. But soon Saul and Loki raised their heads at the same time and looked into the air ahead. Saw only one as like as two peas before they had seen it. The great black sword, which was not quite intact, was slowly coming out of the clouds. Jane. Saul couldn't help but wake up Jane Foster, who was still sleeping. When Jane Foster woke up and saw Saul and Rocky looking up to the sky, she could not help but get up and look up to the sky. She could not help but murmuring after seeing the huge dark elf warship that was landing on the ground. Malakis. Saul and Loki looked at each other, and Loki immediately adjusted the direction of the airship and flew towards the position where the dark elf warship landed. A few kilometers away, they arrived at full speed, but instead of flying directly to the warship, they landed quietly on a hilltop more than 200 meters away from the warship. Crouching on the top of the mountain, the three men looked down at the huge dark elf warship that was as straight as a sword. Malakis and Algarith, with a dozen dark elf soldiers, have stepped out of the warship and are marching in their direction. "Ready?" Saul asked in a soft voice to Jane Foster, who was a little nervous. Jane Foster nodded before she could speak, while Loki on the other side said with no good breath, "I'm ready." In fact, from now on, Jane Foster is only a supporting role and Rocky is the real protagonist of the show. Saul took a look at Loki and thought of the next plan. His face became serious. They are not hiding their body shape immediately. They stand up together, step forward, and stand at the edge of the mountain. The red cape is flying with the wind, which is very striking in this dark world. Next is Malukis walking towards the direction of the etheric particles in his induction when he saw the two people on the top of the mountain. "Your plan will kill both of us," Loki said to Saul, looking down at Malakis, who suddenly stopped, and at Algarith, the tall cursed warrior behind him. Saul nodded solemnly. "Yes, probably." Loki could not help but turn his head and look at Saul. Then he raised his handcuffed hands and extended them to Saul. Saul took a look, but there was no reaction and a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. Rocky couldn't help saying, "You still don't trust me, brother." Saul looked up at Rocky, smiled sarcastically, and asked, "What about you?" Loki also knew that he had cheated Saul many times before, and now it's not easy for Saul to believe him again. But Saul stared at Loki for a moment and reached out to help him open the handcuffs. For a long time, Loki, who had regained his freedom, rubbed his wrists and had some discomfort, turned to look at Malukis and others at the foot of the mountain and said softly, "No, I won't." As he said this, Loki's right hand slowly extended to his waist and quietly pulled out a dagger. While Saul was not on guard, Loki suddenly turned around and stabbed him in the chest. Saul, who was attacked by Rocky, cried out in pain. Before he could respond, he was pushed down the mountain by Rocky and rolled down the mountain. Saul. With only one exclamation, Jane Foster saw that Rocky, who had been hurt badly by the surprise attack, jumped down behind him and chased Saul, who was still rolling. Jane Foster could not care about anything else. She jumped down the hillside and stumbled up. At the foot of the mountain, Malchus looked at Saul, who was rolling down the hill, and Rocky and Jane Foster, who were following him. Although he didn't know what happened, he took his men with him. He could feel the etheric particles in that woman. While Malchus and the dark elves continued to move forward, Saul had rolled all the way from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. With a dagger in his hand, Loki strode towards Saul, who was struggling to get up. "Do you really think I care about Franca, about any of you?" When Saul just put up his upper body, Loki came to him and kicked him hard. Although Loki's strength is far less than Saul's, he is also very strong. When Saul was unable to resist, he kicked him directly off the ground, rolled in the air for several laps, and then fell to the ground again. At the same time, a strong sense of pleasure can't help gushing out in Rocky's heart. Isn't that what he has been pursuing? Press Soul to give him a good beating. Although today's situation is quite special, it does not prevent him from enjoying the process. As he strode towards Soul, who was lying on the ground in a winning manner, Loki exclaimed excitedly, "All I want is to step on your body and Odin's." Saul tried to hold up his body again, and his eyes swept around him quickly. He soon found the hammer of Thor that had fallen not far away. He immediately held out his hand to the thunderbolt hammer, trying to summon it to his hand. However, just as the thunderbolt flew from the ground and towards him, Loki had come to him. He grabbed his outstretched right arm. With the dagger falling, Saul's right hand was cut off by his wrist. "Ah!" Saul screamed and fell to the ground with his broken arm in his arms. The thunderbolt hammer also lost its guidance. It flew past Loki and fell not far away. At this time, Jane Foster finally ran down the mountain and rushed to Saul. He saw the panic on his broken arm. At this time, Loki came up, hugged Jane Foster from behind, pulled her away from Saul, turned to the dark elves who came near and said loudly, "My lackeys, I'm Rocky from Jotunheim. I brought you a present," Loki said, pushing out Jane Foster, who was holding in her arms. Jane Foster stumbled forward 2 steps and fell directly in front of Malchus. "The reward I want is simple. I want to sit in a chair and watch Asgard burn." My lackeys looked at Loki coldly but did not speak. Obviously, he did not believe him easily. At this time, Algarith, standing beside him, suddenly said, he was the enemy of Asgard and had been kept in a dungeon before. My lackeys took a look at Loki and then went to Saul, who was lying on the ground. At this time, one side of his face was originally pale and the other side was a piece of burnt black, which was given by the thunderbolt of Bessel. "Look at me," Malchus said, kicking Saul, who was struggling to get up again over. Looking at Saul, who was weak on the face of his broken arm, the anger in Malchus's heart dissipated in a flash. Loki also avenged him and cut off one of his hands. Since then, he has become a waste man, which is more interesting than killing him directly. Satisfied, Malukis didn't doubt Rocky anymore. She immediately held out her hand to Jane Foster, who was lying on the ground. With his gesture, Jane Foster slowly floated in the air. Then small black and red particles emerged from her face and chest, as if attracted by some kind of attraction, gathered in the air in front of her. In the process of extracting etheric particles, Jane Foster, as the host, could not help but think of a terrible picture. The earth was swallowed up by darkness and became as dead and dark as Wadalheim. The sun went out and fell into darkness. With the crazy spread of the terrifying etheric particles, the solar system, the galaxy, and even the whole universe are completely engulfed by this dark power, falling into the boundless darkness. When Jane Foster was frightened, all the etheric particles finally came out of her body and lost the support of the etheric particles in her body. Then Jane Foster's body fell from the air and fell to the ground. The etheric particles, surging up in the air like life, under the control of Malukis, rushed towards his hands. Just then Saul, lying on the ground, suddenly shouted at Rocky, "Rocky, do it!" At the same time, Saul, in a weak state, suddenly half-knelt and straightened up from the ground, and extended his broken right hand to the thunderbolt hammer that had fallen on one side. Loki, who had been standing on one side, got Saul's signal and immediately waved to Saul. A golden light lit up in his palm, and Saul flashed the same golden light. Where the light passed, Saul's severed hand reappeared, his injuries disappeared instantly, and the silver scale armor appeared only when the original bare arms also appeared in the battle. Whoosh! The hammer of Thunderbolt flew to Saul's hand, and his original embarrassed posture was swept away under the golden light. Saul, who was just seriously injured, was slaughtered by others. He was instantly resurrected with full blood and entered the fighting state. In fact, from the beginning of the knife that Loki stabbed on the top of the mountain, they were acting, stabbing, hurting, and breaking their hands. All of them were Loki's illusions. Even the silver scale and armor of Soul in the fighting state were hidden by the illusions. The purpose was to create the illusion of Saul's serious injury, so that Malchus could relax his vigilance and take out the ether particles from Jane Foster's body in their face. Now it's time to look at the etheric particles pouring into Malchus's hands in the air. Saul holds the hammer of Thunderbolt and starts to mobilize the force of Thunderbolt. On the hammer of Thunderbolt, silver electric light quickly emerges and becomes brighter and brighter. While Saul waved the hammer of Thor towards the etheric particles in the air, he released Saul's disguised Rocky by magic and rushed to Jane Foster, who was in a coma, to protect her. At the same time, a strong thunder shot out of the Thunderbolt hammer and hit the etheric particles floating in the air before they could rush into the body of Malchus. Saul's sudden attack directly interrupts the connection between etheric particles and Malchus. If Malchus is hit by lightning, his body can't help backing away. However, under the continuous bombardment of thunder, the etheric particles roll violently upward. Malchus raises his hand again to recall the etheric particles, but finds that the etheric particles are out of control. The thick and dazzling thunder arc directly connects the hammer of Thunderbolt and the etheric particles. With a large number of violent thunder energy accumulating in the etheric particles, the scarlet liquid rolls violently. At the same time, the originally dark red color becomes brighter and brighter. Finally, boom! A dazzling red light suddenly broke out, and the ether particles couldn't bear the continuous bombardment of the thunder. They exploded, forming a small red mushroom cloud on the top of the people's heads. The powerful power broke out and swept the whole field, rolling up countless dust, enveloping the people. For a while, nothing could be seen. When Malchus saw the explosion of the etheric particles, he couldn't help but hold up his hands and try to summon the etheric particles again. Then he took a breath of relief. This time, without the interference of Saul's thunder, he finally felt the existence of the etheric particles again. They were not destroyed by Saul. Just as Malchus was about to gather etheric particles together again and inhale them into his body, he suddenly felt a thrilling sense of killing behind him. But Malchus just felt wrong, did not have time to make any response. He felt a cold neck and then quickly lost consciousness. Standing on the side of Malukis, Argolim saw the whole process with his own eyes. Although the air is full of dust, the outline can be seen within 1 meter. Just as Malchus raised his hands to recall the etheric particles, a cold sword light suddenly appeared behind him in the air, cutting at the neck of Malchus at a very fast speed. Even the dust in the sky could not completely cover the brilliance of this sword. At the same time, a tall figure completely covered in black armor suddenly appeared behind Malukis, and the sword light was cut out by his long sword. Whether it's the light of Senhin's sword or the tall figure wrapped in black armor, Argolim is very familiar with it. In Asgard before, he was cut off half of his horns by the sword that appeared out of the sky. He could not understand the power of the sword light more clearly. Algorithmic when even a face change, a quick blow out, want to stop, but it is not enough. It wasn't until Chen Mo's sword cut through Malchus's neck that Argolim's fist just reached Chen Mo. Seeing that Malukis was killed, Argolim's eyes and Canthus were about to crack. His fist did not stop at all, and he continued to blow at Chen Mo's head with gnashing teeth. With his terrible power, once the fist hit, Chen Mo's brain would be severely damaged even if the shock absorption system of the steel battle suit was weakened. But when he saw that Argolim's fist was about to hit Chen Mo's head, Chen Mo's figure disappeared in front of him. Argolim angrily looks for Chen Mo everywhere. As the dust in the air gradually dissipates, Argolim finally sees Chen Mo again beside Saul. Just after following the dark elf warship back to the ground, Chen Mo has been hiding 2,000 meters above them. Malakis' strength is good. Chen Mo is not worried about being found by him, but Algorim's physical fitness is extremely strong in all aspects. In many aspects, Chen Mo is much better than Chen Mo. When he is still, Chen Mo can control his heart rate and breath to avoid being detected abnormal, but once he moves, it is easy to be found. So to be cautious, Chen Mo simply hid in the air until Saul blew up the ether particles and then suddenly moved to Malukis. Before he absorbed the ether particles again, he killed him with a sword. As the dust cleared, Saul, Loki, and Jane Foster, who woke up in the explosion, also found Chen Mo beside them. Then they saw that Malchus, who was standing opposite, suddenly fell forward. In the process of falling, his head and body suddenly separated. Although they didn't see the sword light Chen Mo had just cut, they soon realized that Chen Mo had suddenly appeared and cut off Malukis' head. Saul and Jane Foster were excited, but Loki felt cold in the neck and remembered when Chen Mo caught them on the earth. Looking at Chen Mo's long sword with cold light in his hand, Rocky was still frightened. At the beginning, the sword was on his neck, which almost killed him. At this time, Loki had to be glad that Chen Mo didn't cut off his head with one sword like he did with Malukis. Look at Chen Mo's quick killing of Malukis. He is a demon who kills people without blinking an eye. He often cuts off the enemy's head. How cruel is his method! Even though he thinks he's vicious, he usually stabs others with a small dagger. Compared with Chen Mo's cruel and brutal way, he's just playing at home. It's no wonder that when he first attacked the earth with the army of Zitari, he would be so miserable by Chen Mo. If he was ravaged by Chen Mo again and again, the people of Zitari would be killed directly by Chen Mo. At this moment, Rocky suddenly found that the world was far more dangerous and terrible than he thought. He can live in Chen Mo's hands until now, only enjoying several times a free fall, all because of Saul's protection. Otherwise, he would have been beheaded by Chen Mo with the same sword as Malaki's, and his head would have been different. Thinking of this, Loki couldn't help looking up at Sol, who was standing in front of him with the hammer of Thor in his hand. There was a trace of gratitude and happiness in his eyes. The world is too dangerous. He just wants to go home now. At the same time, Sol suddenly found that a red crystal fragment was floating on the surrounding ground, like a broken ruby. These fragments rose from the ground and gathered in the middle. They soon refused in the air and became a flowing liquid form. The etheric particles are not destroyed. Looking at the etheric particles floating in the air, Saul could not help but turn his head and look at Malchus, who was lying on the ground with his head separated from his body, but he was relieved. At the same time, he could not help being afraid. Fortunately, Chen Mo has prepared another plan. When he destroys the etheric particles, he personally kills Malukis. Otherwise, the destruction of the etheric particles fails. Presumably, Malukis has regained control of the etheric particles. At that time, it's hard to say whether they can deal with him. On the Dark Elf side, Algorithmic also saw the etheric particles regrouping in the air, but his face did not show any joy. Looking at Malukis, who was separated from his head and fell to the ground, Algorith flashed pain and sorrow in his eyes, but then he suddenly looked up to Chen Mo, and there was a raging anger in his eyes. At this critical moment, Malchus was killed by this damned guy. Although the etheric particle is the holy thing of the Dark Elves, it can only be used by Malukis. Now that Malukis is dead, they have no use even if they get the etheric particle. All their previous efforts and plans were in vain. Including the cost of his life into a cursed warrior, there is no point. He knew that the Dark Elves were completely finished, and there was no day to revive. But even if he died, he would kill all the culprits who caused all this, and let them bury Malakis and the Dark Elves. Argalim immediately ordered the remaining Dark Elves in the warship to start the warship and launch suicide attacks through the communication device. Then he roared and strode towards Chen Mo and others. Today, he will die with these people. Chen Mo saw Argalim coming and was about to come forward to fight, but Sol suddenly said, "You've killed Malakis, give him to me." Chen Mo looks at Sol as if he is eager to try, but he doesn't insist. Previously, in Asgard, he had played with Algorithm. In terms of physical fitness, in addition to the slightly better speed, Chen Mogan was not an opponent of Algorithm. However, with the blink of an eye, it would not be very difficult for Chen Mo to solve him. Since Sol is interested in it, it's good to practice for him. Argalim is also a power flow. His physical fitness is extremely strong, which can make Sol play his powerful power to the full. Just how the final result will be, Chen Mo is not sure. Maybe Sol will be very surprised. Chen Mo nodded and was about to retreat to the theater. However, he found that the Dark Spirit warship in the distance was retracting the originally protruding gangway at the bottom. Thinking of what Algorithmic had just said in the Dark Elvish language, Chen Mo suddenly understood their intention, and immediately turned to Saul and Rocky, who had just stood up with Jane Foster. "This is for you. I'll get rid of all the dark elves in the warship," Chenmo said quickly. Without waiting for Saul and Rocky to speak, he immediately disappeared in the same place. Once again, he was standing on the recycling gangway under the dark elf warship. Chenmo releases his mind and covers the whole warship. The situation in the warship appears in his mind clearly. At this time, there are only 20 dark elf soldiers left in the warship. Most of them are concentrated in the control room at the top of the warship. Chenmo does not pause at all, and the figure disappears again and moves to the control room. The dark elves left behind have just received the message from Argolim that their leader Malchais is dead, and the great cause of reviving the dark elves is hopeless. Under the command of Argolim, they are preparing to launch suicide attacks on the warships and die with the enemies who killed Malchais and destroyed their last hope. However, they just started to take back the gangway and prepare to start the warship. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in the control room. Without the reaction of the dark elves, a dazzling silver sword light shone in the dark space. Hiss, hiss. The sound of a sharp blade cutting through the body sounded in the silent space. Before dark elf soldiers could react, they were beheaded by Chenmo. However, more than 20 dark elf soldiers in the control room did not gather together. Chenmo could not kill them all in an instant, even though he was fast. There were still dark elves in the periphery who responded. In the face of the powerful enemies appearing in the air, someone directly reached for the space grenade between his waist. However, Chenmo knows the power of space grenade, which is the only weapon that can pose a threat to him, so he has been guarding against this. Under the influence of mindfulness, no one's actions can escape his perception. Seeing someone touch the space grenade, Chenmo immediately moves to the other side and cuts off his head with a sword. Then Chenmo did not stop, and again he killed the other dark elves with his sword. He was wearing a steel battle suit and holding the king's sword. These ordinary dark elf soldiers were not his one-on-one enemies at all, only his share of killing. But anyone who extends his hand to the space grenade will be hit by his blink. Before they touch the grenade, they have been killed by Chenmo. No one can pose any threat to him. Chenmo's figure kept flashing in the control room. The silver sword light was everywhere. In a flash, all the dark elf soldiers in the control room were killed by him. However, Chenmo did not stop and disappeared in the control room again. A few seconds later, Chenmo's figure reappeared, but he also solved all the remaining dark elves in other parts of the warship. The dark elves' warship was completely occupied by Chenmo in less than a minute. Standing in the middle of the body of the dark elves, Chenmo raises his hand and takes out his customized mobile phone from the space and throws it towards the main console. The mobile phone quickly deformed in the air. When it landed on the console, it had become a black robot 20 cm high. It's Jarvis in miniature transformer mode. "Jarvis, help me control this ship." "Yes, sir." After receiving Chenmo's order, Jarvis bowed down and took command, then stepped to a socket on the console and squatted down. Stretch out the right hand, and the whole palm changes in combination. It soon becomes a special plug, just inserted into the socket in front of you. Then there was a flash of light in Jarvis's eyes. It seemed that there were countless data flowing through his eyes. At the same time, the scarlet light inside the warship was also slightly flashing. At this time, all the dark elves in the warship have been killed by Chenmo, and there is no need to sneak in to avoid being found. Therefore, Jarvis started to invade the warship control system in the most direct and violent way. Chenmo is not worried about Jarvis's safety. Although the technology of dark elves is powerful, it is only limited to spacecraft and weapons. From the beginning to the end, the dark elves did not show any trace of advanced artificial intelligence, including the operation of warships and blade aircrafts, which were all manually controlled by the dark elf soldiers. The dark elves seem to be technologically advanced and have extremely advanced space warships, but in fact, they are as primitive as Asgard in many aspects. Chenmo has long found that although the rulers of these 9 countries now or ever master extremely advanced technology, in fact, They always rely on their inborn racial talent to dominate the 9 realms. Whether Asgard or the Dark Elves, technology can be said to be extremely developed, but at the same time the development is extremely uneven. For example, Asgard has mastered advanced technologies such as space transmission and energy barrier, but almost all of Asgard's soldiers use cold weapons when they fight, and the aircraft they are equipped with is a very retro ship-shaped airship. They can unify the 9 kingdoms by the strong physical quality and fighting talent of the Asgards and the power of the Asgards. Although the Dark Elves are better than Asgard, warships, aircrafts, and energy guns are all equipped with a large number of troops, but the attack methods of warships and aircrafts are extremely limited. In addition to the energy weapons with the same power as the energy guns in the hands of the Dark Elf soldiers, the main attack mode is not the more powerful long-range energy weapons or artillery, missiles. It's a wonderful physical attack. In addition to the cockpit, the main structure of the blade aircraft is a huge blade up to 10 meters long. The attack mode is also like a flying knife cutting with the blade. Although the Dark Spirit warship has huge volume, strong defense, and stealth ability, its main attack mode is also physical attack. It's not so much a warship as a carrier of a blade aircraft, and the real most powerful force of the Dark Elves is actually the Curse Warrior. At the cost of sacrificing life, the cursed soldiers born after the integration of the Cursed Stone are extremely powerful. Even the ordinary Dark Elf soldiers become the Cursed Soldiers. Their strength is far superior to the elite soldiers of the 3 warrior level in Asgard Fairy Palace. They are the biggest dependents for the Dark Elves to rule the 9 kingdoms. The Dark Elves and Asgard are more like the mythical race, accidentally lighting up the technology tree. The mythical power is the core power they really value. And technology is just as a kind of auxiliary. Good aircraft and space warships, to the hands of the Dark Elves has become a knife and a troop carrier, while Asgard has put large energy weapons in the old nest and has become an air defense fort that cannot be used once in 1,000 years. In fact, from his contact with Odin and Malekith, Chenmo can also feel that they are proud of their own race and power. To master such advanced technology may only be due to the accumulation of long enough life. To pay attention to this kind of technological power, these 2 races with strong power at the level of cosmic overlord are obviously far inferior to weak human beings. However, this is a good thing for Chenmo. If the ASAS and the Dark Elves really attach importance to and vigorously develop science and technology like human beings, they will have a strong power. With the help of extremely advanced science and technology, Chenmo will be difficult to fight against them. If the inside of the Golden Palace is like the base of Hydra and Shendan Bureau, with sound detection and warning equipment, Chenmo can hardly leave the dungeon quietly even if he has the ability of blinking and invisibility. Even when he passes through the stone gate, he will be found at the first time. If the Dark Elves' warships were equipped with powerful long-range weapons, they would have been devastated. Even if they could move away in a blink, Rocky and Jane Foster would not survive. Another result of the Dark Elves' squinting of the technology tree is that, although their warship is easy to operate, it is still controlled by people, and there is no advanced artificial intelligence equivalent to the technology level of warship as the control system of warship. Now, Jarvis is not an ordinary artificial intelligence. The technological level of Transformers is not weaker than that of the Dark Elves. The fire source is the ultimate treasure of infinite gems. It contains infinite mysteries and powerful abilities. After the transformation of the fire source, Jarvis has exceeded the limit of artificial intelligence. Even if it is arcane and Skynet, it is impossible for Jarvis to be right hands. And Chenmo tried to invade the blade aircraft that fell in the king's palace before. The whole process was very smooth. Now the blade aircraft lies quietly in Chenmo's space and becomes one of Chenmo's collections. Usually he plays small throwing knives the size of daggers. When can you also try these giant throwing knives made by the dark elves? It's not easy to cut a hill directly, but it's easy to cut a building and an aircraft carrier. When Jarvis invaded the dark elf warship, Chen Mo stepped onto the bridge. Through a porthole in front of him, he could see the battle figures of Saul and others in the distance. After Chen Mo left in a blink, Saul held up the hammer of Thunderbolt and took the initiative to meet Argolim, who was striding forward. When Argolim found out that Chen Mo had disappeared, he couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing Saul charging at him with the hammer of Thunderbolt, Argolim's eyes fell on Loki and Jane Foster in the back. Before Saul rushed over, Argolim reached out and took a space grenade from his waist. After starting, he threw it directly at the two of Rocky. Loki was always on guard. Seeing the space grenade thrown by Argolim, his face changed. He quickly turned around and pushed away the unresponsive Jane Foster. But when he wanted to escape, the space grenade had exploded in the middle of the sky, forming a 2-meter diameter black hole, and the strong suction swept along with it. The earth on the ground was rolled up from the ground and poured into the black hole in a large amount, forming a strong dust storm in an instant. Although Rocky, who is very close to the black hole, has turned around to escape, he is still a step late. His body involuntarily attracted by this powerful force from the ground and flies towards the black hole. As he was in the middle of the sky, he felt that he was getting closer to the black hole. Loki couldn't help wondering why he didn't push Jane Foster away. If before, don't say that it was Jane Foster, a man of the earth who had nothing to do with him, even Soul, would run first without hesitation and never save people regardless of his own safety. When did he become so kind? Because she's his future sister-in-law. But to say regret, Loki didn't seem to feel that way. Loki's heart couldn't help being confused. Was he still Loki, the selfish, cold, vicious, evil god he was familiar with? Just as Rocky's life was hanging in a line and his mind was in confusion, a figure in a red cape suddenly flew over from one side and rushed out of the black hole's gravitational range holding Rocky. However, Saul saw that Argolim threw a space grenade and then turned to rescue. At first, he was worried that Jane Foster would not be able to escape, but he did not expect that Rocky would stand up at the critical moment to save Jane Foster, but put herself in danger. Seeing that Loki was sucked by the black hole's suction, Saul could not help but deal with algorithmic. He quickly shook up the thunderbolt and flew over, finally saving Loki in time. Their bodies get rid of the black hole's gravity and fall to the ground. The black hole also gradually disappears after absorbing a lot of soil. Loki looks at Soul, who is saved by him, but his original confused heart cannot help but warm up. Maybe that's why he chose to save Jane Foster. From childhood, Saul saved him more than once, and after he let go of jealousy and anger, Loki would treat him in the same way and help him save his very important love. Both of them look at each other and see the warmth in each other's eyes. At this moment, they let go of the past, as if they were back to their most intimate childhood. However, it's not the time to embrace and celebrate. After throwing a space grenade, Algorith continues to walk towards them. Saul, who almost lost his beloved woman and brother, angrily turns the hammer of Thunderbolt in his hand and flies directly towards Algorith. His Thunderbolt's flying speed is not only amazing, but also powerful enough to smash rocks into pieces. So far, no enemy has been able to block the impact of his Thunderbolt hammer, but Algorith was obviously stronger than all the enemies he had met before. When Argolim fled with the wounded Malukis in her bedroom, she was hit in the back by the Thunderbolt he threw. If someone else had been broken by the terrorist force of the Thunderbolt hammer, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die, but Algorim was only a crooked body. The hard back armor directly shot the Thunderbolt hammer away, and he himself was unhurt, holding Malky Shunli to escape. Last time, in order to protect Malakis, Algorith had to flee in a panic. Now Malakis is dead, and he has no scruples anymore. Looking at Soul flying with the hammer of Thor, Algorith not only didn't avoid, but directly welcomed him up with his fist. After the strengthening of the Curse Stone, Algorith's reaction speed is actually higher than that of Thor. His thick arm is rubbing the Thor's hammer and it hits Thor's face heavily. Saul's body, which had been flying forward, immediately threw back and fell heavily to the ground. The hammer of Thor also came out of his hand and fell to one side. Thanks to the strong constitution of the Soul Protos, he was just dizzy after being hit by Argolim. He shook his head and soon got up from the ground. If he changed his head, he was directly hit by Argolim and killed on the spot. Saul got up from the ground, wobbly, and just as he was on his feet, Algorithm came to him again. Saul had no time to recall the hammer of Thor. He immediately clenched his fist and hit Algorithm on the head with a fierce blow. However, his fist was easily blocked by Algorithm's hands, and he followed a hammer closely, which made him backward several steps. Before he could fight back again, Algorith followed him closely, waving his thick arms and punching hard again, which made Soul lose his balance completely. Argolim took advantage of this opportunity to swing his arms forward heavily, and a powerful force erupted. However, he hit Soul out of balance directly, throwing him 30 or 40 meters away and hitting him heavily on the ground. The power of Argolim's attack was too great. After landing, Saul's body was still rolling back and sliding under inertia, and his body made a long gully on the dark ground. After Argolim hit Soul, he immediately followed him, ready to solve Soul first. On the other side, more than a dozen dark elf fighters also surrounded the two of Rocky. But before they came around, Loki had used magic to hide Jane Foster, and actively rushed up against them to prevent them from hurting Jane Foster. Although Loki's strength is far from that of Sor, and his melee strength is almost the same as that of the three warriors in Xiangong, compared with ordinary dark elf soldiers, he is much stronger in both physical quality and fighting skills. More than a dozen armed dark elf soldiers didn't make him afraid. Holding the dagger Saul handed back to him, Rocky burst into a rage and rushed to a dark elf soldier. Before he reacted, he stabbed him in the chest. Without any hesitation, Loki quickly pulled out the dagger and turned to the next one who had just responded. He was about to raise his weapon and attack the dark elf soldiers he was attacking. Loki's speed and reaction are far beyond these ordinary dark elf soldiers. In addition, he uses magic to interfere from time to time. The weapons in the hands of the dark elves can't aim at him at all, and the dark elves in the close combat are not Loki's opponents. Therefore, although Loki is in an absolute disadvantage in number due to his few enemies, in fact, Loki's situation is not its dangerous. But after all, the number of dark elf soldiers is more, and they have powerful energy weapons in their hands. At the same time, Loki spent a lot of energy to avoid attacks, defend against space grenades, and launch magic to interfere with the enemy, so the efficiency of killing the enemy is not very high. It took a long time for these 10 dark elf soldiers to be completely solved by Rocky. When Loki turned to look at Saul, he was surprised to find that Saul was being beaten by Algorithm. He was beaten out by Argolim. Saul rolled on the ground and slid away. His head couldn't help fainting. He used to fight others with the hammer of Thunderbolt with a magic power. Unexpectedly, this time he was replaced by himself. Finally, he stopped rolling. Saul shook his dizzy head and got up on the ground, but before he could fully stand up from the ground, Algorithm had come to him. With his hands outstretched, Algorithm came down and grabbed Saul by the neck and pulled him off the ground. Saul immediately hit Algorithm with his fist. Although he hit Algorithm with his fist, he just shook his body slightly and did not cause any harm to him. However, he was beaten several times by Soul, and Argolim released Soul a little angrily, raised his strong thigh, and kicked Soul hard. Saul only felt that a stronger force broke out on him, which made his body fly back involuntarily and hit the mountain wall dozens of meters away. The hard rock directly broke, and Saul's body was embedded in the mountain wall. Algorithm's foot is very heavy. Although Soul is not seriously injured by his strong physical fitness, he still has a sharp cramp in his abdomen and is stuck in the hole his body has hit for a while. But instead of going straight to attack, Argolim turned to look at a mushroom-shaped weathered rock. Go forward, Argolim blows a fist under the rock, smashing the support at the bottom directly, and the huge rock 4 or 5 meters square above falls down directly, and is caught by Argolim and held on the top of the head. More than 100 tons of rock was lifted easily by Algarith. It seems that it's not hard to look at his posture. He turned to Saul, who was rising from the hole in the mountain wall. Algarith threw the boulder on his head towards Saul with all his strength. The boulder crossed an arc in the air and flew towards Saul. Saul looked at the boulder coming in. He knew he couldn't avoid it, so he had to raise his arms and protect his head. At the next moment, the boulder weighing 100 tons hit him heavily. Saul's body was directly smashed back into the hole on the mountain wall. The boulder and the rock wall collided together and immediately broke up. The mountain wall, which was originally full of cracks, was also broken, and a large number of broken rocks rolled down. Saul's powerful divine body is powerful enough to crush ordinary soldiers into flesh and mud, but it only left some skin injuries on him. Lying in the rubble, Saul propped up hard, looked at Argalim, who was striding towards him, and hurriedly raised his hand to summon the hammer of Thunderbolt. The hammer of Thor, which had fallen to the ground before, immediately flew up and flew to Saul's hand. A few meters away from Saul, Algarim was just in front of the Thunderbolt. Seeing that the Thunderbolt was about to hit Argorim, he seemed to see the Thunderbolt coming from behind. He suddenly turned around and blew it out with a fist. He hit the Thunderbolt out directly, hit the side of the mountain, and smashed a large rock. In the past, no one can shake the hammer of the Thunderbolt in front of Argalim, but it failed in succession. Saul himself was completely suppressed by Argalim and had no power to fight back. He is not as strong as his opponent and can't break the defense. Instead, he is beaten by his opponent again and again. This battle can be said to be Saul's most unyielding one in so many years. Even if he was defeated by Chen Mo last time, they have at least some future. This time, he was completely crushed. Looking at Algarith, who came to him, Saul saw a little bit of banter and disdain in his eyes. Saul's heart was full of anger, but it was too late to recall the Thunderbolt hammer again. When Argalim reached for him, Saul's eyes glared angrily, and a twining blue electric light suddenly appeared on his palm. Algarith's eyes had just seen a flash of surprise, and before he could react, Saul suddenly waved his hand to Algarith. A thunderbolt with a thick and thin arm shot out of Saul's hand and directly hit Algarith's chest. The powerful thunderbolt force quickly swept over his body, making his body stiff and stiff. Saul then clenched his teeth and started to bear the pain on his body. His fists were twined with electric light, which hit Algorithmic heavily on the chin. His head couldn't help leaning back, and his body, paralyzed by thunder, fell back. But after all, the physical quality of Algarith is much stronger than that of Sour. The paralyzing effect of thunder power soon disappears. Algarith staggers back several steps at his feet, finally regaining his footing. At this time, Saul has roared and rushed up again. His fists are still surrounded by electricity and light. He felt pain and numbness at the place where he was hit. Although he can still fight back, his movements have to slow down. Originally, Saul's fight under pressure disappeared suddenly. You came and I went, pounding your fists on each other, but there was no fight again. Their physical fitness is very strong. Although the strength of their fists is enough to crush the hard rocks, they can only cause some skin injuries when hitting each other. But relatively speaking, it's Argalim's physical fitness that is better. Although Saul got rid of the dependence on the hammer of Thunderbolt, and was able to use the power of Thunderbolt to attack because of the First World War with Chen Mo, after all, he has not reached the point of fully controlling the power of Thunderbolt and controlling freely. Without the hammer of Thor, his own ability to mobilize the force of thunder is limited. At most, it can paralyze Algarith, slow down his attack speed, and cause limited damage to him. This kind of close fight didn't last long. When Algarith adapted to the interference of the thunder power contained in Saul's fist, and consciously avoided it, the impact that Saul could have on Algarith was getting smaller and smaller, and the situation soon turned around again. When Saul wound his electric fist and hit the air again, it was Argalim's ferocious blow to the front door. Saul was directly knocked down by the huge power of Argalim, but Argalim didn't give Saul time to get up and fight back. He quickly stepped forward a few steps, bent over and swung his fists, and then went up to Saul's face heavily. just like the heavy pile driver pounding the ground, along with Argolem's heavy fist hitting Saul's head. A piece of soil splashed out from Saul's body under the huge impact, and Saul's head sank a little bit towards the ground. Under the violent attack of Argolem, Saul lay on the ground like a doll, bearing the attack and completely losing the ability to resist. What's the strength of Algorithmic's fist? Saul's body strength is amazing. He didn't blow his head directly, but he was stunned and unable to struggle at all. But Saul didn't give up. He was beaten by the enemy on the ground, but he was totally unable to resist, which made Saul feel a burst of humiliation and anger. It was a great disgrace he had never suffered in his life. His body was stuck in the mud, and his body was shaking with Argolem's attack, but Saul's hand was gradually clenched, and a little electric light came out of his hand, twining his fist. Different from the past, with the electric light on the hands getting brighter and brighter, the blue arc began to extend towards the arms and finally directly spread to the whole body. At the same time, Saul's eyes, which had been closed under the attack of Argolem, were suddenly opened. His eyes, full of anger, were suddenly filled with the power of thunder and turned into a dazzling blue, giving off a dazzling light at this time. Argolem hit Saul again and fell on his face, but his whole arm was numbed by the powerful thunderbolt on Saul's head. It made him frown at the change of Saul's body. During the pause of Argolem's attack, Saul suddenly raised his arms, clenched his fist, and waved towards Argolem. Though Saul's fists didn't touch Argolem, the two-armed thick and thin violent thunders from his fists hit Argolem heavily and directly flew his huge body out. As before Saul was beaten to fly by him, Algorithm's body drew a parabola in the air and smashed heavily in the distance. Loki, who had just solved the problem of the dark elf soldiers and was going to help, saw Saul suddenly explode and fly to Argorem, and couldn't help but stop. Look at Argolem, who fell in the distance, and then look around at Saul, who was all wrapped in electric light and stood up from the ground. Rocky couldn't help but look surprised. The situation reversed abruptly. Saul was just beaten on the ground. How could it happen? Saul stood up from the ground and looked at the strong electric light twining on his body. He couldn't help thinking of what Chen Mo had said to him on the earth. The source of his power as the god of thunder is not the hammer of the god of thunder, but himself. Even if there is no thunderbolt hammer, as long as he can really control the thunderbolt power in his body, he can play a more powerful power than the thunderbolt hammer. But in the previous fight with Chen Mo on the earth, although he initially mastered the power of the thunderbolt and was able to use his hands to generate thunder, the power of the thunderbolt was much weaker than that of the thunderbolt hammer. Therefore, although he realized the importance of controlling his own power of thunderbolt, he was still fighting with the hammer of thunderbolt all the time in the process of fighting in the next 9 countries. His own control of the power of thunderbolt did not make much progress. Just now, under the extreme humiliation and anger, the power of the thunderbolt in his body broke out again, and its power was no weaker than that of the thunderbolt hammer. Looking at Algorem, who just got up from the ground tens of meters away from him, Saul's eyes flashed with electricity and light. His face was angry again, and he immediately strode towards him. An electric light spilled over Saul and hit the ground, pulling out a dazzling long arc behind him as he ran. Algorithmic looked at Saul and didn't flinch from being hit by him just now. Although the two thunders were more powerful than before, they didn't cause much damage to him except for blackening the bone armor on his chest. Even if he can control the thunder, Saul's power is still far below him. This huge power gap cannot be made up by discharging. In the face of Saul, who was surrounded by electricity and light, Algorith also made a big stride. When they were still 20 meters away, they jumped up at each other almost at the same time. The two men's bodies meet in the mid-air. Algorith's arms are raised high, and he smashes them at Saul's head. Saul completely ignores Algorith's attack and waves his fist forward without hesitation. This fist Saul not only uses his greatest strength, but also gathers all the thunder power that he can mobilize into his fist. When his arm is waving forward, the powerful thunder power escapes out of control. He drags a long arc in the air and clearly marks the trajectory of Saul's fist. However, at this time, both of them are in the air, unable to move to dodge. So although they saw each other's attack, both of them did not change the meaning of their own attack at all, and still attacked each other with all their strength. Just as Algorithmic's arms were about to hit Saul's back, Saul's fist was the first step and hit him heavily in the face. Powerful physical force and violent thunder force erupted at the same time, forming a strong explosion in the air. With the dazzling light, a shock wave spread rapidly from the two people's position to the surrounding, throwing the sand and dust off the ground. At the center of the explosion, Algorim was directly blasted, and his huge body flew back tens of meters before falling to the ground. Saul was excited that he was able to use the force of thunder to make a powerful blow just like before without relying on the hammer of Thunderbolt. The power of the attack just now is even stronger than the strongest attack he used to use the hammer of Thunderbolt. But Saul's excitement didn't last long, and soon he found that Argolim, who had been blown out by him, stood up again. Under Saul's most powerful attack, the long curved tusks on one side of Algorith's cheek were directly smashed and only half of them were left. The chin beside the broken tusks was blackened, but in addition, Algorith was not mortally hurt. He soon got up from the ground and looked angrily at Saul, who came to him with a suit of electric light. The broken tusks bear most of the power of Saul's attack, so although it looks sad, Argorim's combat effectiveness has not been affected. He raised his hand and touched his broken tusks and burnt chin. Argolim was furious. In Asgard, Chenmo cut off a horn by surprise attack, and Saul broke a tusk with his fist this time. Both of them were weaker than him. In the hands of two people whose strength is not as good as his own, he was hurt one after another, which made Algorith very angry. Looking at Saul, who was marching towards him, Algorith looked hateful, clenched his fist tightly, and rushed towards Saul. This time, Argolim didn't jump into the air again. He couldn't play his speed advantage in the air at all, and his strength was greatly affected. Only then was Saul's fist hit first, which made him look like a mess. Finding that Argolim is okay, Saul rushes towards him and mobilizes the force of thunder again. The strong thunder twines on his fist and can send out a thunder strike at any time. Both of them suffered great losses in each other's hands. They had red eyes for a long time. They wished they could tear each other to pieces. At this time, they were running very fast and full of momentum. They hit each other violently in an instant. Saul roared at Algorithmic head with his fist wrapped in strong electric light. He didn't believe that Algorithmic could use another tusk to block the blow this time. It's not a big deal for him to break all the fangs and horns on his head and then explode his head. Just now, Saul recovered his self-confidence with a powerful attack to turn the situation around. But after all, Argolim is not a weak man. Just now, he was caught by his sudden outburst. Only by his carelessness did he suffer a big loss. Now cautiously, in the face of Saul's thunderous blow, Algorith quickly raised his arm and waved it up, hitting Saul hard on his arm. The powerful force acts on his arm, and Saul's fist is automatically deflected and waved upward. The powerful thunder force gathered in his fist suddenly bursts out. A dazzling thunder with arm thickness shoots out of Saul's fist and flies over Algorith's head, but it can't hurt him at all. Saul's face sank when he was blocked with a full blow. However, Saul was not discouraged. He immediately mobilized the force of thunder again and was ready to launch the next strong attack. But Algorim didn't give him enough time. After he got rid of his attack, he directly hit him with his fist. After all, Saul's strength is not as good as that of Argolim, and the gap between the two is not small. Saul can't resist the attack of Algorith by his own power and can't cause any harm to him. He can only have the power of World War I by the addition of the power of thunder. In the face of Argolim's powerful fist, Saul had to fight back in a hurry and beat some of the thundering force just mobilized out of his fist. The fists of the two men collided in the air, and the force of thunder broke out. At last, they blocked the attack of Algorith. Both of them stepped back involuntarily. A little thunder force that Saul had just mobilized was also consumed. After all, Saul hasn't fully mastered the power of Thunderbolt. It takes time to mobilize Thunderbolt. He can't reach the maximum power in every attack as before. After seeing the power of his most powerful attack, Argolim didn't give him any chance to build up his strength. One attack was blocked, followed by another. Relying on his powerful strength, speed, defense, and infinite endurance, Algorith's furious attack continued. Saul had to fight with all his strength, but there was no chance to launch the strongest attack. But the ordinary thunder attack can only make his attack a little bit, which is not enough to cause enough damage. Saul's strength and speed are not as good as those of Argolim. Even if he has the power of thunder, he will soon fall back again. With another punch from Algorith, Saul was knocked to the ground again. This time, Argolim didn't want to play anymore. He rode directly to Saul. His fists were hurling out continuously towards Saul's head at an amazing speed, forming a shadow of Taoist boxing in the air at a high speed. Under the furious attack of Argolim, the more powerful sense of vertigo than last time made Saul completely lose the power of resistance. The thunder and lightning on his fist just gathered a little, and then dissipated under the bombardment of Argolim's heavy fist. Later, the electric light on Saul's fist disappeared completely, and Saul's consciousness began to blur. If it goes on like this, even if it doesn't get hit by Argolim, it will be completely comatose and be slaughtered. Just when Saul was in danger, Loki, who had been standing in the distance watching, quietly touched him from behind. The fighting situation between Saul and Argolim has been reversed several times, and Loki's mood has also been surging up and down. When Saul hit Argolim, Loki thought that Saul was going to fight back to win, but he ended the fight. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by Argolim in the end. Looking at Saul, who was beaten by Argolim, Loki shook his head, picked up a long knife from the ground that had fallen from the dark elf soldier, and quietly touched it behind Argolim. He was beaten several times by Saul. Although Argolim was in the upper hand at this time, he completely suppressed Saul, but he didn't dare to be careless. His fists were smashed on Saul's face at the fastest speed, and his attention was all on Saul, for fear that he would break out again, and he could not help but relax his defense around him. What Loki is good at is camouflage and sneak attack. While all the attention of Argolim is attracted by Saul, Loki holds a long knife and stealthily approaches Argolim's back. Algorithmic is still beating Saul hard, and he has no idea about Loki behind him. Standing behind Argolim, Loki did not dare to launch an attack. Before Saul and Argolim's battle, Loki also witnessed most of them and was shocked by Argolim's terrorist defense. Thor's thunderbolt is so powerful when flying. He dare not stand on the flight route of thunderbolt anyway, but Algorim can directly use his arm to blow the thunderbolt away. And according to Saul, before in the bedroom of Freya, Algorim was also hit on his back by the hammer of the thunderbolt. As a result, the hammer of the thunderbolt was shot away, but he was unharmed and escaped safely with Malchus. If he can't hit and seriously injure Argolim, completely turn the situation around, he will only put himself in if he acts recklessly. He's not as strong as Saul. He will be hit by Argolim's fist in turn, and his head will be shot in a short time, and he will die on the spot. Carefully converging his own breath, Loki's eyes swept over Argolim's back. Strengthened by the curse stone, most parts of Algorith's body are covered with heavy bony armor, and the bony armor on his back is thicker than other places. The reason why Algorithmus was able to block the attack of the thunderbolt hammer was that this layer of hard and incomparable bone armor. But under careful observation, Rocky still found a little flaw. Although the bone armor behind Algorithmic covers almost all places, it is not a complete piece, but a few pieces of bone armor are spliced together, and there are certain gaps in itself. Moreover, with the waving of Algorithmic arms, the size of these gaps is constantly changing. Loki quickly locked the gap in the back of Argolim's heart, slowly raised the long knife in his hand, and pointed the tip of the knife at the gap. When Algorithm raised his fists and smashed them at Saul's head, the bone seam on his back also opened to the maximum. The cold light flashed in Rocky's eyes, and he immediately thrust the long knife forward. The point of the knife pierced through the bone seam, and suddenly penetrated into the back heart of Argolim. The strong resistance immediately came from the hilt. Loki bit his teeth and pushed hard. The sharp dark elf long knife pierced into Argolem's body until it reached the hilt. Algorim, who was attacking at first, felt that his vest was cold, and he had no time to react, so he felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that a long blade was stabbed out of his chest, but it was stabbed through his chest. Argolem can't help but stop attacking. Saul, who was going to be comatose, opened his eyes again and looked at the long knife that Argolem stabbed on his chest. He was surprised. Looking at the long knife sticking out of his chest, Argolem got up from Saul and slowly turned around to look at Loki behind him. Just when Saul thought that Algorithmic was going to fall, Algorithmic suddenly reached out and hugged Loki and pulled him towards his chest. If someone else had changed, even Soul would have fallen to the ground, but Algorith would not have been an ordinary creature under the transformation of cursed stone. The injury that pierced his chest had no effect on him at all. Loki was hugged by Argolem and leaned towards Argolem's chest involuntarily. The long blade that appeared from his chest immediately penetrated Loki's chest completely and then came out from his back. No. Saul couldn't help but crack his eyes in Canthus, roaring and struggling to get up. However, Argolem's fierce attack just made him almost comatose. At this time, his brain was dizzy and unable to stand up. Argolem looked at Loki, who was stabbed in his chest with a sharp blade, and his face was full of pain. With a cold smile, he grabbed Loki's body with both hands and pushed out. Rocky was pulled out of the long knife, fell back several meters, covered his chest and fell to the ground feebly, while Argolem, like nothing else, walked towards Rocky with a long blade pierced from his chest. Loki looked at Algorith without fear. Instead, he said in a cold voice with a strong voice, "See you in hell, monster." Argolem felt something was wrong, and suddenly an idea came out of his mind. He looked down at his waist but saw that a space grenade had been activated. Argolem was so frightened that he reached for the thunder and threw it out, but it was a step too late. Just when his hand touched the space grenade, the grenade suddenly exploded, and a space black hole with a diameter of more than 2 meters suddenly burst open, wrapping him in it. The strong suction immediately acts on his body. Even with the strong physical quality of Argolem, it can't resist the tearing of the black hole. In the shrill screams, Algorith's body quickly collapses towards the middle. First, his legs and arms were twisted into his trunk, and then his head collapsed under the strong suction. In a twinkling of an eye, Algorith's huge body was only left with the most thick and hard breastbone armor. As the black hole finally disappeared completely, Algorithmic figure disappeared completely, even without any dust left behind. It wasn't until then that Soul struggled to get up from the ground and stumbled towards Loki. No, 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 no. Saul knelt on the ground, shouting excitedly, and hurriedly lifted Loki from the ground and held him in his arms. "You fool, you always don't listen to me. I didn't mean to give him to me." Loki lay in Saul's arms, covering his pierced chest and gasping for breath. His voice was weak and low. "I know I'm a fool, I'm a fool." Saul looked at Loki's pain and weakness, as if he could die at any time. He said in a flurried voice, "Hold on, don't leave me alone, will you?" Loki looked at Saul's face as flustered as it had never been before, and there was an imperceptible look of guilt in his eyes. He said in a low voice, I'm sorry. Saul thought that Rocky was apologizing for what he had done wrong before and shook his head. It's okay. I will tell my father what you have done today." At this time, Loki has become weaker. Even the rapid breathing has become, if nothing, at this time. He heard Saul's words, but he used his last strength to whisper, "I'm not for him." With these words, Loki slowly closed his eyes, and the blood color on his pale face quickly faded away. A gray color occupied the whole face and completely lost its vitality. "No." Saul holding the dead Rocky and looking up to the sky with grief. Not far away, Jane Foster, who had been hidden by Rocky's illusions, also showed up with Rocky's death. Walked quickly to Saul's side, and Jane Foster looks at the dead Loki in Saul's arms. The original hatred for his invasion of the earth can't help but dissipate. Today, Loki's performance is all in her eyes. First, she cooperates with Saul to destroy the ether particles. Then, when she is about to be sucked in by the black hole made by the space grenade, she bravely steps forward and saves her. However, she is almost sucked into the black hole. Just now, in order to save Sol, he even attacked the powerful Argolim in spite of the danger. Although he saved Sol, he paid the price of his life. At this moment, looking at Rocky, whose chest was red with blood and whose face was gray and lifeless, Jane Foster felt that she could never hate him again. Just as Sol was immersed in the grief of Loki's death, Chen Mo's body suddenly appeared beside them. Sol felt the figure suddenly appeared around him and couldn't help turning around to see it. He found that it was Chen Mo who came back. Sol couldn't help standing up and said to Chen Mo painfully, "Rocky, he's dead with Argolim." Chen Mo glanced at Loki, who was lying lifeless on the ground. He saw everything that had happened just now, including what Sol and Jane Foster didn't see. He raised his hand and patted Sol on the shoulder. Chen Mo said slowly, "To die like a hero might be a better ending for him than to be permanently imprisoned in a dungeon as a sinner." Chen Mo said, looking down at Loki's body, lying on the ground with a face of ashes, and said meaningfully, "Maybe that's what he wants." Sol did not hear Chen Mo's voice, but he also accepted Chen Mo's words. Indeed, even if he returns this time, Odin will not necessarily let Loki out because of this. After all, what he did before cannot be offset by helping to play a play, and spending the rest of his life in a dungeon is not the life Loki wants. By contrast, dying as a hero may be the best result. Loki should not want to be a sinner in Asgard forever. Although he is dead now, he is the hero of Asgard and even 9 countries from now on. So thinking, Sol's heart cannot help but alleviate a lot of grief. Looking at the body of Loki lying on the ground, Sol's heart is a little bit more proud. Just as Sol was about to return to Asgard with Loki's body, Chen Mo suddenly said, "The Dark Elves have all been eliminated, but the convergence of celestial bodies is still going on. The space channel connecting the 9 countries is about to open, and a large number of unstable space channels will appear on the Earth. The dangerous creatures of the 9 countries are likely to enter the Earth. I want to go back to the Earth to prevent the Earth from being damaged," Jane Foster on one side said at once. "I'll go back with you." Sol could not help worrying when he heard Jane Foster's words. After a moment's hesitation, Sol immediately said, "I'll go too." On the one hand, Sol was not sure about Jane Foster's safety, afraid that she would be in danger on Earth. In addition, all the Dark Elves were eliminated, and the crisis of Asgard had been eliminated, so he didn't have to hurry back. Besides, he is also a member of the Avengers Alliance, and it is his duty to protect the Earth. Chen Mo looks at them, nods, and refuses. Sol goes back to the Earth with him. He can help a lot. The dangerous creatures in the 9 countries are not as easy to deal with as the army. Later, Chen Mo did not leave directly, but turned to look at the etheric particles still floating in the air. Stepping forward, Chen Mo walked towards the ether particles. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. When passing by Loki, Chen Mo's feet heavily stepped on the palm of Loki's hand, which fell to the ground. It seems that Chen Mo also rolled it hard, but neither Sol nor Jane Foster noticed. And although the body of the victims of Loki seems to have no change, still a face of gray, lifeless, quietly lying on the ground, but in fact, Loki's heart is an instant set off a storm, full of anxiety and uneasiness. Did Chen Mo find out that he was pretending to die again? It should not be possible. Loki has absolute confidence in his illusions. In terms of combat ability, he may not be very strong, but under the continuous practice and application of magic for many years, it has reached a very delicate level. Even compared with the Freya who taught him magic, it's not hard to let him down. Even if Odin comes, it's impossible to see through his magic. Maybe it's just a coincidence, he just accidentally stepped on his palm. When Loki was worried, Chen Mo had gone to the side of the etheric particles suspended in the mid-air and released his mind power. Chen Mo tentatively wrapped up the etheric particles slowly. When Chen Mo's mind power touched the etheric particles, they had no special reaction, just like hitting the wall, changing their direction and surging in other directions and go. Chen Mo sighs with relief and immediately controls his mind power to shrink the circle. Like the fish caught in the net, with the constant contraction of the mental net, the etheric particles are converging towards the middle. But the more compression, the more pressure Chen Mo's mind is under. Finally, when the etheric particles are compressed into a ball-sized ball, Chenmo's mind can no longer continue to compress them. As Chenmo saw it, he immediately took a cylindrical metal and glass container out of the space, but it was the sealed chamber used by the Life Foundation to store the venom in the world of venom. Chenmo controls the sealed cabin to fly towards the etheric particles in the air with his mind power. After opening the cabin door and sending the etheric particles into the sealed cabin, Chenmo immediately closes the cabin door and recovers the mind power wrapped outside the etheric particles. As soon as Chenmo's mind power disappeared, the group of etheric particles began to surge again. However, the solid sealed cabin blocked them, and they could not leave without their surging. The etheric particles have no life and self-consciousness. In the absence of control, the etheric particles cannot attack autonomously but just surge aimlessly. When they are locked in the sealed cabin, they roll and surge inside, which looks like the venom. Reaching for the capsule, Chenmo carries it back to Saul and Jane Foster. This time, he stepped on Rocky's other palm on the ground again and ran over it with the same force. Once again, there was a sharp pain in his hand. Loki can be 100% sure this time. Chenmo was definitely intentional. As for the body abuse and anger, he saw through his magic and found that he was pretending to be dead. Although Loki wanted to believe that it was the former, his reason told him that he had been found by Chenmo. Even if Loki wanted to get up and run away immediately, he still resisted the impulse. In front of Saul and Chenmo, the probability of his escape is 0. If he got up from the ground now, he would only get a good beating from the furious Saul. He's not Argolim, let alone Thor's thunderbolt and lightning strike. Even Thor's fist can't bear it. What's more, there is a doubt in Rocky's heart. Since Chenmo found that he was pretending to be dead, why didn't he just tear him down? Loki couldn't think of it. However, since Chenmo didn't tear him down, he first watched him become better. Chenmo stepped on Rocky's palm and went to Saul and threw the capsule containing the etheric particles into his hands. Although the etheric particle is also one of the 6 infinite gemstones, it has the ability to change reality, but Chen has just tried. His mind cannot control the etheric particle at all, and what he can do is just to collect them. And the etheric particle, like other infinite gems, can't get into the space, so it's not worth much to him. However, Chenmo did not intend to give them to Asgard. In the movie, Odin decides to send the secret of the etheric particles to the collectors, but the final result shows that this is not a wise decision. Although the collector is located in the depths of the universe, Mieba still finds the etheric particles and seizes them. The whole process is much easier than seizing other infinite gems. Chenmo, who knows the plot, will not let this happen again. As for the final disposal, Chenmo has made plans. Saul has recalled the Thunderbolt hammer at this time. Although he has basically mastered the power of Thunderbolt and can mobilize the power in his body to send out the strongest attack not less than using the Thunderbolt hammer, the Thunderbolt hammer is still a very important weapon for him. It can not only stir up the thunder in the sky and increase his attack power, but also greatly enhance his attack power by far heavier weight and hard material than it seems. Moreover, although Saul is a god, he does not have the ability to fly. The Thunderbolt hammer is an essential equipment for him to fly. With the hammer of Thunderbolt in one hand and the sealed cabin thrown by Chenmo in the other hand, Saul could not help but settle down when he looked at the etheric particles surging inside through the bulletproof glass. Take back the ether particles. 9 countries are completely safe. The rest is to help the Earth deal with the upcoming phenomenon of celestial convergence. Saul, who had just led Asgard's army to pacify the rebellion of the 9 countries, was familiar with the situation of the 9 countries. Although there are many dangerous creatures in many places of the 9 kingdoms, which are enough to threaten ordinary humans on Earth, even superheroes of the Army and the Avenger Alliance, they are just beasts that can be easily solved for Saul. With him sitting on the Earth, although the convergence of celestial bodies will bring some confusion and damage to the Earth, it will not cause too much uncontrollable casualties. I'll have Heimdall pick us up first, Saul said to Chenmo, carrying the capsule. They came through Rocky's secret passage, but now Rocky is dead, and he is the only one who knows the way back. Now if they want to go to the Earth, they can only go back to Asgard first through Rainbow Bridge, and then from Asgard to the Earth. But just as Saul was about to raise the thunderbolt hammer and call for Heimdall to pass them back, Chenmo raised his hand to stop him. If you go back to Asgard, Odin will take away the etheric particles. Chenmo doesn't want him to send the etheric particles to Mieba anymore. Don't bother. Chenmo stops Saul and wraps them up with his mind. At the next moment, Saul didn't react. He only felt a flash in front of him, and he had already appeared in another place. This is not over. Before Saul can see the picture completely, he feels that the picture continues to flash quickly. A different picture quickly catches his eyes and makes him dizzy. When Chenmo finally stops, Saul only feels a strong dizziness and almost falls to the ground. Shaking his head hard, the feeling of vertigo weakened a little. Saul felt that the vertigo produced by the short clip just now was comparable to the effect of hundreds of heavy fists hit on his head by algorithm before. But when he looked at Jane Foster worried, he found that she had nothing. He was looking around curiously. Saul's physical quality is far beyond ordinary people. Although Chen just blinked a second for dozens of times, he felt every blink clearly and roughly saw the immediate environment. Dozens of high-speed blinks per second, and the scene of rapid change in front of him made Saul feel uncomfortable for the first time to experience this kind of blink. But Jane Foster is just an ordinary man on Earth with limited reaction speed. He can only process less than 30 frames per second, and the speed of Chenmo's blinking is obviously beyond this limit. So just now when Chenmo was carrying two people's blinking, Jane Foster just felt a flower in front of her eyes and then appeared here. Saul looked at Jane Foster curiously, but he did not feel any discomfort at all. He was ashamed to think of his state of embarrassment. I am so weak. How can I protect her? Today, Saul has been hit by a series of huge attacks, first by Argolim. Even if his strength broke out, he was still not Argolim's opponent, almost hit the ground by him and smashed into meat cakes. Now even being moved by Chenmo almost makes him dizzy, but Chenmo and Jane Foster have no discomfort. Jane Foster can be understood as being too weak to react, but Chenmo is equal to him. Originally, in his impression, Chenmo's reaction speed was just faster than him. Now his strength has been improved and his reaction speed is much faster than before. I thought I could finally surpass Chenmo, but I was slapped hard by the reality in a flash. Such a rapid, continuous blink made him dizzy, and Chenmo not only had no discomfort, but also could accurately control the whole blink process and direction, which undoubtedly showed that Chenmo's response speed was still above him, and was not a little bit stronger. At this moment, Saul's desire for becoming stronger became stronger. In my heart, I make up my mind to make myself stronger, at least to be able to bear the blink of silence without fainting. Then Saul followed Jane Foster and looked up at the surroundings. The light here is darker than where they fought just now, but Saul's vision is still very clear. Looking around, Saul soon found that there were rocks all around and they seemed to be underground. Saul did not turn his head to look at Chenmo and asked doubtfully, "Where are we?" Jane Foster looked at Chenmo curiously with the same face. Chenmo explained immediately, "It's a cave. It's about 30 kilometers from where it was just now." When Saul heard the words, he could not help but look at Chenmo with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Chenmo's blinking ability is also very easy to use. The distance of more than 30 kilometers is only a blink of an eye. The whole process is easy and fast, much more handsome than his flying with a hammer. In addition to the disadvantage of carsickness, it's perfect. However, the disadvantage of carsickness seems to be only for him. Chenmo and Jane Foster both look very relaxed without any discomfort. Finally, he put down his envy of Chenmo's ability to blink. Saul remembered that they were just going back to the Earth, so he asked Chenmo, "What are we doing here? Aren't we going back to Earth? Remember the picture of Malchus taken by the drone?" As he spoke, Chenmo leaned out of his mind and swept through the cave. Then he turned directly to a fork in the cave. Saul and Jane Foster quickly followed, thinking about Chenmo's words. "Drones." Saul didn't react, but Jane Foster said excitedly with a bright eye, "That drone came from the wormhole on Earth to Waddelheim. If that wormhole is still there, we can go back to Earth directly through it. Saul's response was quick when he heard the words, so it was. Since Chen Mo took them to this cave in a flash, it's obvious that the wormhole is here. They followed Chen Mo through the fork and walked toward the deep cave. Soon, Jane Foster's sight was attracted by a pile of things scattered on the ground in front of her. Glass bottle, brick, cans. Looking at the objects obviously from the earth, Jane Foster's face can't help but show a look of amazement. But when she stepped forward quickly and looked carefully, she found that several of them looked familiar. Isn't that what we threw down in that space passage? Jane Foster looked up at Chen Mo in surprise. Chen Mo stopped and nodded to Jane Foster. That's right. That's where the space corridor in London connects. Come with me. Chen Mo said, taking the two to continue to move forward. In his mind induction, there is a space channel not far ahead, and Chen Mo's mind through the space channel directly sensed the opposite situation, which was the site in London before. Seeing Chen Mo's figure go forward 2 steps is like passing through a ripple, disappearing in front of them in an instant. Jane Foster and Saul look at each other and are going to follow Chen Mo forward, but Saul suddenly exclaims, "Wait, I forgot Rocky. His body is still there." When Jane Foster heard the words and looked at the place where Chen Mo disappeared, she couldn't help wondering if Chen Mo was intentional. But Chen Mo has returned to the earth now, and they don't know where Loki is. They don't know how long it will take for them to go back to find him again. Jane Foster immediately turned around and looked at Saul, who was upset, and said softly, "Or we'll go to Earth first and pick him up later." Saul was moved by Chen Mo all the way. He didn't know where he was. He nodded at Jane Foster's words. Anyway, the man is dead and the body will not be lost when it is put there. Come back later, come back later. Now it's still urgent for the Earth. Saul nodded at Jane Foster and put Rocky's business down for a while. 2 people walk to the place where Chen Mo disappeared side by side, and the figure passes through the space passage at the same time, disappearing in the cave. Once again, Saul found that they had left the cave and came to an open space in the middle of the construction site. Jane Foster thought they would fall from the 2 connected passages in the stairwell, so she held Saul's arm tightly and was ready to hang it on him. But soon, she found that it was not what she thought. Looking around carefully, Jane Foster found that they were still in the construction site, but it was obvious that the space passage had changed, so the place where they appeared had also changed slightly. Just as the 2 of them appeared, several black agents in charge of guarding in the distance had already stepped forward and reported to Chen Mo, who was the first to return. Jane Foster looked around, but did not see Dr. Selwyn, Daisy, and Ian. Looking at the agent in black who was reporting to Chen Mo, Jane Foster walked quickly. "The detection device has been manufactured quickly. Our people are being placed in the Greenwich area according to Dr. Selwyn's requirements, and the civilians in the area have been evacuated." When Jane Foster heard Agent in Black, her fears were only relieved. After learning the general situation, Chen Mo asked Dr. Zellweger where they were now, and then he took Saul and Jane Foster to move quickly again. This time, Saul had psychological preparation in advance. When Chen Mo started blinking, he quickly closed his eyes. When he felt Chen Mo stopped, he opened his eyes carefully. By this time, they had left the construction site and came to a tower. Many agents in black were busy working in front of the temporary row of computers. This is the tallest tower in Greenwich University. It is located in the center of Greenwich and overlooks the whole Greenwich so that they can observe, command, and respond at any time. Soon Saul saw Dr. Selwyn and Daisy not far away. At the beginning, he was demoted from the divine realm by Odin. The first 3 he met were Dr. Selwyn and they were old friends. After they appeared, Dr. Selwyn and Daisy soon discovered them. Jane. Daisy quickly walked up to Jane Foster, put her arms around her and said excitedly, "You're back at last. If the commander didn't send us a message, we thought something was wrong with you." Daisy could not help complaining. "The world has gone mad. The vision we saw before is everywhere." While Daisy and Saul were talking, Saul came to Dr. Selwyn and said, "Hello. How are you, Eric?" Looking at Saul, Dr. Selwyn involuntarily thought of Rocky, who had controlled him half a year ago, and asked uneasily. "Your brother didn't come," Saul said with a sad face. Rocky, he's dead. When Dr. Selwig heard this, there was an emotion on his face. Thank goodness. As soon as he spoke, Dr. Selwig remembered that this was in front of Sol and that Rocky was his brother anyway. Dr. Selwig's face was straight at once, and his excited look was quickly reduced, and he said to Sol with a heavy voice, I'm so sad, please forgive me. Sol sniffed the speech and nodded sadly. Thank you. At this time, Chen Mo interrupts the chatting and saves Dr. Selwig from some awkward situation. Eric, is the detector set up? What's the status of the space corridor now? Dr. Selwig quickly turned to Chen Mo and raised the control terminal to him. The space exploration device has been basically installed and can be installed in the next few minutes. At present, there are 103 unstable space channels in the whole Greenwich area. Dr. Selwig said to show Chen Mo the map on the control terminal. On the screen is the map of Greenwich area. At this time, there are many red light spots distributed in the whole area, almost more than 100. Dr. Selwig continued. These space channels are extremely unstable, with only a few seconds of existence, and many of them can exist for a long time. At the same time, new wormholes are constantly emerging. With the passage of time, the convergence of celestial bodies gradually reaches a climax, and the frequency of wormholes is increasing. Now, there are 117 wormholes. Dr. Selwig pointed to the increasing number of space channels in one corner of the screen and said to Chen Mo with reverence, Fortunately, you found the area where the space passage appeared directly, and let us evacuate the civilians in this area in time. Otherwise, many people would cross the space passage carelessly, which would be troublesome. After hearing this, Chen Mo nodded and didn't speak. Instead, he looked at an agent in black who had been standing by. It was Agent Phil Carlson, who was transferred to London by Chen Mo to direct the operation. Seeing Chen Mo looking at him, Phil Carlson immediately stepped forward and said, Our personnel and reconnaissance drones have monitored all areas where wormholes appear, and there are no alien creatures coming to Earth through the wormholes for the time being. Good. Keep monitoring. Chen Mo glanced at the row of screens on one side of the tower, nodded, and was about to ask if the Avenger Alliance had arrived, but suddenly turned to look at the sky in the distance. Chen Mo could not help but smile when he saw a black Kun fighter coming towards the tower from a distance. Saul and others also found the flying kung fu fighters at this time, but Chi looked up at the past. With the sound of more and more air braking, the kung fu fighter flew to the front of the tower in an instant and landed slowly on a flat lawn. The hatch at the end slowly descended, and Tony Stark, dressed in a steel war suit, first flew out of the hatch and up the tower. In the air outside the tower, Tony Stark raised his hand and saluted Chen in a solemn voice. Commander. The Avengers League is here to report. Chen Mo glanced at Tony Stark, ignored him, looked down at the Kun fighter below and saw Steve, Carter, Natasha, etc. All of them came out. With Saul on the tower, the whole Avenger Alliance was assembled again. Tony Stark saw that Chen Mo didn't talk to him. He let go of his arm, but then he saw Saul standing next to him. Hi, Sol. Long time no see. Where's your brother? He didn't come with you. Tony Stark said as he flew into the tower and landed in front of Saul. Saul was once again mentioned sad things. Mood suddenly fell again, said in a low voice. Rocky, he's dead. Tony Stark was excited when he heard the words. It's so sorry. Tony Stark's reaction was much faster than Dr. Selwig's, and before he could say it, he changed his voice in time. He raised his hand and patted Sol on the shoulder. Tony Stark said in a heavy voice, Keep up with the times. Thank you. Sol nodded at his words. On one side, Jane Foster looked at Sol, who looked sad and shook her head helplessly. Sol was very depressed because of Loki's death. He didn't notice the changes in the tone of Dr. Selwig and Tony Stark, but Jane Foster heard clearly. These two guys didn't have any sincerity at all, but she also fully understood the two men. After all, Loki was trying to conquer the Earth with an alien army before. Half of New York was destroyed. If it wasn't for the Avenger Alliance, what would happen now? If it wasn't for Loki's desperate efforts to save her, and later for Saul to be killed by Argolim, Jane Foster would never have any good impression on him. While Tony Stark and Saul were talking, the Avengers had already reached the tower. Chen-mo has no nonsense when he starts to assign tasks. Chen-mo divided the whole Greenwich area into several parts. Tony, Pepper, Ethan, and Sharon all have steel battle clothes which can fly and move quickly. So Chen-mo sent them to take charge of an area and patrol in the air for standby. If there is any situation, the tower will still be like this. For no one to collect his body, Rocky still has a problem. Although I'm dead, you can't just throw me here. You don't respect the dead. After a few words of complaining, Loki's face still showed a smile of satisfaction. Saul thought he was dead. He cried so sad. At this point, I'll forgive him for abandoning his body in the wilderness. Now damn to leave here, in case they come back suddenly. It's not good if they are broken. Loki is 100% sure that Chen-mo has found out that he is pretending to be dead. Although he didn't tear it down directly, who knows if he will tell Saul later or return to Asgard as soon as possible and take advantage of their delay on Earth to complete the follow-up plan. However, since he was pretending to be dead, he could no longer call Helmdall to send him back to Asgard. Originally, Loki intended to continue to fly the airship to return to Asgard through the secret passage. But when he saw the dark elf warship standing by, Loki's eyes could not help but shine. This warship should have been cleaned by Chen-mo. He can drive this warship back. But just as Loki raised his foot to walk towards it, the gangway protruding from the bottom of the warship suddenly retracted. The hatch closed immediately, the warship's engine started, and the huge warship slowly lifted off the ground and quickly lifted off. Loki was stunned to see the dark elf ship leave. His face was full of wonder. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Are there any surviving dark elves in the warship? Thinking about it, Loki found that there was only one reason to explain it. Looking at the dark spirit warship disappearing rapidly in the sky clouds, Loki couldn't help but complain about Chen-mo. The strength is so strong. How to clean up a warship and leave behind the fish that missed the net? This is also too unprofessional. In fact, Loki didn't know that a dark elf in the warship didn't survive at this time. It was Jarvis who controlled the takeoff of the warship. At the time of Loki's feigning death, the dark elf warship had been controlled by Jarvis. Before Chen-mo left with Saul and Jane Foster, he ordered Jarvis to fly the dark elf warship back to Earth. Seeing the warship flying away, Rocky had to turn around and climb to the top of the mountain. The slope of this hill is very steep. It's very easy to go down, but it's necessary to have some trouble when going up. It was not easy to climb to the top of the mountain. Loki patted the dust on his body and looked at the Asgard airship, which was parked beside him. However, in his mind, he could not help but think of the mighty figure of the huge dark elf warship. When his next plan succeeds and he successfully ascends the throne, it just needs such a powerful and domineering car to highlight his greatness. There is no chance, but an advanced and powerful warship that can be reached by sight flies away by itself in an instant. How can Loki feel comfortable? But now it's too late to say anything, so Rocky has to pick up the mood and board the airship. Flying up the airship and toward the secret passage he knew, Rocky's anger gradually disappeared, but a little expectation emerged. Although the dark elves didn't get it, it didn't affect his plan. The airship was flying at a high speed, but Loki's figure changed rapidly. With a flash of gold on his body, Loki's robe became a set of golden armor worn by Asgard soldiers. Even his face changed. The whole man looked completely different. Even if Saul is here, he can't be recognized. He just thinks that an Asgard soldier is standing in front of him. In an airship, Loki returns to Asgard from another secret passage. No one doubted the exquisite magic camouflage, so Rocky came to the Golden Palace all the way. Holding a spear and pretending to be a soldier, Loki strode into the palace and came to the throne, shouting to Odin, who was standing in front of the broken throne with his back on his back. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I brought back the news of the Dark World." Odin turned around and looked down at the soldier. "Saul," Rocky shook his head and replied. "I didn't see Saul, I didn't find the weapon, but..." When Odin heard the soldier's words, he turned around and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" Said Rocky at once, "We found a body." When Odin heard the words, he quickly flashed a figure in his mind. He could not help but look sluggish and say to the soldiers, "Rocky." Loki saw Odin's reaction in his eyes. It turned out that the old guy still cared about him, but it won't let him change his plan. Between him and Sol, Odin has always been biased towards Sol, which is an indisputable fact. Loki has been very dissatisfied with Odin for a long time. Last time, Odin ordered him to be permanently imprisoned in a dungeon, which made him resentful. At this time, although Odin's eyes also showed concern for him, but it was not enough to make Rocky change his mind. Facing Odin's eyes, Loki nodded. Odin's guess was confirmed, and he couldn't help losing his mind. He also admitted that he preferred Sol more, but that doesn't mean he didn't care about Rocky. In fact, his love and expectation for Loki is not less than that of Thor, and he never treats Loki coldly because he is not born. The reason for his preference for Sol is that he has a strong and brave character, and is more suitable to be a king than the shrewd and cunning Loki. So he has always trained Sol as a successor, which naturally makes Rocky feel that he is biased. And the reason why he ordered Rocky to be put in the dungeon was because he had made a serious mistake and had no remorse. However, if Loki has some reflection in the future and wakes up to his own mistakes, Odin will let him go. After all, in his heart, he always treated Rocky as a new son. At this time, I suddenly learned that the news of Loki's death, Odin was hit very hard. At that moment, Odin's brain couldn't help but be blank. When Odin lost his mind, Rocky suddenly shot two golden lights into Odin's eyes. The spirit of Odin, who lost his mind because of the news of Loki's death, was completely in a state of no defense. He took advantage of the situation and entered. Powerful magic sealed Odin's spiritual power directly. Odin's eyes suddenly became blank. At this time, Odin has been trapped in the magic of Rocky. His consciousness and mental power have been completely sealed, and he has lost his sense of the outside world. The whole man no longer looks like the king of gods, but like an old man with severe dementia. Loki looks at Odin controlled by his magic, excitedly raises his hand and waves it. There is a golden light on both of them at the same time. Their images are directly changed. Odin becomes a proto-soldier, while Loki becomes Odin. Under the influence of magic, Rocky's dull eyes also changed, looking bright and bright, no different from normal soldiers. Looking at the broken throne above, there was a flash of desire in Loki's eyes, but he was afraid that Sol might return at any time. As a result, Loki did not dare to delay at all. He immediately took Odin's soldiers to the Rainbow Bridge. Helmdil is still standing on the high platform with a sword, alerting the surrounding movement. After the invasion of the previous Dark Elves, Helmdil becomes more alert. He puts all his spirit in the surrounding area of Asgard, and constantly explores and patrols with the eyes and ears of God to prevent the dark spirits from attacking again. The arrival of Loki and Odin was first discovered by Helmdil, who was on high alert. However, although Helmdil's divine eye can see through the 9 realms, it is not omnipotent. He can't see through the stealth of the dark elf warship, and he can't see through the magic of Rocky. Loki is also very good at disguise and acting. Today, after a series of performances, the acting skills broke out completely. Heimdallr didn't see that the Odin in front of him was pretended by Loki. "Open Rainbow Bridge, send me to the earth." Loki imitated Odin's tone and ordered in a solemn voice. Helmdil didn't notice anything unusual and obediently opened the channel to the earth according to the order. Before stepping into the passage, Loki turned to look at Heimdall and said in a deep voice, "Keep vigilance, keep exploring the space around Asgard, and the Dark Elves may come back at any time." "Yes, your majesty." Helmdil nodded and led, and Loki led Odin into the passage. Loki didn't want to be seen by Heimdall about what he was doing on Earth. After walking through the colorful tunnel for a while, when you step on the ground again, the colorful light will disappear. They have arrived at the Earth. The place where they appeared was a no-man's land in the countryside, but no one was shocked. Loki looked at Odin dressed in gold armor, raised his hand and started magic again, and their images changed again. Their faces were restored to their original appearance, but their clothes were all dressed up on the earth. Odin was wearing a brown leisure suit, with white hair scattered down. It didn't look like the king of gods who ruled 9 countries, but more like an ordinary earth old man. Rocky's own green robe turned into a straight suit, and the two stood together like a pair of ordinary father and son. Loki looked around, then took Odin to a distant road. Before long, a burst of music accompanied by the sound of the car's fast wind came from a distance, and a pickup truck immediately appeared, speeding towards this side. Odin didn't respond. He was still standing there with a dull face. Loki saw that he stepped into the middle of the road and looked at the oncoming car with a sneer. People in the car saw someone standing in the way and began to honk their horns from a long distance, but Loki didn't move at all. Seeing that the car was about to hit Rocky, the other side had to curse and step on the brake. Suddenly push open the door, a middle-aged man with a heavy metal wrench from the car down, towards Rocky stride up. "You want to die, asshole. Believe it or not, I will kill you." Loki was not angry but looked at the strong man with a smile on his face. The middle-aged man was trying to teach this guy a lesson, but when his eyes were on Loki's eyes, he suddenly felt his brain faint. Then he lost consciousness, as if he had entered a dream. But the middle-aged man didn't pass out in a coma, but just like Odin, he stood there with a dull face. Rocky took Odin to pick up the truck and ordered the middle-aged man under his control. "Take us to a nursing home in better conditions." The middle-aged strong man immediately obediently gets on the car. The pickup truck starts again, carries 3 people forward to Gallop. At the same time, London on the other side of the Earth, with the gradual climax of celestial convergence, the number of wormholes in the whole Greenwich region has exceeded 300. Alien creatures have begun to break into the Earth through wormholes. Tony Stark and others also began to eliminate alien creatures. These creatures are large and small, with a wide variety of species. The small ones are birds similar to sparrows. After Saul confirmed that they are not aggressive, he ignored them, which is to increase the species diversity of the Earth. I don't know what mood biologists will feel when they find this 4-winged bird. Will Darwinian evolution be completely overthrown? As for the big ones, they are even bigger than elephants. They are fierce beasts with thick tails, sharp tusks and sharp bone spines on their backs. Fortunately, although there are many space channels, there are only a few beasts passing through. So although these beasts are scattered in the whole Greenwich area, the Avengers Alliance can still cope with them. The giant beast, like the giant wolf, though powerful and devastating, was beheaded by the Alderman alloy sword under the joint attack of Steve and Carter. However, with the convergence of celestial bodies approaching the climax, the frequency of wormholes is higher and higher, and there are more and more dangerous creatures breaking into the Earth. The pressure of all the Avengers began to increase gradually. After dealing with the target of one place, they had to rush to the next place immediately. Later, even Saul joined in, but at last, they did not let these dangerous creatures break in to cause too much damage. Finally, the convergence of celestial bodies reached a climax, and 8 huge space channels gradually appeared in the sky of Greenwich, respectively connecting the other 8 countries. These huge space channels are different from those unstable wormholes on the ground. They are thousands of meters in diameter and directly appear in the air. You can directly see the different world on the opposite side through these wormholes. At the same time, the number of wormholes on the ground has reached the maximum so far. Dr. Selwig's detection terminal has shown more than 1,000 wormholes. From time to time, there will be various kinds of alien creatures coming to the Earth through wormholes. The Avengers Alliance people are constantly moving around Greenwich to fight. Battle armor, fighters are flying around, arc pulse guns, micro-missiles, explosive arrows are flying around, an Alderman alloy sword and Hulk's fist will kill a beast. Chenmo stands on the tower of the University of Greenwich. He monitors the situation through reconnaissance drones all over the Greenwich area, commands the Avengers Alliance to fight, and is ready to support himself at any time. However, the situation is not so serious. Although the 8 space corridors in the sky are high in the air, there are no other dangerous creatures except for a few exotic birds occasionally flying by. These large-scale space channels are all open in the high altitude. Only creatures with flight ability can pass through them. When Malchus has been killed and etheric particles have also fallen into Chenmo's hands, The threat is not as good as the thousands of space channels distributed on the ground and in the low air. Chen Mo didn't react too much because of the 8 space channels in the air, but the response of governments around the world was so huge that he thought that the New York incident happened again, and there were aliens invading the Earth again. However, the British government, which received Chen Mo's warning early and decided to evacuate the civilians in the Greenwich area, responded more normally. While appeasing the people who saw the vision around them and maintaining normal order, they were also secretly grateful. Fortunately, I listened to the commander's warning and evacuated the civilians in Greenwich in time. Otherwise, I don't know how serious the consequences will be. As the Greenwich area has been completely blocked, although people in the surrounding areas have seen 8 huge space corridors in the air, most of them do not know what happened. Many people stood in the street in front of the window or on the roof, looking up at the huge void in the air. Their faces were full of shock and worry. Before the evacuation of Greenwich District, many people were shocked. People speculated whether there was any terrorist attack. The residents around were already frightened. At this time, seeing this strange scene made people even more panic. But some people saw the figure of Avenger Alliance through the telescope. Some people even took the video of their fight with monsters and uploaded it to the internet. People knew that there was a monster in Greenwich. If there are only monsters, coupled with the strange visions in this time and space, there will inevitably be a huge panic, and people in London may start to flee. But the emergence of the Avenger Alliance is a lot of peace for everyone. Time and again, the facts tell them that the most powerful enemy will be defeated in front of the Avenger Alliance. As long as they are here, the safety of the Earth will be guaranteed. Originally, the public could only understand the situation in the blocked area through the short videos and pictures shared by some people on the network. Although major TV stations were also reporting, they were also shooting pictures of the 8 space channels suspended in the air, and the host's shocked explanation and guests seemed pale. Many TV stations have helicopters, but when Greenwich is blocked, they can't get close at all and can't take clear pictures. However, with the emergence of some blurry videos shot by telescopes on the internet, watching the hot news in front of us, these TV stations also have actions. Before long, people finally saw a clear picture of the Avenger Alliance fighting with monsters. Although the perimeter of Greenwich is blocked, it can't block everything. When helicopters and vehicle personnel can't enter, major TV stations have launched drones. The blockade itself is relatively hasty, and the main purpose is to protect the people, so there is no block to these drones, and Tony Stark and other figures will appear clearly on the TV screen soon. Iron Man. Cool. It's so handsome. That's Hulk. Look at his muscles, my God. He even blew the head of such a big monster with one blow. What's that? Look at the thunder god. The lightning he shot killed a group of monsters at once. Captain America's swordsmanship is still so fast. His swordsmanship is taught by the commander. Of course, it's powerful. The Avengers Alliance seems to be here. Looks like we're safe now. These monsters can't be enemies of the Avengers League. I don't know if the commander is coming. If he is here, we will be completely safe. Watching a ferocious huge beast being killed by superheroes, people's original panic mood dissipated for the most part in an instant, and turned to stare at the picture one by one excitedly. Whenever a monster is killed, there will be cheers. Watching the superheroes of the Avenger Alliance fight in the blockade circle to protect their safety, people can't help but admire their figure. When most of the TV's drones are chasing the Revenge Alliance heroes who are shooting the street fighting with the alien monsters, one of the TV's drones is flying right under those wormholes in the air, which is also the most central area of Greenwich. They sent out 2 drones in total this time, because another drone has photographed the fight between superheroes and monsters. They want to explore the secrets of those huge wormholes in the sky to see if they can find the answer under the wormholes. The drones flew all the way to the University of Greenwich, right under the wormhole, but to their disappointment, although there was nothing valuable under the wormhole. When the director of the TV station regretted his previous decision to let the drone return to see if he could take pictures of other superheroes again, The staff working on the drone suddenly shouted excitedly, "Who do you think that is?" The director of the TV station quickly looked at the screen, but saw that the screen picture was constantly pulling in under the adjustment of the staff. On the tallest tower of the University of Greenwich, a tall figure that all the people on Earth are very familiar with is standing proudly. "Commander, he's here too. This is their temporary headquarters. We're lucky," the TV director said with a red face and a loud, excited face. "Switch the camera quickly." With the exclusive picture of the commander that everyone wants to see most, our ratings will definitely surpass those of all other TV stations. With the order of the director of the TV station, the picture of the giant Hulk blaster monster that was still playing was suddenly cut off, and the audience who were watching excitedly complained. What is the TV station doing? How to switch the screen suddenly? Change the channel quickly. But before they had any action, they were soon attracted by the switched pictures. Isn't this the tower of the University of Greenwich? The man on the tower is familiar. "Commander, here comes the commander. It's really the commander. We are completely safe now." Seeing Chen Mo's figure, the worries in people's hearts finally dissipated completely. Whether it's the residents of London or the people in the rest of the world who are panicking because of the strange situation in London, they are all relieved to see the presence of the commander. From the Hydra army of World War II to the powerful alien race invading New York, every major crisis that may destroy the world has been successfully solved by Chen Mo in the hearts of all the people. The commander is like the Great Wall protecting the earth, a rock that can help them resist any danger in front of all people. As long as there is him, it seems that all enemies can be defeated even if, no matter how dangerous the situation is, they can feel at ease. In fact, as early as the UAV began to approach the University of Greenwich, Chen Mo had discovered it. However, Chen Mo did not prevent the UAV from approaching. The enemy they are dealing with now is a monster from a different world, not a man from the Earth. Through the logo painted on the drone, Chen Mo knows that the drone is a shooting drone of the TV station. Except for the high-definition camera, there is no weapon under the drone, and it will not pose any threat to them. It is nothing for them to shoot, and it can pacify the public. The 8 huge space channels over the University of Greenwich must have been known by the whole world along with the TV broadcast. With them, there will be a huge panic. At this time, the emergence of oneself is undoubtedly the reassurance of all the people. In fact, it is also true. With Chen Mo's figure appearing on TV and sitting under the 8 space channels, the panic in people's hearts quickly dissipated. At the same time, after the climax of the phenomenon of celestial aggregation, it also began to change from prosperity to decline. The 8 space channels arranged in a straight line in the sky gradually staggered, and the diameter began to shrink. On the ground, the number of small space corridors has also begun to decrease rapidly, Dr. Selwig said excitedly, looking at the decreasing number of wormholes on the detector. Wormholes are beginning to decrease. At this speed, it won't be long before all the wormholes will disappear. Chen Mo is not as relaxed as Dr. Selwig. In Chen Mo's view, the number of wormholes is not a problem, and the number of alien creatures passing through doesn't matter much. In general, the Avengers Alliance can cope with it. What he is really worried about are the super creatures and top powers hidden in the 9 countries. Chen Mo, who is familiar with Marvel's plot, knows that in addition to the Dark Elves and the ASAS, there are powerful creatures such as the Ice Giant and the Fire Giant in the 9 countries. The Ice Giants had invaded the Earth more than 1,000 years ago, but they were defeated by Odin and Asgard's army, which led them back to Jotunheim. At this time, Asgard has just suffered a heavy blow. If the Ice Giants take advantage of this celestial aggregation and the opportunity of opening the space channel to invade the Earth again, Asgard will not be able to support them in a short time. After all, the superheroes of Avenger Alliance are limited. It's just okay to deal with a small number of enemies. If the Ice Giants come out, they can play a very limited role. Chen Mo has to throw one of the remaining bombs against the Zetas to them. Suster, the flame giant of Muspelheim, is also very powerful. In the dusk of the gods in the future, he personally destroyed Asgard. If he crossed to the Earth, the damage would be devastating. In addition to the powerful races and superpowers in these films, Chen Mo is not sure whether there are other top powers or powerful creatures hidden in the 9 countries. Although in the movie, only the Dark Elves try to take advantage of this celestial aggregation to plunge the whole world into darkness, including the Frost Giant and the Flame Giant, but what he was in at this time was not the movie, but the real world, and many worlds were changed by him. All kinds of accidents could happen at any time. Chen Mo had to be careful. In fact, what Chen Mo worries about most is Hela. The eldest daughter of Odin helped Odin conquer the death goddess of 9 countries together. Her strength was only under Odin in the heyday. Now Saul is not her opponent at all. She is now imprisoned by Odin in the underworld. As long as Odin does not die, she cannot escape. It's just that the 9 kingdoms of Niflheim are connected with the underworld. Chen Mo is not sure whether the celestial aggregation will happen to affect Odin's seal, and let Hela escape and come to the Earth through the space channel of Niflheim. Although the probability is extremely small, Chen Mo has to be vigilant. However, Chen Mo's worry seems to be superfluous. As the convergence of the celestial bodies continues to weaken, the 8 space channels across the sky continue to shrink towards the middle. Seeing that they have shrunk to less than 100 meters in diameter, Chen Mo's worry about the accident has not happened. There are no ice giants, no flame giants, no other powerful enemies except monsters that break in from small wormholes on the ground and alien birds flying out of the sky from time to time. Just as the wormhole in the sky narrowed to about 50 meters in diameter and was about to be completely closed, suddenly, a dark shadow flew out of one of the wormholes at a high speed. The spy in charge of monitoring the 8 wormholes in the air enlarged the picture captured by the HD camera and displayed it on the screen, but a huge bird with a wingspan of more than 5 meters flew out of the wormhole. Tony Stark has just solved a rampage on the ground with a high explosive armor-piercing bullet, and a monster similar to a boar flies into the air again, just noticing the big bird flying out of the wormhole. "Daddy, give me this bird." Tony Stark finished and sped straight to the space passage. Chen Mo did not stop him. Other people were dealing with their own goals. At present, only Tony Stark was idle, or he was the only one. Tony's speed is much faster than the big bird. The big bird flew out of the wormhole less than 100 meters and was stopped by Tony. The bird is similar to a vulture in appearance, full of black feathers, long and thin neck, sharp claws and beak. Seeing Tony Stark flying in the face, he didn't choose to turn around and run away. Instead, he was inspired to be fierce. He continued to rush forward and opened his mouth to Tony Stark. In Tony Stark's surprised eyes, a hot flame from the bird's mouth, the moment Tony Stark wrapped in it. Tony Stark's heart was filled with joy as he looked at the sharp rise in the temperature of the outer layer of the virtual screen in front of him. This ugly bird can shoot out fire just like Kyrian. And the temperature of the flame is a little hotter than that of Killian. Thanks to Chen Mo's upgrading of the war clothes and improving the heat insulation system, otherwise he would not be able to withstand the sudden attack of this hot flame. If the battle suit before upgrading is burned by this flame, the internal temperature will quickly exceed the tolerance limit. Even if he is okay, the control system will be down, and he will fall down directly from the air hundreds of meters high together with the battle suit. Even if you don't die by self-healing ability, you will definitely be seriously injured. At this moment, Tony Stark was very grateful for Chen Mo's foresight. Father is father. He was still doubting in his heart that he would meet enemies who would spit out fire again except for Killian. As a result, he met them for only a long time. Tony Stark felt guilty about his previous questioning of Chen Mo. After that, he will change whatever he says. Listen to him, that's right. Just as Tony Stackhouse was dreaming, the big vulture bird, while shooting out flames, also hit Tony Stackhouse straight. Tony Stark only felt a shock in his chest, and found that the ugly head of the big bird hit his chest. The flame in his mouth was still around him, and he continued to spray, burning the armor on his chest into a red. For fear that his armor would be burnt and fall to death from the sky, Tony Stark immediately opened his arms and held the bird in his arms. At the same time, his left hand grabbed its long and thin neck and tightly grasped it. The flame from the bird's mouth suddenly stopped. Annoyed that the bird's unexpected fire attack embarrassed him, Tony Stark raised his right hand directly and put the electric arc pulse gun in his palm directly in front of the bird's open mouth. Hum! Boom! A dazzling white light flashed, and the big bird head in Tony Stark's hand disappeared directly. Tony Stark proudly released the palm holding the bird's neck, and the headless body fell from the air. But just as Tony Stark was about to leave, he found that not far ahead, in the shrinking space passageway, there was another shadow rushing out. Thinking it was another big bird that could shoot fire, Tony Stark immediately raised his hand and began to store energy. He won't eat twice for the same loss. This time he will kill the bird directly before it blows fire. But when the shadow came out of the wormhole, Tony Stark couldn't help but stare. What flies out of the wormhole this time is not a big bird at all, but a ferocious and huge faucet. Tony Stark was startled and instinctively raised his hand to bombard him, but the arc pulse bombarded the huge faucet, but it just burned out a little black, did not cause any harm to it. As the faucet flies out of the space passage, the huge and slender body behind also flies out. Originally chasing prey, I didn't know how I ran to another space and was shot head-on. Although I didn't feel the pain, the giant dragon could not help but look angrily at the guy who was floating in front and just attacked it. Tony Stark could not help but feel the cold eyes of the ferocious dragon and look at himself. What the hell is this monster? Leviathan, Western dragon, Oriental dragon. Before Tony Stark could figure out what kind of monster it was, when he found that the monster suddenly opened its mouth to bite him, Tony Stark quickly started the propeller, flashed to one side at full speed and hid. Standing in the air again, Tony Stark looked at the huge body flying rapidly under his feet, and his face was heavy. This monster is so fast. Besides, there is a strong flame jet behind it. It seems to have the ability to control the flame just like the big bird. Just as Tony Stark was amazed at the huge and slender body passing by at a high speed, he didn't notice that a huge tail was drawing towards him from behind. Boom! Tony Stark felt a huge force coming from behind, and his whole body rolled out into the distance uncontrollably. Fortunately, the shock absorber system of the steel warsuit is very powerful. What awesome is Tony Stark's brain except for his dizzy tumbling? It was not easy to stabilize his figure again in the air. Tony Stark saw a big mouth in front of him. He bit it hard. Each of the big sharp white teeth was more than half a meter long. Once bitten, Tony Stark did not know if his armor could bear it. When Tony Stark is about to turn the thruster to its maximum power, he wants to dodge at the same time, but the giant dragon's response is surprisingly fast. Just as Tony Stark's body flashed to the side, his huge head then turned to the side with a strong force, and at the same time he quickly bit off the huge open mouth. When Tony Stark can't dodge, he is bitten by the dragon. Most of his body is in the dragon's mouth. Only his chest is exposed outside. 2 rows of hard and sharp teeth are biting hard on the armor on the chest and back of the battle suit. The armor strong enough to resist the artillery attack has been deformed under the giant dragon's huge bite force. It seems that sparks from the gaps in the armor may be discarded at any time. Tony Stark was bitten in his mouth by the dragon. He instinctively put his hand on the dragon's mouth in front of him and tried hard to break it off. However, even though the output power of the warsuit had reached the maximum, he could not pry a little gap. Tony Stark immediately raised his hand and fired the electric arc pulse gun at the dragon's head, but as before, the power of the electric arc pulse gun could not hurt the dragon at all, and the light beam to the dragon's eyes would be blocked by the dragon's closing eyes and eyelids in time. Tony Stark saw that the electric arc pulse gun didn't work. He quickly changed his strategy. Since it can't work outside, he should break through from inside. The thruster under the feet starts with full force, and 2 hot flames erupt from the feet, carrying strong heat to the throat of the dragon. If it is an ordinary monster, it will definitely suffer heavy damage under this attack, and will be forced to open its mouth and let it out. But Tony Stark forgot that this dragon is a powerful magical creature that can control the fire. The hot flame of the thruster did not cause any damage to it, but made it feel a little scratchy in its throat. It knew that it was the little thing in its mouth that was making trouble. It immediately mobilized the flame energy in its body to rush towards its throat. Tony Stark's thrusters in his legs worked hard and didn't feel much at first, but soon he felt the heat coming from his feet. Tony Stark's eyes couldn't help but flash a little doubt. The thruster's energy is not enough to make the temperature in the dragon's mouth rise to the level that he can feel across the battle clothes. This familiar feeling is more like Tony Stark thought of the big bird that would shoot fire before. He quickly looked down at the dragon's mouth. Through the gap between the teeth, Tony Stark saw in horror that a dazzling flame was accumulating in the dragon's throat. As the flame became more and more brilliant, the burning sensation at his feet became stronger and stronger. Damn it! This dragon can also fire, and it must look more powerful than the big bird before. Tony Stark has no doubt that if he is shot by this flame, the steel battle clothes will be directly discarded, and he will be baked into a coke together. The self-healing ability should not be able to revive a massive coke. In this critical moment of life and death, Tony Stark lifted his whole body and shouted, "Help, Dad!" Tony Stark's scream rang all over the sky. Chen-Mo also found the flames brewing in the throat of the dragon. He immediately took out the king's sword, and a blink appeared on the side of the dragon. In fact, when the dragon appeared, Chen-Mo recognized its origin at a glance. This giant dragon is not the same as the dragon in the Western legend. Although it can fly, it has no wings. Instead, it flies forward like a rocket, relying on the flame from the back of its body. And its body is also more slender. 2 slender and curved dragon horns on its head and 4 sharp claws on its abdomen make it look more like a dragon in the Oriental myth. However, Chen-Mo knows that the dragon that can fly at a high speed is neither a Western dragon nor an Oriental dragon, but a powerful creature of Muspelheim, one of the 9 great countries. In the movie, the flame dragon is the pet of the flame giant Surtle, who is chained to the underground cave by a huge iron chain. Later, after breaking the chain, Saul, who chased after him, almost ate him directly. It can be seen that the dragon is powerful. However, Chen has just specially observed that there is no chain around the neck of the flaming dragon. I think it's not captured by Surt at this time. It's only after chasing the big bird that he accidentally broke into the earth. Originally, Chen-Mo also wanted to see if Tony Stark, who has the aura of the main character, could clean up the flame dragon. Unexpectedly, this is just a suit that was picked up by the flame dragon face to face. It was directly taken as a snack in his mouth. Seeing Tony Stark calling for help from his father, Chen-Mo did not wait any longer. He immediately took action. Chen-Mo stabbed his sword directly into the dragon's body. The hard dragon scales on the dragon's body surface were pierced by the invincible king's sword. The whole sword body was completely pierced into its body. Although the size of the flame dragon is very large, it is still much smaller than the Leviathan beast of the original Zeteri army. Its diameter is only 2 or 3 meters. A meter-long blade stabs into the body, causing great damage to it. Originally, I was about to blow out the flame and eat the hard iron guy in my mouth. Suddenly, the pain came from me, but it made the flame dragon scream loudly. Roar! A huge flame spurted out of the dragon's mouth with this roar. With its head swinging left and right, the hot flame twisted the surrounding air. Fortunately, Tony Stark was quick to respond. At the first time when the dragon's mouth opened, Tony Stark turned all the thruster's power on and rushed out towards the front. Although the sharp teeth of the giant dragon have scratched a deep scratch on the war clothes, it finally dodged the dragon breath that followed. Compared with Kyrion's fake dragon breath, the power of the dragon breath emitted by the real flame dragon is much stronger. Even if it flies a distance in advance, Tony Stark can still feel the rolling heat wave coming from behind. Fortunately, he ran in time. Otherwise, he would be burned to ashes on the spot. Chenmo stabbed the flame dragon in the face. After he saved Tony Stark, he didn't continue to attack. Instead, he came to the top of the dragon in a blink, grabbed the two long horns with his hands, and stood steadily on its head. The flame dragon is still flying fast forward. Chenmo stands on the top of the dragon and drives the dragon. At this moment, Chenmo can't help but think of an animation he saw when he was a child. He didn't expect that his childhood dream has now come true. Although the dragon under his feet is not a real dragon, it is also a mythical creature. Its strength is even more formidable. Even Thor, the god of thunder, is difficult to deal with. Chenmo can't help but come up with the idea of subduing the dragon. In fact, the strength of this dragon is very strong. It can control fire and fly at high speed. Its ability is no weaker than the legendary dragon and dragon. It's a real powerful magical creature. In addition to its huge size, amazing power, sharp claws and sharp teeth, and strong physical attack power, it can also spit out the dragon breath with great destructive power for energy attack. Its defense is also very strong. It is not only immune to fire damage, but also has strong resistance to energy attack. The energy beam of Tony Stark's arc pulse gun and thruster can't do any damage to it at all. The physical defense was not weak at that time. Although the dragon scale was pierced by Chenmo's sword, it was because Chenmo took advantage of the king's sword. When the long sword was pierced, Chenmo could obviously feel a strong resistance. It was not under the bone armor of Algorithmic. It was enough to resist Saul's thunderbolt. Presumably, Saul could not deal with it later. Why escape? Physical magic attack and overall defense are very strong, showing extremely fast speed and response. This fire dragon has almost no weakness. Among the many top-level strongmen Chenmo knows, it is also a very strong existence. In fact, the overall real power is far above him. If it can be accepted, it will be a strong one for him, very powerful help. If there is any weakness, it is the common fault of all large monsters. They have weak intelligence, single and primitive fighting style. In addition, because of their body shape, although they react quickly, they are still not flexible compared with the human body shape, which is why Chenmo can easily get close to them to attack. Relying on the ability of blinking and the invincible sword of the king, Chen Moging is ready to completely suppress the flame dragon, so that it has the power and cannot play out. He can't touch his clothes to attack Chen Mu, but he can't avoid Chen Mu's attack at all. I feel that the creature suddenly appears on the top of my head. The fire dragon shakes his head hard to get rid of the things on the top of his head. But no matter how hard he tries, the things on his head seem to be growing on it, motionless. Although its two front claws are also very long and strong, compared with its body shape, it is a little shorter, and it can't reach the top of the head at all. So for Chenmo, the flame dragon has no way but to circle in the air, fling his head and fire continuously, and perform a large-scale flame performance over Greenwich. The sudden appearance of the flame dragon was photographed by a TV helicopter hovering outside the blockade line in the distance. Under the capture of high-definition camera, the appearance of flame dragon is clearly presented in front of people. Tyrannosaurus rex is generally slender and strong, with a huge mouth full of sharp teeth, long horns spiraling backward like demons on the top of his head, as well as the strong and slender body like an alligator in the package of the fire, short and thick limbs and strong tail behind him. What the fuck is that? Is this a dragon? The dragon has wings. It should be the dragon of the East. This thing looks much more powerful than those monsters on the ground. I don't know if Iron Man can deal with it. My God, look, Iron Man was eaten by it. Look at the idiots carefully. They're just bitten. Iron Man's armor is made of the hardest special alloy. The monster's teeth can't be moved at all. Be careful not to be bitten. Tony Stark's bite by a dragon was also clearly seen by the audience in front of the TV in the high-definition camera on the helicopter. People can't help but exclaim one after another. They didn't expect the powerful Iron Man to be bitten in the mouth by this monster face to face. Fortunately, the commander arrived at the critical moment, stabbed the dragon with a sword and saved Tony Stark, which let people's hearts down. The commander did it himself. It will be all right. In New York City, the commander killed so many monsters. This monster is much smaller and certainly not the commander's opponent. It's estimated that the commander can kill it with only one sword. That's not sure. This dragon can shoot fire. Iron Man will be defeated by it in one move. It must be much more powerful than the alien beast of New York, but I still believe that the commander can defeat it. Look, the commander is standing on this dragon. It's so cool to fly in the sky on a dragon. I think commander can add a title later. How about Dragon Knight? I don't think it's a good idea. Listen to my friends in China. They don't seem to like the name Dragon Knight. Chenmo is flying around in the sky on a flaming dragon. People are gradually relaxed and even start chatting. Holding the dragon horn and standing on the top of the flame dragon, Chenmo did not know that people gave him a new title. After he decided to accept the dragon, Chenmo put his mind to the flame dragon. Soon, Chenmo found the consciousness of the flame dragon. It was a red consciousness full of flames, but its size didn't exceed the limit that Chenmo worried about. Although it is much better than ordinary earthlings and even Asgard soldiers, compared with its huge size and strength, its consciousness is much weaker. This is also one of the biggest weaknesses of monsters. No matter how strong their physical strength and ability are, but due to their low intelligence, their consciousness, no matter how strong or concise, is much weaker than that of human beings with the same strength. In the face of other people, it's just bad luck to meet Chenmo, who has mental power and can attack mentally. Although Chenmo's mental power is not much stronger than that of the dragon in quantity, the degree of conciseness is much stronger than that of the beast without too high wisdom. Chenmo uses his mental power to wrap up the consciousness of the flame dragon and goes deep into its consciousness. The dragon's memory and consciousness are also read by Chenmo. As Chenmo speculated, the flame dragon at this time has not been caught by the flame giant Cert, and Cert does not appear in its memory. But its IQ is really very low. It's no different from ordinary beasts. Except for sleeping and hunting, it has almost nothing else in its memory. After exploring its memory, Chenmo did not find anything valuable, but he also determined the intensity of its consciousness, which was completely within his control and obliteration. Chenmo did not delay anymore. First, he activated the control of consciousness, let it stop flying around, flew down, and finally landed on a lawn at the University of Greenwich. Then Chenmo directly launched his mind and began to wipe out the consciousness of the flame dragon. After all, this giant dragon is also a powerful mythical creature that has existed for thousands of years. Although it has low intelligence and scattered mental power, its quantity is only a little weaker than Chenmo. It's not as easy to deal with symbionts and ordinary people as it is to wipe out its consciousness completely. Until the 8 space channels in the sky are completely closed and disappear, Chenmo finally wipes out the consciousness of the flame dragon. The high consumption of mental power made Chenmo's forehead ooze a layer of sweat, but it was a success at last. At this time, the consciousness of the flame dragon has been completely broken by Chenmo's mind power. The original complete consciousness body has become a scattered spiritual power, and the original memory and violent consciousness have been completely erased. At this time, the flame dragon, although the body is still alive, but the original consciousness can be said to be dead. At this time, it is just like a newborn baby, with only the most primitive instinct left. It can be said that it has become an idiot, or it has gained new life again. After erasing the consciousness of the flame dragon, Chenmo did not directly withdraw his mind power. The flame dragon is different from the symbiont and can actively connect with the consciousness of the host. If left unchecked at this time, it is likely to attack all the creatures it sees in the wild like a newborn beast. Chenmo has never relaxed the exercise and development of mental power. After studying the ability of consciousness erasing, Chenmo tried to control the creatures that erased consciousness. The original control of consciousness requires the mind power to control the consciousness of the other party all the time. As long as the mind power is recovered, the controlled person will return to normal, with some great limitations. However, the way in which the symbiont of consciousness and the host are combined has greatly inspired Chenmo. This time, Chen Mo plans to try. The mental power of the flame dragon is wrapped by the mental power. Chen Mo quickly finds out the seeds of consciousness. This is the most basic instinct consciousness of living beings. It is extremely small, equivalent to infant consciousness, which can be almost ignored in the mature consciousness of normal adult creatures. But it is also because it is very small, so unless Chen Mo deliberately destroys this instinctive consciousness, it will not be wiped out under the strangulation of the mind. And if this instinctive consciousness is also destroyed, then the flame dragon is really dead. Finding this seed of consciousness, Chen Mo found that it was just like a hungry baby, rapidly absorbing the scattered fire-red spiritual power from the surrounding and expanding itself. If Chen Mo doesn't pay attention to it, it won't be long before it will regain its basic consciousness and wake up like a new creature. Chen Mo immediately stretched out his mind, wrapped the seed of consciousness again, and the strangulation of consciousness was launched again, and some spiritual forces just absorbed were broken and stripped again. The seed of consciousness has changed back to its original state again. Under the package of Chen Mo's mind power, Chen Mo can clearly feel that the suction is coming from the seed of consciousness, trying to absorb the surrounding mental power, but the suction is actually very weak, which can also absorb the scattered mental power after being crushed. For Chen Mo's incomparable mind power, it is biting, don't move. Feeling the attraction from the seed of consciousness, Chen Mo smiled a little, but separated a wisp of spiritual force from his own mind and sent it on his own initiative. Chen Mo's spiritual power is pure and concise, not as violent and complicated as the original spiritual power of the flame dragon. After absorbing Chen Mo's spiritual power, the seeds of consciousness soon began to grow and grow. With the continuous absorption of spiritual power, Chen can feel that there is a certain connection between him and the seed of consciousness. With the absorption of spiritual power more and more, the connection is more and more strong, more and more stable. When the seeds of consciousness grow to a certain extent, a brand new ignorant consciousness begins to wake up. Under the spiritual power of Chen Mo, a brand new dragon consciousness of fire finally came into being. Chen Mo then let go of the blockade of this group of consciousness. Although consciousness has been born again, the power of attraction has not disappeared. The surrounding fire-red spiritual force, attracted by the stronger power of attraction, begins to flow into consciousness again. However, this group of consciousness at this time is not the weak seed of consciousness. The consciousness born under the spiritual power of Chen Mo is much more condensed than before. The spirit absorbed with the breath of flame and fury is not directly integrated into the consciousness, but after being hardened and purified, it is integrated into the core of this group. The periphery of consciousness forms a pure and transparent red shell. If the original consciousness of the flame dragon is a raging flame, then at this time, the new consciousness is like a ruby inlaid with diamonds. Feeling the connection with the core consciousness that has not weakened in the slightest, Chen Mo has completely recovered his mind and the mind of the flame dragon. Release the two dragon horns in his hands. Chen Mo leaps down from the faucet and falls in front of the flame dragon. At the same time, he removes the steel battle suit and comes out of it. Under Chen Mo's gaze, the flame dragon's tightly closed eyes slightly shook a few times, then slowly opened them, and two huge eyes were rotating, directly staring at Chen Mo. The original ferocity and fury in the eyes of the fire dragon had disappeared completely at this time, leaving only ignorance and loss. But after seeing Chen Mo, there is a trace of closeness and admiration in these two huge eyes, just as a newborn animal sees its parents. However, Chen Mo is very clear that the flame dragon did not mistake him for his parents because he saw him at first. This kind of giant beast is not a chicken or a duck. If it wasn't for him to use his spiritual power to water the seeds of consciousness and grow up again, consciousness would be born again, so as to have a certain spiritual close relationship with him like a symbiont. It would never be so. If other people stand here and are open to see it, the next scene will definitely be another way. The biggest possibility is to be served as food and eat directly. At this time, the reborn flame dragon, facing Chen Mo, is extremely docile. Standing up on all fours on the lawn, the fire dragon happily climbed to Chen Mo's face, lowered his head, and gently put his mouth in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo looks at the bloody mouth with sharp teeth that can swallow him in front of him, but he raises his right hand with a smile on his face and gently gropes on his nose. The scales are as hard and smooth as armor. Because of the fire dragon, the scales are not cold but a little warm. It's very comfortable to touch them with your hands. Under Chen Mo's touch, the flame dragon seemed to be very comfortable. The huge dragon eyes narrowed slightly, the faucet moved forward, and the thick and slender tail behind him swayed gently. This scene was not only seen by the people on the tower. The camera of the UAV that entered the University of Greenwich followed Chen Mo all the time. When Chen Mo attacked the flame dragon, it also transferred the camera from the tower to the flame dragon. When Chen Mo controlled the dragon to land on the lawn, the helicopter in the distance could no longer take a picture of the dragon, but the drone recorded everything that happened next. Of course, people don't see anything. After all, what Chen has just done is in the mind of the flaming dragon. He uses his mental power to do it. The outside world can't see anything at all. They only saw Chen Mo driving the flaming dragon in the air for a while, then it seemed to give up the struggle and land on the ground. Then the dragon fell into a coma, and when it woke up again, it was tamed by Chen Mo. Who can tell me what happened? My computer just got stuck. The dragon was still struggling fiercely before. The flames were almost burning the sky. How could it be like this in an instant? Are you sure this is not a large pet dog? Together, this is really the fierce and incomparable fire dragon just now. I didn't blink just now. I'm sure that's the dragon that almost ate Iron Man. As for what happened, I'm sorry, I don't know. People are shocked by the great transformation of the flame dragon. The flame dragon bit Tony Stark in his mouth and almost burned it into a baking kebab. In a flash, the commander made a move and it became this picture. What's the difference between the tail wagging and the pet dog? There is a pet dog in the house, not only turning to look at the dog in the house, and then look at the powerful but clever fire dragon in the screen, there is a kind of impulse to throw his dog out. Commander is commander. Such a powerful fire dragon was taken in his hands for minutes and turned into a cute little pet, even more obedient than all the pets they had seen, which made them such ordinary human feelings. Even if the strength is not as good as that of human beings, even pet keeping has been thoroughly compared. People look at the dogs around them. They can't help but have the idea of strengthening their training and turning these two dogs into military dogs. Not to mention Chen Mo's acceptance of the great influence of the flame dragon in the pet industry, which has made many small days of natural and happy dogs never return, and the whole dog life has changed dramatically. After successfully subduing the flame dragon, Chen Mo gets close to it for a while and orders it to stay in place by spiritual force. The flame dragon has already recognized Chen Mo as the main one, obeyed Chen Mo's orders and immediately fell on the ground obediently, closed his eyes and rested. Chen Mo smiled contentedly, then returned to the tower in a blink. Tony Stark, who was saved by Chen Mo from the dragon's mouth, had been flying in the sky and watching Chen Mo and the flaming dragon from afar. He was afraid to get close to him, for fear of being burned by the dragon's breath. At this time, it seemed that Chen Mo had finished the fire dragon, and Tony Stark landed on the tower carefully. "Dad, is that guy okay down there?" Tony Stark asked, looking at the flaming dragon lying on the lawn not far from the tower. "It has been accepted by me. As long as you don't provoke it, it won't hurt you." Tony Stark nodded at the words. That's good, Tony Stark thought to himself. "I've got a brain drain. I'm going to provoke it. At least he will not be close to the flame dragon within 10 meters until he has developed a new battle suit that can restrain the flame dragon. No, 100 meters. After staring at the flame dragon for a long time, he was sure that it didn't mean to launch any more attacks. Only after sleeping there, Tony Stark was a little relieved, and then he came to Chen Mo and asked for doubts. "Dad, didn't you go to Saul? What's the matter here?" Just received the notice. I thought it was this guy who refused to donate blood. You called us to catch him and forced him to draw blood." Hearing the words, Chenmo gave Tony Stark a white look, then looked at Saul, who was wielding a thunderbolt hammer and a monster in the distance, and said coldly, "Then you can help me catch him." "I'll draw blood." Tony Stark's neck shrank at the words, then he said with a smile, "Haha, I'm kidding. You're the old man. It's not easy to catch. You've taken all such powerful flaming dragons. Saul's stupid big one is not a piece of cake for you," Tony Stark said, but his heart was full of bitterness. "It's nothing. Think of him as Iron Man, superhero, weapon genius. But I can't even deal with two monsters. It seems that the iron and steel battle clothes still need to be upgraded." He believes that with his extremely talented R&D ability, the performance of steel battle clothes can continue to improve. Even gods and dragons can be defeated. Though Chenmo saw the expression on Tony Stark's face through his helmet, he could also guess his mood at this time. Just now, he had no power to fight back in the mouth of the fire dragon. He was almost burned to ashes. Being held in his mouth by a giant dragon, life and death are not under his control. It is inevitable to doubt life. Chenmo is also worried about Tony Stark's psychological shadow as a result, he said immediately. "I've got Saul's blood. You'll come back to the Shendan Bureau with me in a moment. We'll improve the desperate virus as soon as possible." Tony Stark couldn't help but hear Chenmo continue. "Your biggest problem now is that you are not strong enough. Even if you are strong enough, your weak controller will become a huge weakness. If your reaction speed and physical strength are stronger, you won't be in such a mess just now." Tony Stark thought. That's what happened. Now the iron and steel war clothes are controlled by consciousness. What really restricts the speed of war clothes is himself. If his reaction speed was faster, he would not be bitten by the fire dragon just now. And if his physical fitness is better, like Killian, he will not be afraid of the dragon breath of the flame dragon. In fact, all these desperate viruses can be solved. Tony Stark can't wait to return to Shendan with Chenmo. Saul's blood has been obtained. It's believed that they will be able to perfect the desperate virus in a short time. Then he won't be afraid of this fire dragon. At this time, the 8 space channels in the air have disappeared, and the number of wormholes on the ground displayed on Dr. Selwig's detection terminal has become 0. With all the wormholes closed, the rest of the monsters were soon cleaned up by the Avengers Alliance, and they all returned to the tower one by one. For a while, all the superheroes of Avenger Alliance gathered on the small tower again. The drones still shooting in the distance took this scene down, and people watched the gathering of the Avengers Alliance people, who could not help bursting out with cheers. Obviously, all the monsters have been killed by the superheroes, except that the lower part of the tower has become the fire dragon of the good dog. The frightening wormholes in the sky have all disappeared, and this sudden crisis has survived again with the efforts of Avenger Alliance. On the tower, Chenmo confirmed through Phil Coulson that all the alien creatures had been wiped out, except for some small birds that were not threatened, and the flaming dragon that he had taken in. Then he turned to look at the people standing in front of him. He said in a loud voice, "All targets have been eliminated. There are no civilian casualties. The task is completed. Everyone is working hard." When the Avengers Alliance heard this, they couldn't help smiling. Their duty is to protect the Earth and the safety of the people. They are most pleased that there are no casualties among the people. It's also thanks to Chenmo's familiarity with the plot and his early order to evacuate. Otherwise, even if all the Avengers in the Alliance try their best to clean up, there will definitely be many casualties. This is one of the reasons why people are willing to obey and follow Chenmo. It's much easier and smoother to fight with Chenmo than to go out on their own mission. In addition to his strong strength, Chenmo has excellent tactical command and strategic vision. The ability to grasp and judge the battlefield situation, as well as to make decisions on the spot, is incomparable to other people. Sometimes Chenmo's confusing arrangements and decisions have proved to be very prescient in the end. Saul, as the successor of the God King and the guardian of the 9 countries in the future, is also convinced of Chenmo's command. Although the battle is over, Chenmo still has a lot to do. After a few words from the tower, Chen Mo let Steve bring all the Avengers back to New York. Phil Coulson and his agents soon left. Their work was over. The rest of the work was done by the British government. Dr. Selwig, Daisy, and Ian left with them. When they left, there was only Chen Mo, Tony Stark, Saul, and Jane Foster left on the tower. Going back to Asgard, Chen Mo looked at Saul and asked. Saul nodded and said with a heavy face, "That's right. I'll go back to Wadalheim and get Loki's body. I'll go back to Asgard and report to my father what happened before." Jane Foster smelled the words and looked at Saul with a lost face. Saul felt her eyes and immediately turned to smile at her, adding, "I will make it clear to my father and return to the earth as soon as possible. Don't worry, I won't let you wait too long this time." When Jane Foster heard this, her worry and loss suddenly disappeared. She couldn't help looking at Saul with deep emotion. If Chen Mo and Tony Stark were not still standing by, she might have jumped into Saul's arms. Chen Mo also nodded at his words and said slowly, "In this way, we may need your help in the later stage of the God creation plan. It's also convenient for you to stay on the earth. I'll let you know when the experiment is successful." Saul didn't think much about what he said, nodded to Chen Mo, reached out to hold Jane Foster, turned the hammer of Thunder Robot and threw it in the distance. The two men immediately flew out. Although he plans to return as soon as possible, Saul can feel Jane Foster's worries. Before leaving, he plans to have a good time with Jane and then find a place where no one can return to Asgard. After Saul and his wife left, Chen Mo turned to Tony Stark, who was looking at him with inexplicable eyes. Tony Stark couldn't help getting a little hairy. He could not be more familiar with this kind of eyes. Every time Chen Mo looked at him with this kind of eyes, there was no good thing or it was very sad. Just when Tony Stark thought about whether to run away at once, Chen Mo suddenly disappeared on the tower with him in a blink. When Tony Stark saw the surrounding environment clearly, his eyes couldn't help but glare. Chen Mo even took him to the head of the flaming dragon. Before, he was bitten in his mouth by this huge dragon. First, he tore and almost ate it as a snack. Later, he found that the shell was too hard to chew and almost burned by the dragon breath. For this flame dragon, Tony Stark still had a deep shadow in his heart. Just now Tony Stark has made up his mind that he will never be close to the dragon within 100 meters. Suddenly standing on its head, Tony Stark felt cold in his heart. He was afraid that he would be bitten again by the giant dragon's head. He was afraid that his war clothes could not bear to be scrapped directly. It's not a decent way for Tony Stark to die, whether it's eaten or burned alive. And he didn't live enough. Pepper is still waiting for him at home. While the fire dragon is still sleeping with its eyes closed, Tony Stark is slapped on the back of his head by Chen Mo even when he starts the propeller to escape. At the same time, he orders Jarvis to turn off the propulsion system of Tony Stark's battle suit. Although Tony Stark's Jarvis and Chen Mo's Jarvis are not a system, Chen Mo also has the highest authority. The thruster is shut down. Tony Stark was shot by Chen Mo just after he flew less than 20 cm. "I was almost eaten by it just now. Did I even get scared? Now I dare not even stand on its head." Chen Mo slapped Tony Stark on the head again and said sternly. Tony Stark is reeled by Chen Mo and can't escape even when he sees it. He immediately confirms and counsels and says wrongly, "I'm not afraid. Isn't this your old man's mount? Just ride it. I'd better fly by myself." Seeing that Tony Stark still wants to restart the propeller and run away again, Chen Mo directly orders Tony Stark to undress his battle clothes. After a while of deformation, pieces of armor break away from Tony Stark. Tony Stark yells angrily, "Jarvis, you traitor!" Sir, it's also for your good. According to my test, you have a strong fear of this fire dragon, accompanied by obvious anxiety and autonomic nervous symptoms, and take the initiative to avoid the way to relieve this anxiety. This series of symptoms indicate that you have phobia. Phobia? How can it be? I'm Iron Man. Your system must be out of order. Come here and let me check it for you. Don't struggle, sir. According to the calculation, there is a master nearby, and the probability of your escape is 0, so enjoy the next journey, which will help your illness. Tony Stark can't help but want to spit blood when he hears the words. Seeing Mark 42, who has been stripped of his clothes, being taken into the space by Chen Mo, Tony Stark feels abandoned. Although Jarvis has said that the possibility of escape is zero, Tony Stark will not give up so easily. Just as Tony Stark peeks around, ready to jump down and run away without Chen Mo's attention, Chen Mo's voice suddenly rings in his ear. "Stand there for me honestly. If you dare to run, I will break your leg and tie you to the dragon horn. Anyway, you have the ability of self-healing. You don't have to worry about being lame." Tony Stark listened to Chen Mo's cold voice. He couldn't help but feel cold. He didn't doubt Chen Mo's words. Compared with Howard, Chen Mo is the absolute father. Not only strict with him, but also no weakness in education. He has the ability of self-healing. It's no difference between breaking his leg and beating him in Chen Mo's eyes. Listen to Wang Jin. This is the traditional education idea of the East. Filial piety comes out under the stick. Tony Stark could not help fighting between man and nature. His fear of the fire dragon and Chen Mo's threat made him struggle for a moment, and he didn't know how to do it. Forward is also a knife, back is also a knife. While Tony Stark was hesitating, the fire dragon at his feet suddenly moved. "Do it!" As soon as Chen Mo's voice fell, the flame dragon's eyes were suddenly opened and roared. The thick limbs suddenly pushed hard towards the ground. The flame on his body suddenly erupted and spewed out towards his back. The huge body, like a rocket, dragged the long flame into the air and rushed to the sky. In a second, it had risen to a height of 100 meters and continued to move rapidly rise. When the fire dragon just woke up, Tony Stark reached out to hold the corner of the dragon under the warning of Chen Mo. With the dragon soaring up, Tony Stark held the long corner tightly with his arms, and the whole body was attached to it. At the critical moment, Tony Stark thought about who was more terrible. The result is obvious. Look at the end of this fire dragon. Such a monstrous beast turned into a pet horse in Chen Mo's hands. Chen Mo's terror can be seen clearly. For the sake of his own legs, Tony Stark still chose to yield to Chen Mo. After all, the fear of the fire dragon is empty. Chen Mo is there. This dragon should not be able to save him. It's really an accident. I believe Chen Mo can save him as soon as possible, but Chen Mo's threat is real. If he doesn't follow, he will suffer from flesh and skin. Chen Mo looks at Tony Stark holding the dragon horn. He looks loveless, aggrieved, and indignant. He says angrily, "I'll take revenge on you. If it bites you, ride it." Tony Stark's eyes lit up when he heard that, right? "I was almost eaten by this beast before. I just wanted to stay away from it. I was going to take revenge after I upgraded my battle clothes and became stronger. I forgot to let Chen Mo out of anger for him." Although the flame dragon has become Chen Mo's pet, it's impossible for him to kill it, but riding it with him and stepping on it seems to be a good way of revenge. "If you bite me, I'll ride you." Thinking of this, Tony Stark's repulsion for standing on the top of the fire dragon was not so strong, and his fear gradually dissipated, but he had a little more pleasure. After relaxing, Tony Stark couldn't help looking forward. Suddenly, they found that they didn't know when they had come to the top of the clouds. The strong wind came on his face, making his clothes hunting sound. The arm just wanted to release had to hold the dragon horn tightly again. The fire dragon flies very fast, even on top of the steel battle suit. Even Soul can't get rid of its pursuit. Even if he doesn't use all his strength at this time, the strong wind coming from the front still has a huge power. Even if Tony Stark's strengthened body is not careful, it may be blown out. Although Tony Stark often flies high in the sky, he stays in the steel battle clothes. That feeling is similar to flying in the cockpit. No matter how fast or how fierce the action is, he is not afraid of it. Instead, he feels very exciting, because he knows the performance of the war clothes. No matter how he flies, there will be no problem in safety. Even if he falls asleep, Jarvis can control the safe landing of the war clothes by himself. Naturally, he feels very relaxed, but now the situation is different. Mark 42 was taken away by Chen Mo. Although he was wearing Zhenjin Nano combat suit, he did not have the ability to fly. As long as he failed to grasp one, he would fall off the faucet. Without steel battle clothes, he doesn't want to experience the feeling of free fall. At this time, Tony Stark has no intention of revenge. Just hold the dragon horn tightly with both arms, and the whole body is tightly attached, so he almost has his legs on it. On the other hand, Chen Mo stands there calmly holding the dragon horn with one hand. The strong wind blows on his face, but he can't shake his body. At this time, Chen Mo also removed the steel battle clothes, and the clothes transformed from the riot were hunting under the strong wind. Chen Mo stood on the faucet and felt the strong wind coming from him, but he could not help smiling. It's a different feeling than flying in a steel suit. Flying in a steel battle suit is more like sitting in a closed car. Even if you fly fast, you don't feel anything. At this time, riding a giant dragon in the air, but it's like driving fast in an open top or riding a horse on the grassland, which makes people feel more unrestrained and unrestrained. But this feeling can only be enjoyed by super strong people with strong physical quality like Chen Mo. At this time, even if the flame dragon didn't use all its strength, its speed was much faster than that of the ordinary airliner. Even if there were dragon horns, they couldn't catch them. They had been blown out by the strong wind for a long time and couldn't enjoy the feeling of galloping. Even Tony Stark, a superhero strengthened by the serum of the super soldiers, can't bear it. Although he hasn't been blown away, he can only grasp the dragon horn with all his strength. Chen Mo feels happy. He doesn't feel anything but pain and suffering. Chen Mo, who inadvertently realized his childhood dream, is in a particularly comfortable mood. He suddenly realized that the ability to shuttle through space can not only make him stronger and master stronger technology and ability, but also help him realize many dreams that were impossible to realize in the past. For example, flying a dragon in the sky. Ignoring the guy stuck on the dragon horn, this picture is almost the same as what he imagined when he was a child. Chen Mo can't help but pull out the king's sword and shout, "Ascend the dragon sword," the impulse. However, the adult's reason finally defeated the impulse of childhood, and finally did not make such a second move. Riding a dragon is to realize a childhood dream. Climbing a dragon sword is a bit childish. How could he act so childish like his commanding officer and the guardian of the earth? But then Chen Mo looked at Tony Stark with a certain dislike. I don't know if without Tony Stark's big plaster, Chen Mo would not worry about his identity anymore, pull out his sword, and shout in the air. Cosplay or something, it's nothing. He's only 20 years old on Earth. Playing cosplay is not an old uncle. Chen Mo can't help but secretly decide that he will have a try if he has a chance. Since it's a childhood dream, you can't leave regrets. Once again, he glanced at Tony Stark, who was clinging to the dragon's horn. Chen Mo immediately ordered the flame dragon to speed up. In Tony Stark's scream, behind the dragon of fire, there was a more violent fire, and it sped towards the distance at a faster speed. Driving the dragon of flame, Chen Mo did not cross the Atlantic Ocean directly to return to New York, but crossed the Mediterranean Sea to the south and came to Africa. The flame dragon pulls the wind to pull the wind, but it is also too conspicuous. If Chen Mo rides it directly back to the Shandong Bureau, the position of Shandong Bureau will be directly exposed in the eyes of all countries and many forces. So Chen Mo chose to take a detour to Wakanda first. Anyway, the distance is not too far. With the speed of the flame dragon, it will not take long. When Tony Stark felt his body was frozen by the cold wind, the fire dragon finally stopped. Tony Stark looked up and down a little stiffly. When he found that they were still in the air, he could not help but retract his head. "You wait here, I'll go back." Chen Mo finished, and before Tony Stark could speak, he disappeared on the tap in a blink. When Tony Stark heard that Chen Mo was about to leave, his face changed and he hurriedly tried to stop him. However, his frozen, stiff mouth just opened, and Chen Mo's figure disappeared for a while. Only the dragon of fire and Tony Stark were left in the sky. The painful memory of being bitten in his mouth by the raging fire dragon can't help but come back to his heart again. Tony Stark's heart can't help but feel very uneasy. He's afraid that the fire dragon will take advantage of Chen Mo's absence to expose his fierce and violent side again and eat him. This time he didn't have a steel battle suit on him. He couldn't stop the sharp teeth of the flame dragon just by the strength of his body, and he couldn't escape. If the flame dragon wanted to be really fierce, he would have to die. But after a long time, Tony Stark was frightened, but the fire dragon was still flying in the air quietly and didn't mean to attack him at all. Tony Stark's hanging heart slowly fell down, and then he felt the cold on his body again, which had to be closer to the dragon horn. In this cold altitude, only the warm body of the flame dragon can give him a little warmth. Feeling the warmth from the palm of his hand, Tony Stark's fear of the dragon of fire dissipated most of it. Now it seems that it's just a bigger pet. There's nothing to be afraid of. Dogs still bite, let alone dragons. And compared with ordinary pets, this flame dragon can pull more wind. Flying on it is much more cool than his steel war clothes. The Dragon Knight is the dream of countless men in the West. In fact, in the East too. Although the flame dragon looks more like the dragon in the East, it's not much worse. It can spit out the powerful breath of the dragon, which is better than the legendary dragon. Tony Stark was excited to think that he had been flying on it for a long time. But think of just now oneself embarrassed appearance. Tony Stark can't help but have a little shame. No Dragon Knight is flying with a dragon horn in his arms. Thinking of this, Tony Stark can't help but slowly release the tightly held dragon horn, cautiously tentatively stretching out his arm and grabbing at another dragon horn nearby. The flame dragon is not as big as Leviathan. The roots of the two dragon horns are only about 1 meter apart, leaning backward. Just now, Chenmo was standing in the middle, holding a dragon horn in his hand, while Tony Stark was holding the other one, which didn't occupy much space. The flame dragon slowly circled in the sky above Wakanda according to Chenmo's order. Although it felt the little thing on the top of the head, it didn't pay attention to it. So it wasn't until Tony Stark reached for another dragon horn and cautiously stood in the middle of the faucet that the fire dragon didn't respond. At this time, the speed of the fire dragon is not fast and the wind is not strong. Tony Stark is fully able to adapt. Standing in the middle of the faucet, holding a dragon horn in each hand, feeling the wind blowing in the face, Tony Stark suddenly fell in love with this feeling. This dragon flying feeling can be more exciting than any open-top sports car. But just as Tony Stark began to enjoy the feeling, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Exciting. Tony Stark was about to nod his head when he heard that, but he suddenly remembered the feeling when the flame dragon was flying fast. He feels very happy at the current speed, just like taking a ride. It's very pleasant, but the speed he used to drive is like throwing him directly on the rocket. He can't stand stably, and he almost froze to death. It's too exciting for him. Tony Stark hurriedly grabbed the dragon horn and turned to look at Chenmo, saying in a hurry, "Dad, you see, I'm not afraid of it now. After riding it for half a day, I'll be avenged for being bitten by him. We've already made up our minds. It's not spacious either. Why don't you return my war clothes and I can fly back by myself?" Chenmo stares at Tony Stark and makes sure that the guy's psychological shadow is completely recovered. Then he nods and raises his hand to release Mark 42, which he had taken into the space before. Tony Stark saw Mark 42 as if he had seen his family and savior. His heart was still hanging down and he was still standing on the faucet. He released his hand holding the dragon's horn and began to dress with open arms. Mark 42, suspended in the air, quickly disintegrated, flying to Tony Stark's body one by one, transforming his armor and finishing his dress. Then Tony Stark started the propeller directly, flew up, and was in the air. Tony Stark was able to find a long-lost sense of security. Compared with riding a dragon, it's more suitable for him. Dragon Knight or something, let Dad do it. "Dad, I'll go back first if I have nothing to do." Tony Stark was about to say hello and go straight away, but Chenmo stopped him. "Don't worry." Tony Stark heard that although he stopped to leave, he could not help backing away for several meters. Some eagerly said, "I'm really well, Dad. Can I get into the dragon's mouth and perform for you?" When Chenmo heard the words, he couldn't help turning a white eye and didn't frighten Tony Stark. He said directly, "No, let's go straight back to New York. In a moment you can fly at full speed. Compare with my fire dragon and see whose speed is faster." Tony Stark can't help but see the light in front of his eyes when he hears the words. He can't beat the flaming dragon, but he doesn't think he will lose when it comes to speed. After so many upgrades of his steel battle suit, his speed has already reached the limit that current Earth science and technology can reach. In addition to rockets flying out of the atmosphere, there is no aircraft in the atmosphere that can match it. After all, the faster the speed, the greater the air resistance, the higher the speed, the harder it is to improve. Although the flame dragon showed a strong speed and response before, but its body size is too large after all, the air resistance encountered during the flight is greater, and the simple speed competition is not dominant at all. So Tony Stark has absolute confidence to win. Just by taking this opportunity, we can thoroughly wash away the previous humiliation. If we are not as powerful as this behemoth, we will win back in speed. Tony Stark immediately turned around and said confidently, "Problem, Dad, let's compare it with your new mount or my Mark 42. Chen Mo, with a smile at his words, stepped forward between the two dragon horns. Instead of starting in a hurry, he took out a black metal device the size of a palm from the space and pasted it on the back of the root of a dragon horn. The palm-sized metal device is directly and firmly attached to the dragon's horn, which can't be noticed without careful inspection. Tony Stark asked in disbelief, "Dad, what is this?" "A bomb." When Chen Mo heard the words, he couldn't help but give Tony Stark a look. He said angrily, "This is a stealth device which can completely hide the body shape of the flame dragon and avoid exposing its whereabouts. The existence of Shendan Bureau is not known to outsiders. If I ride it directly back to the base, Shendan Bureau will be exposed immediately." Tony Stark looked at the satellite map on the virtual screen and nodded his head. Their current position is in Africa's Wakanda. Dad left just now to go to Wakanda to ask for this device. Speaking of this, Wakanda is really powerful. It unites the whole Africa quietly. When all countries in the world react, the overall situation has already been determined. Even the United States can't get in the way. Even if the joint fleet was sent later, it was directly connected back. The whole of Africa is an absolute no-go zone for any country. Wakanda shows a lot of advanced technology, even in the eyes of proud Tony Stark. Wakanda is also a very mysterious and powerful existence. Only Dad, a friend of the King of Wakanda, can enter African airspace at will and get such advanced and strategically significant scientific and technological equipment from Wakanda. Tony Stark can't help but look at the palm-sized device adsorbed on the dragon's horn with red eyes. He would like to take it directly. Looking at the indifferent Chen Mo, Tony Stark couldn't help but come forward and lick his face. "Dad, you have such a good relationship with their king. Do you think you can get one for me?" Chen Mo left Tony Stark, who was approaching again, nodded and said slowly, "No problem." Tony Stark was so excited that he just wanted to talk, but Chen Mo continued, "I'll give you a piece as long as you win the game." Tony Stark's eyes turned and he analyzed the situation of both sides again. He still believed that he would win. Tony Stark nodded confidently. "No problem, let's start now. I can't wait to upgrade my Mark 42. Chen Mo smiled, raised his hands to hold the dragon horns on both sides, turned to Tony Stark, who was ready for the sprint, and said slowly, "Ready, start." As soon as the voice came down, Tony Stark's Mark 42 was spewing out several flames behind him. All the propellers at his feet, hands, and back were started at full power. With a strong propulsion, Tony Stark was like a flash of lightning, shooting towards the front in an instant. At the same time, the flame dragon under Chen Mo's feet received Chen Mo's order, and the flame on his body also erupted suddenly, forming a huge pillar of fire shooting out towards his back, which is even more powerful than the rocket launching. Driven by the powerful force, the flame dragon's huge body also rushed forward at a high speed, not much slower than the steel battle clothes. Chen Mo, who is standing on the dragon's head, holds the dragon's horn in his hand and feels the sudden strong acceleration. He immediately stands firm, holds the dragon's horn tightly, and lets the dragon carry him forward. Tony Stark had been prepared for the battle, and he wanted to control the battle clothes, but it was a step faster than the unprepared flame dragon who took action after receiving Chen Mo's order, and naturally flew in front of him. Moreover, the size of iron and steel battle clothes is smaller, but the acceleration is slightly better than that of the flame dragon, so the distance between the two sides is gradually widened, from the initial tens of meters to hundreds of meters. Tony Stark started to take the lead. He was proud of himself. He wanted to keep the flame dragon far behind. But soon, he found that he thought things too simply. The acceleration of the steel battle suit is extremely fast. Tony Stark's body has been strengthened, and the acceleration he can bear is also extremely high. Under the full acceleration, the speed of the steel battle suit has reached the limit in a flash and flies forward at a terrifying speed of up to Mach 10 in the air. But the fire dragon has not been thrown away by him. As the fire dragon accelerates, it soon overtakes Tony Stark, and the distance between the two is getting closer. The hologram inside the helmet shows the image behind. The flame dragon carries Chen Mo on its back, and the flames are surging behind it, forming a strong pillar of fire, covering the whole body behind the faucet. Only 4 sharp claws protrude from it from time to time. Can people vaguely see its shape? Like a meteorite falling from the sky, the flame dragon, carrying the flames behind, rushed straight up to Tony Stark. The distance between the two men quickly drew in, and they had already chased Tony Stark behind his ass and were about to swallow him. Tony Stark can even feel the heat wave behind him. "Jarvis, increase thruster power," Tony Stark said in a deep voice with a shudder on his face. Jarvis's voice rang. "Sir, the thruster power has been turned on 100%. Overload operation will damage the thruster. Can we stick to New York?" Tony Stark asked in a hurry as he watched the screen get closer and closer to catching up with his flaming dragon. Jarvis quickly replied after calculating. "In case of 20% overload, you can fly to New York. However, all thrusters will be scrapped later. Are you sure to start the overload operation?" Tony Stark ordered without hesitation. "Open now." That is to say, all the thrusters of Mark 42 burst into brighter flames. Tony Stark's speed soared again, and he accelerated to fly forward. The distance between the original and the flame dragon was also rapidly opened. The advantage of small size of iron and steel battle suit has been brought into play again. Under the strong propulsion, it soon reaches the maximum speed that can be achieved at present. It flies at a high speed in the sky at a speed of more than Mach 11. In an instant, there is no flame dragon. Tony Stark sighed with relief, then smiled with pride. It seems that the invisibility device made by Wakanda can't run away. But Tony Stark was not proud for a long time, and soon he found that he had left behind him, and the flame dragon without trace did not know when to catch up again. And the distance between the two sides is still rapidly drawing in. Look at the speed of the flame dragon, it is much faster than before. Damn it! Didn't the dragon use all his strength just now? Tony Stark said in disbelief. Jarvis's voice rang in his ear again, explaining. "Sir, it is estimated that the propulsion of the flame dragon has not been improved, but its acceleration is slightly lower than that of the steel battle suit due to its high quality, so its initial speed is slower than that of us. However, they are still in the accelerating state and their speed is still improving." What? Accelerating? Tony Stark couldn't help but be surprised, but when he thought about it carefully, he soon came back. Although the flame dragon is huge in size, its energy is also more powerful. If the flying resistance of the flame dragon is 100 times of that of the iron and steel battle suit, its propulsion force is definitely 100 times greater than that of the iron and steel battle suit. However, due to the slender shape of the flame dragon, which is equivalent to several steel battle suits in a row, it is still propelled by the power of one battle suit. Even if the power is stronger, the ultimate speed that can be reached is faster, but the acceleration is slower. It is just because of this that Tony Stark has pulled away from each other again and again, but has steadily caught up with it again and again. Looking at the fire dragon getting closer and closer behind him, Tony Stark wanted to speed up, but Jarvis poured a basin of cold water. "Sir, the propeller load has reached the limit at this time. If we continue to increase the power, it will be destroyed soon." Tony Stark was puzzled for a long time when he heard the words, but he didn't speak until the fire dragon had already flown behind him. He designed and manufactured the steel battle suit. He naturally knew that Jarvis was right. Even if he took the risk to increase the power again, He could get rid of the flame dragon again in a short time, but the thruster could not maintain this kind of super high load for a long time. Either the thruster was scrapped directly and lost its flight ability completely, or it could recover its current speed, and it would soon be driven by the flame dragon surpass again. In the end, Tony Stark chose to give up rationally, turned his head and watched the flame dragon catch up with him from his side, and watched Chen Mo's figure standing proudly on the faucet go away quickly with a sad face. Seeing the stealthy device about to arrive, it just flew away. Tony Stark was angry and angry. He knew that he should have installed several more thrusters on Mark 42. Besides the soul, palm, and back, he could install thrusters on the chest, ribs, hips, knees, and even crotch. When the thruster is fully open, the flame dragon will be left behind in seconds. But now it's too late to say anything. Tony Stark can only watch Chen Mo ride away on the fire dragon until he completely disappears in the sky. Even the burning tail can't be seen. But Tony Stark didn't give up. After all, the flame dragon is a living thing. He doesn't believe that it can keep the highest speed flying all the time. Now it seems that the speed gap between the two sides is not so big. As long as it gets tired and slows down, he will have a chance. Tony Stark immediately got back on his feet and chased the fire dragon away. While Chen and Mo were on their way to New York, Saul and Jane Foster were walking slowly hand in hand on a field outside London. Jane, Loki's body is still in Waddleheim. I have to take him back. Saul took Jane Foster's hand and said softly to her. When Jane Foster heard this, she couldn't help but think of the last time Saul left and said he would come back soon. As a result, she waited a long time, but he never appeared again. Although Saul has explained that it was because Loki wanted to use Rainbow Bridge to eliminate the ice giant, he was forced to destroy Rainbow Bridge in order to stop Loki. It is reasonable to say that Loki is dead and the Dark Elves have been wiped out. This time, there should be no accident, but Jane Foster still feels very uneasy. Saul felt Jane Foster's nervousness, stopped immediately, turned to hold her hand in both hands, raised it to his chest, looked down at her eyes and said in a serious voice, "When I return to Asgard, I will make it clear to my father and come back immediately. I promise, no matter what, I won't let you down again." Jane Foster looked at Saul with a firm face and finally nodded. She knew that Saul was bound to go here. Even if she stopped, it was meaningless. Anyway, Saul was Odin's son, the successor of Asgard. If he wanted to stay on the earth, he would have to say something to Odin, and Rocky and the Dark Elves need him to tell them. Jane Foster nodded slowly and softly. "Go ahead, I will wait for you here, all the time." Saul can't help but think of what Jane Foster told him before he left last time, but he didn't come back. He can't imagine how painful Jane Foster was in the process from expectation to loss to ultimate despair. Saul secretly made up his mind. This time he could never let her down again. Immediately Saul reached for Jane Foster and gave him a kiss on the forehead. "Don't worry, I'll go back." Saul finished, immediately let go of Jane Foster, turned around and retreated for a distance. Then he raised the hammer of Thor and called up Heimdall. Through the Thunderbolt hammer, Saul can contact the Rainbow Bridge's console and remotely summon Heimdall to launch the Rainbow Bridge to connect him back. Soon, a colorful energy beam fell down from the sky and covered Saul. After a few seconds, the colorful beam disappeared and Saul's figure disappeared. Only the grass was burned by the energy and was branded with a round rune by the colorful beam. Jane Foster looked up at the place where the colorful beams of light disappeared in the air and did not move for a long time. Saul was in the colorful light column and walked along the space passage rapidly and soon came to the end of the passage. The colorful light around disappeared. Saul must have stepped on the land of Asgard. This is the control center of Rainbow Bridge. On the platform in front of him, the tall and majestic Helmdale is standing on it with a sword. Seeing Saul coming back, Helmdale immediately says, "Saul, Odin is waiting for you." Saul thought that Odin was in a hurry to know the result of their actions. He sent an order to Heimdall to see him as soon as he came back. He didn't know that not long ago, Rocky's disguised Odin had just returned from the earth, but it was the self-confessed Heimdall. But Saul didn't report to Odin first, but looked up and said to Heimdall, "First take me to Olheim." Heimdall hears the words and looks at Sol doubtfully but listens to Sol sadly. Rocky's dead, his body's still there. When Heimdall heard this, his expression was also complicated. Although Loki has done a lot of wrong things and he doesn't like this insidious and evil guy, but he is the child he grew up watching after all. When he learned about his death, Heimdall was also a little sad. At that time, Heimdall didn't say much, nodded directly and opened Rainbow Bridge again. Sol's figure, accompanied by the dazzling, colorful light column, returns to the home of the Dark Elves again, Wadalheim. As the hammer of Thor was rotated, Thor's figure soared into the air and sped away. But when his figure landed in the place of the previous war again, he found that nothing was missing. The bodies of the Dark Elf battleship, the Asgard airship, the Malekith and the Dark Elf soldiers are all gone, and so are the bodies of Rocky. Sol looked at the battlefield where even the terrain had changed a little, and remembered the records of Wadalheim he had seen before. The Dark Country, Wadalheim, is the home of the Dark Elves and the closest place to the dark. Here even the sun is very dim. There are no creatures on the whole planet except the once Dark Elves, no matter animals or plants. In the 5,000 years since the Dark Elves disappeared, Wadalheim has no life. Such a planet without even vegetation, the climate is extremely bad. From time to time, strong hurricanes are raging everywhere, sweeping the ground with a large number of gravel, forming a devastating dark storm. In addition to the remains of the Dark Elf warship made of special materials with high strength, all the remains of the Dark Elves, including the bodies of countless soldiers who died in the war between the two clans, have been wiped out in the dark storm. Sol suddenly recalled that when he had left, there seemed to be a storm approaching in the distance. Looking at the ground completely smoothed by some kind of force except for the black sand and stone, Sol's face became very complex. Obviously, Loki's body and the Dark Elves were completely consumed by the previous dark storm. At this time, even if it didn't turn into vermicelli, I didn't know where it was buried. It's impossible to find him again. Sol stood in place for a long time and finally raised the hammer of Thor to summon Heimdall. Since Rocky died here, let him bury him here. Didn't Rocky always want to be king and rule the world? The Dark Elves have completely wiped out the clan. The last strongman, Argalim, was killed by Rocky himself. He also conquered the country himself. Let Wadalheim become his territory and realize his king's dream here. A colorful column of light penetrates the clouds and takes Sol back to Asgard. Heimdall saw Sol coming back alone and looked at him with some doubts. Sol was in a bad mood at this time, didn't explain, just said a word. "I'll see my father," then directly throw out the hammer of Thunderbolt and fly towards the Golden Palace. After landing on the platform in front of the palace, Sol looked up at the figure standing in front of the throne with a spear at the end of the hall and walked into the hall with a heavy face. Standing in front of the throne, Sol looked at Odin above, knelt down on one knee and said heavily, "Father, the Dark Elves have been wiped out, the crisis has been completely lifted, but Rocky." Sol said this in a tone that he couldn't help, then he said with a painful grin on his face, "To save me, he died with the cursed warrior." Sol told Odin about what happened at Wadalheim, including Rocky's bravery. Rocky, who pretends to be Odin, stands on the high platform and listens to Sol's story of his bravery. He can't help but feel that he can't speak clearly, but the play is going to be finished after all. After hearing Sol's story, Loki was silent for a moment and then began to speak slowly, imitating Odin's tone and voice. "You have said that there is no wiser king than me, but you are wrong. If it wasn't for you, the 9 kingdoms would have fallen into darkness. You saved them. What should we use to repay our new king?" Sol did not realize that Odin was not standing on the high platform, and he immediately raised his head and said in a deep voice, "With my life." He got up from the ground. Sol looked up at Odin and said, "Father, I can't be king of Asgard. I will fight for Asgard and the 9 kingdoms until the last moment, but I can't perform my duties on the throne. Loki has many shortcomings, but he knows how to rule, and I feel inferior to him. Ruthlessness and bloodletting can change people. I would rather be a good man than a great king." Although Loki was surprised, he pretended to be Odin's voice and attitude to avoid being found by Sol. Is that my son's voice or the woman's? Saul smelled the words but met Odin's eyes and said firmly, I can't hear your mother's voice when you speak. This is my decision, father. She doesn't know what I'm going to tell you. Now, even if you forbid me to see her or I am under her control, nothing can change. Rocky heard Saul's firmness in his words. He turned down the throne. At this time, Loki's heart was very confused. He didn't expect that the throne he had been trying to take away from Sol was so easily given up by Sol. And Saul even said that he was more suitable to be king than him. Was everything he had done wrong? With a complex mood, Loki looked at Sol below and said slowly with a sense of disappointment. Son dreams of being king. A son would rather give up the throne. Is that what I want? Looking at some lost Odin, Saul said slowly. Rocky died for glory and I will live for glory. Isn't that what you are striving for? Loki heard Saul say that he died for honor and his face could not help flashing a bit of complexity but saw Saul finish, but he raised the hammer of the thunderbolt in his hand, ready to return it to him. He's not really Odin. There's no way to control the hammer of Thor. Dares to take it, it will be revealed immediately, said Rocky at once. It belongs to you if you can match it. Loki, whose acting skills are so impressive, imitates Odin so vividly that Saul has no doubt about it. Listening to Odin's words of encouragement, Saul immediately nodded seriously. I will work hard for it. At this time, Loki has been fully involved in the play into the role of Odin. Looking at Saul, Loki said slowly with a deep face, I can't bless you, and I can't give you wealth. Saul nodded at his words. I know. Saul then turned to leave, listening to Odin's excited voice behind him. I'm proud to have such a son. Although I can't express it in words, I will miss you in my heart. Go, my child. Saul turned around to look at Odin on the high platform with a smile on his face. He was very happy to get Odin's understanding. Thank you, father. Saul finished, then turned and strode away. He couldn't wait to go back to see Jane Foster. Just as Saul's figure rose and disappeared outside the palace, Odin, who watched him leave, sat on the throne behind him. A golden light flashed over him, revealing the original look of Rocky. No, thank you. There was a relieved smile on her face, said Rocky softly to herself. Anyway, it's a good thing for Saul to leave Asgard. He doesn't have to worry about being seen and exposed by Saul. On the earth, Chenmo drives the flame dragon to gallop in the high altitude. After completely shaking off Tony Stark, Chenmo turns on the stealth device fixed on the dragon's horn. The tens of meters long flame dragon, together with the burning flame on its body, disappears in the air. Although there are stealth devices, Chenmo did not directly control the fire dragon to fly to the Shendan Bureau, but stopped when he was dozens of kilometers away from the coast. Explain that the flame dragon is active in this area. Don't be found. Chenmo moves back to the Shendan Bureau even if he launches it. Shortly after Chenmo left, Tony Stark also came up. Seeing that he could see the coast in front of him, he was about to arrive at his destination, but Tony Stark was lost. He went all the way to catch up with him, but the flame dragon seemed to be tireless, and its speed was not reduced at all. It was almost to the end, but it still failed to catch up with it. Chenmo must have arrived at the Shendan Bureau. It seems that the stealth device is out of the question. Just as Tony Stark flew through the area with loss, he suddenly felt a cold behind him as if he had been stared at by some horrible monster. But the feeling just disappeared in a flash. Tony Stark didn't think much about it. He still went to the suburb of New York. Tony Stark didn't know. Just tens of meters above him, the hidden flame dragon was quietly watching him go away. If it hadn't been for Chenmo's order, it would have eaten the food delivered to the door. After flying at full speed for a long time, he was a little hungry. Although the iron jar which had been flying with him for a long time was not big, it was still okay to fill the teeth. Chenmo wiped out all the memories and original consciousness of the flame dragon. He had forgotten that he had eaten Tony Stark once before. Some reluctant to see Tony Stark leave, flame dragon in the air boring hover, but soon its eyes are attracted by a figure swimming in the sea below. The underwater body is about 3 meters long, with a triangular fin on its back exposed to the sea. As it swims, it cuts through the water and moves forward. It looks very striking. This creature is much bigger than the flying iron jar just now, and it looks more delicious. The flame dragon thought of Chen Mo's order and looked around. As a powerful top mythical creature, its vision is also very powerful, much more powerful than the high-power telescope, and it can easily get a panoramic view of the situation in the distance. After confirming that there is no risk of exposure, the fire dragon immediately looked down and looked at the shark slowly swimming under the sea again. A drop of saliva dropped from the corner of his mouth, but the huge body dived towards the sea at a faster speed. As the top of the ocean food chain, the shark didn't feel the danger in the air at all. It still swam slowly forward on the sea without knowing that a more powerful top predator in the universe was coming towards it. The huge dragon's mouth opened with great force and snapped towards the sea. The shark, more than 3 meters long, was bitten in its mouth without any resistance. With the dragon's faucet raised, the shark in the mouth struggled to be taken out of the water and disappeared in the air under the effect of the stealth device. Only the sea water and blood in the air can prove its existence. One stroke catches the prey. The body of the flaming dragon swoops up quickly. The claws of the dragon scratch the sea. The flames around the body quickly evaporate the water. The body has wiped the place, and in an instant there is smoke. Flying back to the air, the flame dragon felt the struggle of the prey in its mouth. It immediately bit hard, and the half-meter-long dragon teeth immediately penetrated into the shark's body completely, piercing its body completely. The strong body is torn and deformed under the strong biting force, and the spine is directly snapped. The original fierce struggle is rapidly weakened, but the shark's vitality is very strong. Although it has died, the body is not completely paralyzed. Under the effect of the residual instinct of the nerve, its twisted body still twitches from time to time and swings tenaciously for several times. With a sharp tooth and a strong bite force across the sea sharks, but now it is met with a more powerful predator. Only a face-to-face will be easily killed without resistance. Without waiting for the shark's life to disappear completely, the dragon of fire raised its head and swallowed it up. However, a 3-meter-long shark is not small, but it can't make the flame dragon fill its stomach. After swallowing the prey, the flame dragon with good taste can't help but reach out its tongue and lick the shark blood stained on the dragon's mouth. Then it looks down into the sea again, like a cat stained with fishy smell, eager to find the fish. Chen Mo had already returned to the Shendan Bureau when the flaming dragon was hunting at sea. In the weapon test field below the base, which is also the laboratory where they are now conducting the desperate virus experiment, Chen Mo steps towards Dr. Abraham Erskine and Maya Hansen, who are looking at something in front of the computer. They were so devoted to watching that they didn't find Chen Mo walking behind them. Chen Mo couldn't help looking at the computer screen, and then found that it was Tony Stark who was bitten by the fire dragon. It seems that they already know about London. "My God, Doctor, this giant dragon is so big that Tony can't fit his teeth." Maya Hansen looked at Tony Stark, struggling in the mouth of the flaming dragon. He couldn't help but smile. Obviously, Maya Hansen was in a very good mood when she saw Tony Stark's mess. Dr. Abraham Erskine nodded when he heard the words, but his eyes were on the fire dragon that was surrounded by the flames on his body. This giant dragon is very powerful and can control the fire. Tony's electric arc pulse gun won't do any harm to it at all. If we can get some blood samples of it, our research will probably get a breakthrough. Chen Mo, who was standing behind the two men, could not help but smile. Dr. Abraham Erskine thought of going with him. Taking a syringe full of green liquid out of the space, Chen Mo reached out and put it on the table in front of the two men. "Is that what you're talking about?" Dr. Abraham Erskine and Maya Hansen were shocked by the suddenly outstretched arm and the sudden sound behind them. They turned around quickly and found Chen Mo coming. "You're back. How about over there?" Dr. Abraham Erskine looked at Chen Mo and asked. Chen Mo said with a smile, "It's all done." Dr. Abraham Erskine nodded at the words, then turned to look at Chen Mo's syringe on the table and looked at the green liquid inside. Dr. Erskine could not help frowning and asked with a puzzled face, "Is this Saul's blood? Is it green?" Hearing this, Chen Mo smiled helplessly, knowing that they had just been startled by his sudden voice and didn't notice what he said. He immediately raised his finger and pointed to the flame dragon in the screen that was still tearing Tony Stark and said slowly, "This is the blood of this fire dragon. This fire dragon can control the fire, attack, and fly. The power of the fire is far above Killian." After listening to Chen Mo's words, they can't help but look at the giant dragon on the screen again. The giant dragon can even shoot fire. Just then the video shows Tony Stark flying out of the dragon's mouth under his rescue, and then a raging flame and dragon's breath burst out of the dragon's mouth, twisting the air in the sky. The two men looked at the horrible dragon breath, which was obviously several levels stronger than the flame from Killian, but their eyes could not help but light up at the same time. Chen Mo's voice continued to ring in their ears. Moreover, the fire dragon's physical fitness is also very strong, and it is almost completely immune to fire attack. Maybe it can play a role in improving the desperate virus. Maya Hansen can't help but think of the vision of Kirian's body when he used the fire. Now the biggest problem of the extinct virus is that after the transformation, the body can't completely contain and suppress the power of the fire. Accidentally, the whole body will explode because of the explosion of the fire energy. However, the flame dragon can use the flame easily, and there is no flame scurrying in the body. The flame energy in the body is very stable. Isn't that exactly what they want to achieve? Just as they were excited and eager to start studying, Chen Mo's tone suddenly became dignified. A serious voice said, "But you must be careful. This is the blood of the dragon. I don't want to transform it into a non-human monster." Dr. Erskine nodded his head and agreed. "You're right. It's a different gene after all. You should be careful. But you can rest assured that we can get rid of the genes involved in the dragon's body structure and separate the fragments related to the control of fire. And we will certainly conduct enough animal experiments to ensure that there is no risk." Chen Mo nodded at his words. If other people promised that, Chen Mo would never be at ease. But it was Dr. Abraham Erskine who said this. Chen Mo had worked with him for many years, and most of all understood his rigorous style. He said that there was no problem, there would be no problem. Dr. Erskine is not a madman like Red Skull and Kirian who is desperate to improve his power. He is a real scientist and will never be desperate to pursue stronger power. If the negative factors in the dragon gene cannot be eliminated, he will definitely give up all of them without hesitation. This is also the reason why Chen Mo chose Dr. Erskine to be in charge of the God-making plan. Any other scientist may be lost in power and desperate for God-making, but Dr. Erskine will never. With him, Maya Hansen's previous mistakes can't be repeated. Dr. Abraham Erskine thought for a moment, then looked at Chen Mo and said solemnly, "But in this way, we may have to give up most of the power genes of the flame dragon, and the final strengthening effect will surely be much worse." Maya Hansen's face changed as soon as she heard it. She looked at the fierce flame dragon in the video, and then turned her eyes to Chen Mo, who was very worried. Obviously, it's hard to get the gene of such a powerful mythical creature. Maya Hansen is not willing to give up its powerful power. If we can fully absorb the power gene of the flame dragon, then the human body will gain the extremely powerful power after strengthening, and the flame ability will certainly be more powerful. Maybe we can directly create a god who controls the flame. If we really give up the power gene of the flame dragon, the final strengthened physical quality is not enough, and it is likely that we cannot bear all the flame power of the flame dragon. Either it is as easy to self-explode as the previous ultimate creature, or it can only weaken the strengthening of the flame energy at the same time, and the final strengthening effect will be greatly reduced. Chen Mo takes a look at Maya Hansen and shakes her head. In her eyes, Chen Mo sees passion, persistence, but also paranoia and fanaticism. As the creator of Desperate Virus, Maya Hansen devoted her youth to Desperate Virus. She paid too much for the research of Desperate Virus. In addition, after working under Killian for more than 10 years, Maya Hansen has been influenced by a little subtle influence. Although she has not become as evil and crazy as Killian, she still keeps a certain bottom line in kindness, but her obsession to improve the virus of desperate situation is becoming stronger and stronger. If Chen Mo didn't wake up Dr. Abraham Erskine, but let her continue to be in charge of the research of the extinction virus, the God creation plan may eventually lose control and even create a more terrifying, monster-like existence than Kyrian. For example, Bruce Lee. Fortunately, Chen Mo was ready. Not only did Dr. Abraham Erskine, who was more rigorous and rational, take charge of the whole project in advance, but Chen Mo also got a gene sample that could make up for the power gene of the flame dragon, even stronger than the power of the flame dragon, without any side effects. He took the syringe with Saul's blood from the space and gave it to Dr. Abraham Erskine. After receiving the syringe, Dr. Abraham Erskine looked at the red blood in it, looked up at Chen Mo, and asked with a puzzled face, "And what is it?" "This is Saul's blood. His overall strength should be similar to that of the flame dragon, a little weaker and limited, but according to the size, his strength gene strength is much higher than that of the flame dragon." Dr. Abraham Erskine nodded approvingly and said excitedly, "It's true that Saul's genes are much stronger than those of the flame dragon because he has the power to fight such a huge beast in human body. In this way, we can make up for the defects in physical quality and make full use of the flame power of the flame dragon." Dr. Abraham Erskine frowned again and said to Chen Mo in some embarrassment, "But there must be many experiments. If everything goes well otherwise, the blood may not be enough." Dr. Abraham Erskine knows that it's not easy for Chen Mo to get the blood of the two super strong men, Fire Dragon and Saul. He doesn't know how many risks he took and how many difficulties he experienced. However, according to his experience, the follow-up experiment cannot be completely smooth, so the possibility of blood shortage is very large, almost 100%. He must tell Chen Mo the truth. Hearing this, Chen Mo said with a relaxed face, "No problem, no matter the Fire Dragon or Saul's blood, if it's not enough, just tell me, I'll take it." Meanwhile, on the other side, outside London, Saul had just stepped out of the beam of the Rainbow Bridge, and Jane Foster, who had been waiting anxiously, rushed up and rushed into Saul's arms. Saul held Jane Foster and raised his hand to caress her back. All of a sudden, Saul felt cold in his heart for no reason, as if he had been stared at by someone. Saul frowned and looked around and found that there was no one but Jane Foster in his arms. "What's the matter?" Sensing Saul's movements, Jane Foster couldn't help but look up from his arms and look at him strangely. "Just now, the feeling is just a moment. It's all gone." Saul doesn't find the source. Seeing Jane Foster raise his head and ask, Saul has to shake his head and hold Jane Foster in his arms, saying slowly, "Nothing." Saul didn't know that he had been stared at by Chen Mo, and for his beloved woman, Saul could only shed blood in time. Jane Foster didn't know Saul's feeling just now. Looking at his strange reaction and thinking of his furtive looking around, she could not help but have a guess. Lying in Saul's arms, Jane Foster could not help blushing and quietly looked around. They are now in a field outside London, surrounded by a large green grassland stretching to the hills in the distance. And not far away from them, a big tree with luxuriant branches and leaves threw a shade on the ground. On the grass around the tree, a bunch of beautiful wild flowers of various colors dotted them, just like on the soft grass. A beautiful flower bed sheet was paved. The scene I just thought of can't help but come to Jane Foster's mind, which makes her blushing cheeks more ruddy. "Let's go back." Jane Foster suddenly looked up at Saul and said softly. Saul looked at Jane Foster's red cheek, only thought that she was excited because of his return. Hearing Jane Foster's words, Saul could not help asking in doubt, "Back where?" Seeing Saul pretending to be silly, Jane Foster can't help but hammer a little shamefully on his strong chest and give Saul a white look. She said in a coquettish voice, "Back to my house." Looking at the charming and timid appearance of Jane Foster, Saul didn't understand her meaning. Even if he couldn't help it, he tightly held Jane Foster with his left arm. Saul turned the hammer of Thunderbolt in his right hand and swung it into the air, driving their bodies to rise and fly towards the direction of the city of London. Under the guidance of Jane Foster, the two quickly landed on the road in front of Jane Foster's house. Regardless of the surprised eyes of the people around them, they turned around and entered the door of the apartment. In the corridor, They couldn't wait to kiss each other. They were kissing and they stumbled towards Jane Foster's house. When Jane Foster fumbled to open the door, the two quickly flashed into the room. Then they hugged each other tightly on the porch and caressed each other. Looking at the two people's dry firewood and fire, they were about to get out of control. A dry cough suddenly sounded in the room. Cough. At the door, the two hugged each other in a stiff motion, and then turned to look at the room with some embarrassment. Dr. Selwyn and Daisy and Ian were sitting in front of the round table in the living room with coffee in their hands, looking at them strangely. Daisy, who had interrupted the two just now, saw them and immediately stood up from the table. "If you are busy, we will go back first," Daisy said, reaching out and pulling the two people who were still sitting on the chair. Ian immediately stood up. Dr. Selwyn looked down at the bread with jam on the plate in front of her. After Daisy pulled him hard again, Dr. Selwyn got up reluctantly, but as he got up, he drank up the coffee in his hand and then picked up the bread in the plate, which followed Daisy and Ian towards the door. As he walked past them, Dr. Selwyn still waved at them and complained. "I have been busy for a day, but I haven't eaten any food. You should eat some, Don T. Be hungry." Saul and Jane Foster nodded somewhat unnaturally. Dr. Selwyn wanted to say something more, but Daisy pushed them out. Daisy waved as she watched the two men still clinging to the wall. "See you tomorrow." When she had gone out and turned to close the door, Daisy squeezed her eyes on Jane Foster again, whispering, "Be safe. Touch." Before Jane Foster could answer, Daisy closed the door, leaving Saul and Jane Foster alone. With the departure of the three people, the awkward atmosphere just disappeared gradually. They looked at each other and kissed each other again. While Saul and Jane Foster were in a group, Tony Stark finally returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. With the blood of the flame dragon and Saul, the original God-making plan that was stuck in stagnation can finally continue. Just as Maya Hansen and Dr. Abraham Erskine were about to start their work, they were interrupted by Tony Stark, who rushed in wearing a war suit. Noticing the deep teeth marks on Tony Stark's heavily deformed armor, Maya Hansen said, gloating, "Our Iron Man came back alive. I thought you were eaten by that dragon." Tony Stark galloped all the way, but he did not see the flame dragon. Even after he came to the base of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, he did not find the huge flame dragon nearby. Even if in order to prevent the Shendan Bureau base from being exposed, as long as it is parked far away, there are so many abandoned factories and Shendan Bureau base is so hidden. Even if the flame dragon appears nearby, as long as it is not directly riding the dragon to enter the base, the possibility of exposure is not great. Tony Stark also thought that Chen Mo should turn on the stealth device, but the stealth device can only be visually invisible, and the temperature of the flaming fire on the dragon can't be hidden at all. But Tony Stark used the thermal detection of the war clothes and other ways to explore the surrounding, but still did not find the existence of the fire dragon. Tony Stark can't help but wonder if Chen Mo is running in the wrong direction. After all, the flame dragon is not a steel battle suit. There is no navigation system. It's normal to get lost from Wacken to New York so far. The more Tony Stark thinks about it, the more likely his guess is. This makes Tony Stark's heart cannot help but ignite a glimmer of hope again. If Chen Mo is really lost, then he has the hope of winning. With this hope, after Tony Stark entered the base, he didn't even take off the armor and flew directly to the laboratory at the fastest speed, trying to directly lock in the victory. In the high-speed flight in the Shendan Bureau base, I didn't know that I scared the staff of Shendan Bureau who passed by. People turned up everywhere, and papers were scattered in a mess by the strong wind from the propeller. If it wasn't for being the son of current director Howard and the godson of spiritual leader Commander, Tony Stark would have been shot with guns by these top agents. "Get out of the way." "Sorry." "In a hurry." Tony Stark apologized insincerely all the way to the end of the corridor. He just wanted to get to the lab as soon as possible. He even thought about how to laugh at Chen Mo when he came to the lab for a while, but he would not be beaten. But when Tony Stark managed to fly through the basement and into the lab, he saw Chen Mo standing next to Dr. Abraham Erskine and Maya Hansen. The last hope in my heart was suddenly shattered. If he heard Maya Hansen's sarcastic words, Tony Stark would definitely fight with her. But at this time, Tony Stark had no interest at all. Fly to Chen Mo and land down. Tony Stark comes out directly without armor. He looks at Chen Mo, who is holding a coffee pot and preparing to make a cup of coffee for himself. Tony Stark asks with a puzzled face, "What about your dragon? Why not out there?" Chen Mo kept making coffee and said, "Haven't you met it? I left it offshore." Offshore? Tony Stark couldn't help frowning. He didn't expect Chen Mo to be so cautious and stop the fire dragon so far. However, Tony Stark was relieved to think of Chen Mo's always acting style and ability to blink. It's really Dad's style. Besides, it seems to be a long way to stay near the sea, but for Chen Mo, who has the ability of blinking, it's just a distance that can be reached in the blink of an eye. As for Chen Mo's asking if he has met it, isn't that bullshit? If he does, he can't come back so quickly. No, Tony Stark suddenly remembered the feeling of being stared at when he was at sea. He didn't think much about going to the S.H.I.E.L.D. office as soon as he could. Now, it's not an illusion at all. In the sea, can let his heart grow cold, in addition to the fire dragon who will have. That guy must have turned on the stealth device and hid in the air. He was watched by it when he passed by her. At that time, he didn't expect that Chen would leave the flame dragon so far away, so he couldn't find the flame dragon with stealth device by naked eyes without thermal infrared detection. Tony Stark could not help being afraid of the thought that he had just flown by the dragon, but he did not know it at all. Who knows if that giant dragon has followed him, opened the big mouth full of sharp teeth and wanted to swallow him. He used to be in London, but he almost died in Longku and became his snack. That is to say, Chen Mo controls it and Tony Stark dares to compete with it, otherwise he will definitely hide far away. But just now at sea, Chen Mo was not there. There were only two of them. Once the fire dragon attacked him, he didn't think he could escape. Thinking that he had just walked in front of the ghost gate and was almost eaten by the fire dragon, Tony Stark's back could not help but be soaked in sweat. What kind of competition and stealth device does he care about now? Looking up at Chen Mo, Tony Stark said in a trembling voice, "Dad, you know where I'm going to pass. Do you want it to eat me right there? Even if you don't want to give me the stealth device, don't kill me." Chen Mo took a look at Tony Stark and said angrily, "And have you been eaten by it?" This, Tony Stark hears the words and thinks about it. It seems that the fire dragon didn't attack him. Otherwise, it can't run at his speed. Especially when it's invisible, it's hard to find it. So it didn't seem to attack him at that time. No wonder he just felt being stared at, but he didn't feel the danger. He thought that the flaming dragon just looked at him and didn't kill, so he easily ignored the feeling at that time. But Tony Stark was still full of fear, he said to Chen Mo with a sad face. Perhaps it was because it was full. There are fish in the sea, but Dad, have you ever thought about it? What if I come early and he doesn't have enough? Then you can't see me now. No one will help you upgrade your war clothes, and the desperate virus will stagnate because of my sacrifice. The Avenger Alliance, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, and even the whole humanity will suffer the greatest loss in history. Tony Stark looks distressed. Dr. Abraham Erskine and Maya Hansen look at each other. Is he sure he's talking about himself, not the commander? This guy takes himself too seriously. Chen Mo is used to Tony Stark's shamelessness for a long time, and he also saw that this guy's anger at this time was mostly disguised. Disdainfully glanced at Tony Stark, Chen Mo took a matchbox-sized device out of the space and threw it at him. Tony Stark's eyes brightened and he quickly reached for it, but his mouth was still a little angry. "What is this? You know, general things can't heal my injured heart. See here, Dr. Abraham Erskine and Maya Hansen also understand that Tony is just touching porcelain." Maya Hansen looked at Tony Stark with a disdainful face, deeply ashamed that she had had an affair with this shameless guy. "I was too young." Dr. Abraham Erskine looked at Tony and Chen Mo with a smile on his face, as if he had seen Howard playing tricks in front of Chen Mo. He was worthy of being a father and a son. He looked so similar when he wronged people. But in the end, Tony Stark is much better than Howard. Howard tried his best and didn't get any advantage from Chen Mo, but Chen Mo, the godfather of Tony Stark, was much more tolerant. He took the coffee and poured himself a cup. Chen Mo took the coffee and looked at Tony Stark, who was still acting. He said lightly, "If you don't want to give it back to me, it's not so easy to make the invisibility device of Wakanda. Tony Stark's eyes flashed with excitement at the moment, and he just grasped the stealth device in his hand, afraid that Chen Merchant would take it back. Yes, who said no? I earned it at the risk of being eaten by the dragon, Tony Stark said, looking excitedly at the invisible device in his hand, then frowned and asked doubtfully, "No, Dad, I think you are much more than this one on the fire dragon. Are you kidding me?" Chen Mo, who was drinking coffee, left Tony Stark and said impatiently, "Yes, I lied to you. I'd better give it back." Tony Stark listened to Chen Mo's words and hurriedly backed out 2 steps. He no longer pretended to be a victim, he said pleasantly. "I'm kidding, Dad. How can you cheat me, but this one is really small?" Chen Mo didn't really get the device back, just casually said, "You are also small, just right for you." Dr. Abraham Erskine and Maya Hansen both looked at Tony Stark with inexplicable faces. When Tony Stark heard Chen Mo's words, he almost jumped up like a cat with its tail trampled on. He said loudly and excitedly, "Dad, you can't insult me. Where am I small? Pepper can testify." Tony Stark said that he felt Maya Hansen's eyes full of deep meaning, but at the same time he was angry. He suddenly turned to Maya Hansen and said angrily, "What do you think I'm doing? Don't you know if I'm young?" Maya Hansen could not help but look at Tony Stark, and then she said with a proud smile, "Not big." Tony Stark's eyes were red when he heard the words, and he wanted to rush up to let the vicious woman try again whether it was big or small. But it used to be. Now he has Pepper. He can't test it by himself, so he can only let this woman slander him. Just as Tony Stark stares at Maya Hansen and ravages her in his mind, Chen Mo begins to end the argument of deviation. "Are you sure you are bigger than the Dragon of Fire?" "This," Tony Stark was asked by Chen Mo. "No matter what, the giant with a length of tens of meters can't be smaller than him. But how could the proud Tony Stark easily admit defeat? I haven't seen it. How can I know who it is?" "Stop. Tony, get all the shit out of your head. I'm talking about body shape. It's not enough for you to put on the war clothes. The stealth device used is naturally small." Chen Mo interrupts Tony Stark's tone and says impatiently, Chen Mo secretly makes up his mind to take the stealth device back if this guy talks nonsense again. When Tony Stark heard Chen Mo's words and looked at Chen Mo's bad eyes, his neck shrank. It turns out that he made a mistake from the beginning, but it's not his fault. Any man who hears someone say that he is small must have the same first reaction as him. It must be. But Tony Stark also knew that he would really annoy Chen Mo if he went on talking. He grasped the invisible device the size of the matchbox in his hand. Tony Stark, who wanted to get more benefits, chose to take it as soon as possible and shut his mouth. At the end of the farce, real work began. Dr. Abraham Erskine and Maya Hansen started the research on the extinct virus with Saul's and Fire Dragon's blood. Tony Stark started to repair and upgrade Mark 42 with the stealth device Chen Mo gave him. This battle revealed many shortcomings of Mark 42's battle suit. One is not fast enough. Although on the Earth, Mark 42's super high speed of Mach 10 has surpassed all manned vehicles. Except for the rocket that is out of the atmosphere, no aircraft can catch up with him. But compared with the strong and technology of the whole universe, it is obviously not fast enough. Although the previous plan was to increase the thruster directly, Tony Stark gave up his previous plan when he thought of the way he was shooting fire all over. As a technological genius, how can we use such a crude and unskilled way? So in the end, Tony Stark decided to strengthen the thruster so that the speed of the battle suit can be improved without increasing the number of thrusters. In addition to the speed of being compared in front of the Fire Dragon, the defense and strength have also exposed great deficiencies in the battle. In terms of defense, it's good to say that it's mainly because he's been upgrading the war clothes recently. The upgrading of the war clothes is too fast, so the armor materials used are not the best. Wait until the war clothes are further improved, and then ask Dad for some alpha alloy or even Edelman alloy. The defense problem will be solved naturally, but in terms of strength, it is not so easy to improve. After being bitten by the Fire Dragon, Tony Stark struggled with all his strength, but he could not shake the mouth at all. The huge power that he was proud of was easily crushed in front of the Fire Dragon like a child. This made Tony Stark, who was already very satisfied with the power of battle clothes, realized the shortage of battle armor again. However, just like the speed enhancement, in addition to increasing the number and specification of the driving device, only the power output of the strengthening driving device can be studied. Increasing the number and specification of the driving device means that the size and body shape of the war suit must be changed accordingly. Tony Stark was reluctant to wear a huge and bulky steel war suit like the Iron Overlord of Obadiah. Tony Stark didn't think about getting more power by increasing his size and driving device. He had tried to make large battle armor before, such as Mark 37 armor, Igor. But in the process of design, Tony Stark gave up the idea of driving it by himself, let Jarvis control it directly, and positioned it as heavy armor, so he had no intention to take it to the battlefield. If it had not been for dealing with a large number of ultimate creatures, Igor would not have had the chance to appear at all, and he would have stayed in the arsenal for a long time. Tony Stark has an almost obsessive insistence on the steel war clothes he uses. He can't give up his cool appearance in any case. So, in terms of power improvement, Tony Stark still chose the more difficult way to study the power output of the lifting drive. In addition to strength, speed, and defense, there are many problems exposed in this battle with the Flame Dragon. For example, the heat insulation ability is still insufficient, and there are too few countermeasures after being bitten by monsters. The reaction speed and anti-vertigo ability of Air Roll need to be improved, but it's also a good thing for Tony Stark. He has been upgrading his battle clothes. Mark 42 is the latest product after upgrading. But he doesn't think Mark 42 is perfect, but he doesn't know how to upgrade. Before the battle with Killian, he upgraded the thermal insulation system, which can last for a long time in the mouth of the fire dragon, and finally escape smoothly. Otherwise, if the battle clothes before the upgrade were not directly sprayed by the fire, they would have been paralyzed by the high temperature swept by. The problems exposed in this battle just point out the direction for him to strengthen in the next step. What he needs to do next is to give full play to his greatest advantages and make up for all the weaknesses of the war clothes through research and development. This time, instead of going back to Lowe's Angels, Tony Stark called Pepper to make arrangements for them to move back to the Avengers League building. It was because of anxiety disorder that I left the group and went back to Lowe's Angels. Now, anxiety disorder has been cured for a long time, and his participation in the later God-building plan must be indispensable. It's troublesome to run back and forth frequently. Moreover, the upgrading of the battle clothes and the research on the thrusters and driving devices are too difficult for him alone. If Dr. Ethan and Dr. Banner can help, it will be much easier. Dr. Abraham Erskine and Maya Hansen are the perfecters of the extinction virus, and Tony Stark is the upgrade of the steel battle suit. Chen Mo doesn't need to worry about these things. So when people began to work, Chen Mo didn't stop in New York, but moved away in a blink and came to a sea dozens of kilometers away from the coast. It seems that everything is normal on the calm sea, but the spiritual connection between Chen Mo and the Flame Dragon tells him that the Flame Dragon is not far in front of him. As Tony Stark understood, although the invisibility device produced by Wakanda is advanced, it can only perform optical invisibility, and the Flame Dragon does not really disappear, so it is easy for Chen Mo to find the exact location of the Flame Dragon by releasing his mind. Once again, a blink came to the top of the Flame Dragon. As the body into the scope of the stealth device, Chen Mo's figure also disappeared in the air. Chen Mo soon knew what happened after he left. This guy was attracted by sharks in the sea and began to kill. However, he obeyed Chen Mo's order and didn't expose himself. When Tony Stark passed by, the fire dragon didn't do anything. It seems that it has a high degree of obedience and execution to its own orders. The intelligence level is also much higher than that of ordinary animals. Chen Mo's orders can be fully understood and flexibly executed, rather than just following his orders and staying in the air. This guy also knows that he can go to the sea to catch fish when he is hungry, and before he starts, he carefully observes the surrounding conditions to ensure safety. The reason why the Flame Dragon is so smart Chen Mo's judgment should be related to its spiritual power. Although the consciousness is completely broken by Chen Mo, the original memory and consciousness are all gone, but the powerful spiritual power is retained and has been swallowed by the new consciousness formed by the integration of Chen Mo's spiritual power. At this time, it has been swallowed completely and recovered to the similar strength of the original spiritual power. Although the fragmented mental power after being crushed has no memory and consciousness residue, and cannot bring the original memory and experience to the flame dragon, the enhancement of mental power has greatly improved its intelligence. Feeling Chen Mo's return, there was a burst of joyful mood in the flame dragon consciousness connected with Chen Mo's spiritual power. Chen Mo smiled and stroked the dragon horn, then drove it to the northeast. At the same time, Chen Mo also ordered Jarvis to quietly control all the satellites in the space orbit above them, monitor their dynamics at any time, and prevent anyone from using thermal detection and other means to find the trace of the flame dragon. Although Chen Mo left Jarvis in the form of a transformer in the Dark Elf warship when he was in Waddleheim, and let him fly the warship back to Earth, in fact, the transformer transformed from a holographic smartphone is just one of Jarvis's many carriers. Mr. Chen can still use Jarvis in a steel suit or a wristwatch that carries a Zhenjin Nano suit. Moreover, the Dark Elf warship has already arrived at the Earth. As the ruler of the Nine Kingdoms, the most advanced space warship of the Dark Elves, the Cross warship has the ability to jump in space. Although Waddleheim is very far away from the Earth, in fact, it doesn't take too long. In fact, as early as the Avengers Alliance began to clean up alien creatures, Jarvis had already arrived at the outer space of the Earth in the Dark Elf warship. This is also Chen Mo's secret weapon. In case of an unparalleled and powerful enemy from the space channel, such as the flame giant Surtle or the god of death Hela, Chen Mo plans to let Jarvis operate the Dark Elf warship to launch space kinetic energy strike and directly accelerate its descent from space in a stealthy state. With the help of its own kinetic energy and acceleration of gravity, the Dark Spirit warship with blade shape can achieve extremely horrible super high speed, and the destructive power caused by the moment of landing is comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. And under the control of super artificial intelligence Jarvis, even in the rapid falling, warships can quickly adjust the direction of falling. Under such a horrible high speed, even Cert and Hela are hard to avoid. With the strength of the Dark Spirit warship and the huge sharp blade on the outer armor, it is enough to lean any enemy into two sections and press them into flesh mud. But although the power of this mace is amazing, the consequences are very serious. With the weight of the Dark Spirit warship, the kinetic energy carried after the high-speed fall is extremely terrifying. While destroying the enemy, this huge energy burst out, which is no less powerful than a nuclear bomb. The whole Greenwich area will be razed to the ground under the impact wave, thanks to Chen Mo's early evacuation of the people in Greenwich. Otherwise, once used, the casualties will be very serious. As for Chen Mo's new car, it will be completely destroyed in this suicide attack. Fortunately, the worst did not happen, and the strongest creature that came to the Earth through the wormhole was just the Dragon of Fire. Although Tony Stark was severely abused, Chen Mo accepted him easily. Under the careful preparation of Chen Mo, a crisis finally passed safely without causing too much damage. The Dark Elf warship, which was charged with suicide attacks, was parked in outer space orbit without any use. Chen Mo didn't want the Dark Spirit warship to appear in front of the public, so he didn't let Jarvis come back. While controlling all the satellites that can detect the flight path of the Flame Dragon, Chen Mo also gave Jarvis a new task. Using the detection system of the Dark Spirit warship, he explored and monitored all the ships and flights around the Flame Dragon aircraft and submarines, to ensure that the Flame Dragon will not enter the radar or sonar detection range. On the one hand, all the satellites can be seen, and their satellites become blind. On the other hand, the super satellite of the Dark Elf warship is used to control all the possible exposed targets. Under the escort of Jarvis, Chen Mo drives the Flame Dragon and flies all the way to the north of Norway. With the Flame Dragon, a new mount with fast speed, windy appearance and good flight experience, Chen Mo has no conflict with the long-distance driving. On the contrary, he enjoys the process very much, just like a man who just got a beloved sports car and wants to go out for a ride if he has nothing to do. However, Chen Mo's return to Hydra Base this time is not to hang around, but to upgrade his new mount. In Marvel World, there seems to be nothing that can't be upgraded. The steel battle suit has been upgraded from the original Mark No. 1 to the present Mark No. 42 and is still upgrading. Saul is also undergoing the transformation from Hammer God to Thunder God and will evolve into Axe God again in the future. Even Mieba, the ultimate boss, is on the way of gemstone inlay upgrading, from the sub-Heavenly Father equivalent to Hera to the Heavenly Father who can destroy half of life in the whole universe through infinite gemstones. So Chen Mo thought, can we upgrade the Flame Dragon? Although the Flaming Dragon has 2 horns at first, it is similar to the real dragon, but in fact, it is quite different from the dragon in terms of body size or flight mode. Compared with the slender dragon, the Flame Dragon is shorter, more like an alligator than a dragon, and the way of flying is also like a rocket. It can't be suspended in the air but can only circle like an airplane. If it stops, it will fall directly from the air. These are not perfect for Chen Mo, who was ignited by dragon riding enthusiasm. Now that we have the Flame Dragon with some dragon features, why don't we try to upgrade it and have a real dragon? Chen Mo is not a whim. When the Zetas invaded, Chen Mo captured all the technical data of the Zetas, including the most powerful biological transformation technology of the Zetas. Zetari soldiers and Leviathan monsters are the products of biological weapon transformation. If these technologies can be applied to the Flame Dragon, it may be able to make up for some of its shortcomings, and even it is not impossible to transform it into a dragon. When he left last time, Chen Mo left all the Zetari biotechnology to Dr. Zora. I don't know how he is doing now. Chen is looking forward to flying towards the Hydra base under the control of the Fire Dragon. As for the etheric particles taken from Malukis, Chen Mo did not intend to give them to Hydra for safekeeping. He didn't even bring the ether particles back to New York. Instead, he directly sent Agent Phil Coulson back to the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, which is under Nick Fry's custody. As a matter of fact, the Wand of the Soul that Rocky used to invade the Earth was also in the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Chen Mo is more inclined to concentrate the infinite gems than to hide them separately. Chen Mo, who is familiar with the plot, knows that the method of putting eggs in different baskets doesn't work at all. The final result is just that he is defeated by Mieba. He sends infinite gems to Mieba and makes him stronger and stronger. Chen Mo's plan is to hold all the infinite gems, at least most of them, in his hands and protect them with the strongest power. If he wants to rob them, he will kill them directly before he gets the infinite gems and when his strength is in the weakest state. Of course, Chen Mo knows that it's not easy. Even if he doesn't get the infinite gem, his strength is as strong as that of Hala. If he is not careful, he may be destroyed. However, compared with the extinction of the infinite gem, it is obviously better to deal with the extinction of the whiteboard state. As long as Chen Mo can accumulate enough defense power and master the power to kill the hegemonic before the final battle, you should know that exterminating hegemony is not only powerful, but also has many subordinates. In addition to the Zetari Legion destroyed by Chen Mo, he also has a powerful and amazing number of vanguard in his hands. These creatures with 4 arms are fearless of death, extremely fierce in battle, and their single strength is far above the Kitari soldiers. In addition, the number of vanguard is large, and their fighting style of fearless is huge. The overall combat effectiveness of Vanguard Regiment should be higher than that of Zetari Regiment. In addition to these Vanguard Guards who can only be regarded as cannon fodder soldiers in the view of Mieba, Mieba has powerful Obsidian 5 generals. Each of them is extremely powerful. In today's Avenger League, except Soul and Hulk, others are not necessarily their opponents. If Chen-Mo wants to kill the bully, on the one hand, he must have the means to cause fatal damage to the bully. On the other hand, he must be able to resist the attack of the Vanguard and Obsidian 5 generals, so as not to let the Infinite Gem be killed by the bully. Otherwise, the strength of the bully will become more powerful and more difficult to deal with. Fortunately, it's a long time before the final battle. Chen-Mo has enough time to prepare. In fact, as early as the first 2 times to cross the Avenger Alliance world, Chen-Mo has already begun to arrange. Use Wakanda to unify the whole Africa and make use of Africa's rich mineral resources, vigorously develop industry, and build a large-scale military production base. When Chen-Mo needs it, the whole African power will be fully mobilized to produce an amazing number of war weapons at any time. All kinds of weapons and equipment, fighter tanks, Wakanda spacecraft, and even space carriers can be rapidly produced. With Wakanda's scientific and technological strength and the support of the whole Africa, the explosive force will be very powerful. In the case of preparation in advance, Vanguard's fierce attack will never be as easy to break through the defense of Wakanda as in the movie. And Chen-Mo not only has Wakanda, but also has a more powerful Hydra. Dr. Zora, the Zetari's biological weapon technology, has begun to study and believes that there should have been achievements. What he gave Dr. Zola was very mature and complete biotechnology. After a little research, it can be used directly. If Dr. Zola can't do such a simple thing well, Chen-Mo should also consider whether he should retire. Thanks to Wakanda's technological strength and the help of Hydra, Chen-Mo is confident enough to resist the overwhelming Vanguard. As for the Obsidian 5 generals, they are not invincible. In addition to Soul and Hulk, the strength of others is not as good as that of Obsidian 5 generals, but with the help of Chen-Mo, they are all stronger than those in the movie, and they are not without the power to fight against Obsidian 5 generals. Besides, there are other unsung superheroes on the Earth, such as Spider-Man, Strange Doctor, and Scarlet Witch. They are also very powerful and have the ability to compete with Obsidian 5. In dealing with the task of exterminating hegemony, Chen-Mo hands it over to Saul. In fact, in the final battle, only Soul has the strength to defeat the hegemony. At that time, Soul had experienced a war with the god of death and had fully mastered the power of thunder. His strength had reached its peak. With a storm hammer more powerful than the hammer of thunder, Soul was seriously injured with one axe as soon as he came out of the arena. It would have been hard to say what the final outcome would have been if the 6 infinite gems had not been killed in time. So Saul in the peak period has the power to kill the hegemonic when he has the divine soldiers. Of course, Chen-Mo will not put all hope on Saul. He doesn't want to hide in the theater and hand over the fate of the whole Avenger Alliance world to others. This is also the reason why Chen-Mo has been trying his best to improve his strength. Although Mieba has always been a big mountain in his heart, it is also his superpower. What he wants to do most is to kill Mieba by himself and completely save the movie world that he is most tied up with. It's just that it's not so easy to improve his strength. After so many years of hard work in the world, Chen-Mo's current strength is only equal to Soul's, who has not yet reached the peak. This is still based on his current strength. If he wants to fight against the upper hegemonic forces now, there is only a dead end to his escape. Fortunately, Chen-Mo still has the desperate virus. As long as the God-making plan is successful, Chen-Mo's strength will be improved qualitatively. Even if he can't reach Odin's heavenly father and Hela's sub-heavenly father, he can at least have the strength to fight against hegemony. With his various special abilities and powerful fighting skills, he can still defeat hegemony. Wakanda, Hydra, Aegis, Avenger Alliance, desperate virus compared with the time when he just came to the world of Avengers Alliance. Chen-Mo has concentrated all kinds of forces of the whole Earth together and grasped them in his hands, so that the Earth really has the ability to fight against hegemony. He will not feel powerless as he did at the beginning, and it seems that he can't compete at all. And it's a long time before the final battle. Chen-Mo can make more preparations and arrangements. He believes that with his participation, the tragedy that wiped out half of life in the universe in the future will never happen again. Under the escort of Jarvis, Chen Mo drove the flame dragon across the Atlantic Ocean and flew to the north of Norway at a high speed. He didn't delay for a long time except for a few warships that changed their direction slightly. Soon, they came to the coast of the fjord in northwest Norway, controlling the flame dragon to slow down. At the same time, they lowered their height. Along the fjord connecting the base, Chen Mo drove the dragon to the mountains inland. Below is a broad and secluded bay, with towering mountains on both sides. Standing on the top of the fire dragon, Chen Mo can't help feeling that a light boat has passed the mountains. With the deepening of Chen Mo, the sea behind him has been completely blocked by the zigzag mountains. In this deep fjord, even if Chen Mo removes his invisibility, he doesn't have to worry about being exposed. Soon the fjord came to an end, and in front of them was a huge, towering mountain. The top secret base of Hydra is here. When the flame dragon approached, a rock wall in the middle of the mountain suddenly opened, revealing a hidden flight passage, which was enough for the aircraft to take off and land. The passage was also very spacious for the flame dragon. Under the control of Chen Mo, the flame dragon flew in from the passage, and the opened rock wall then closed again, hiding the passage. At Hydra Base, Colonel John and Dr. Zola, who are now in charge of Hydra, have been waiting on the tarmac, watching the gate at the end of the passage open and close. Although there is nothing in front of them, the expression on their faces is not relaxed at all. Although the flame dragon can't be found by naked eyes under the effect of stealth device, the infrared equipment and radar can still find his body shape. As the headquarters base of Hydra, the defense is very tight. Not only are there all kinds of defense and detection devices around the mountain, but also all kinds of monitoring and detection devices in the coast and fjord. As long as there are targets within 100 kilometers of the coast, they will be found in the first time, and there is no hiding at all. So when the flame dragon is still at sea, they have found its figure. If Chen Mo had not informed them in advance that they would come here on Fire Dragon, they would have launched an attack already. With the closing of the passage, now the two people in front of the apron soon feel a burst of hot coming from the front of them. The cold air entering when the passage was just opened seems to be dispelled instantly. The two people have the feeling of entering the midsummer and being scorched in the sun. Although they did not see Chen Mo and the fire dragon, they knew that the giant beast with extremely powerful energy response in the detection device had come to them. If it wasn't Chen Mo who was the master of the giant beast, they all had the impulse to turn around and leave at this time, especially Dr. Zola, who could not help sweating on the forehead, didn't know whether it was because of heat or fear. The incident happened in London not long ago. They also received the information for the first time, including all the images of the flame dragon. So they know what Chen Mo is riding on. It was a fire dragon that almost ate Tony Stark. Even though they are all strengthened by super soldier serum, they are definitely not strong in Tony Stark's steel suit. With their strength in the face of this terrible fire dragon, there is only one bite to eat, and there is no possibility of struggling like Tony Stark. So it's really hard for them to keep calm when they know what terror is hidden in front of them. It's hard for them to be afraid. Chen Mo quickly shut down the stealth device, which was like a soap bubble breaking. There was a ripple in the air in front of the two people, and it soon dissipated. A huge beast with a ferocious face appeared in front of the two people. This time, the two of them are not worried, but their legs can't help but feel soft. Especially when the flame dragon's pair of giant eyes turn to two people, both of them can't help but feel tight, for fear that the flame dragon will suddenly go mad and eat them both. The huge mouth full of sharp teeth only needs one bite to be able to eat them both together. It is bitten by the huge dragon teeth. With their physical quality, they will be split in two on the spot. The sweat on Dr. Zola's forehead suddenly grew and rolled down his forehead. Had it not been for the awe and loyalty of Chen Mo, they would have been far away. Just when they were frightened, Chen Mo, standing on the top of the fire dragon, jumped forward and fell in front of them. Being blocked by Chen Mo between them and the fire dragon, Colonel John and Dr. Zola were relieved, and immediately saluted Chen Mo. "Long live Hydra. See, long live Hydra." Chen Mo looks at the frightened Dr. Zora and contrasts with the calm Dr. Abraham Erskine at any time. They make a decision between them. Chen Mo can't help shaking his head secretly. Dr. Zola is a genius in research. He is extremely proficient in physics, mechanics, and biology. He is the undoubted chief scientist of Hydra, but his character is a little timid. After so many years, he has not made any progress. It doesn't matter if he's timid at ordinary times. Anyway, he doesn't need to go to the battlefield to fight. Just do his research well. But Chen Mo came here to help strengthen the fire dragon. Now, if he's not around, I don't know if he'll pee directly. How can he strengthen the flame dragon? Does he have to take Dr. Zola for a ride in the sky as he helped Tony Stark overcome the psychological shadow? Chen Mo didn't mind. He was afraid that Dr. Zola's fear could not be overcome. Instead, he was scared to death. Looking at them, Chen Mo asked Dr. Zola with a cold face, "What's up with the Zatari biotech research I gave you before?" Dr. Zola was shocked by Chen Mo's eyes and knew that he was too bad. Dr. Zola tried to overcome his fear of the fire dragon and said to Chen in a calm voice, "The biological transformation and cultivation technology have been fully mastered. We not only used the embryos of Leviathan and Zatari soldiers you brought back for experiments, but also successfully cultivated Leviathan and Zatari soldiers under our control. We also used the biological transformation technology to transform them, and their strength has been improved to a certain extent than before. We have now mastered more powerful biological weapons than the Zetas," Dr. Zola said, quietly observing Chen Mo's expression. Seeing that Chen Mo's expression was slightly relaxed, he took a sigh of relief and went on. "As long as you order, we can start to mass-produce these biological weapons at any time. They are cultivated very fast, and it doesn't take too long to form a powerful army." Chen Mo can't help nodding when he hears the words. That's why he gave Dr. Zola Zetari biotechnology. The vanguard guards who are fighting against the tyrants will inevitably cause huge casualties if they rely on human soldiers alone. These biological weapons of Kittery are not only powerful, but also fearless. The most important thing is that it doesn't matter how much they die. Seeing that Chen Mo nodded and approved his work, Dr. Zola's heart was hanging all the time, and then he let it go. But soon, as Chen Mo's voice rang out again, Dr. Zola's heart came back to his voice again. "The biological core is not in a hurry. Your new task now is to transform this fire dragon." Dr. Zola looked at the monstrous terror beast behind Chen Mo and thought that he would transform it by himself. He felt a convulsion in his heart. Did the leader want to feed his new pet with him as a snack? This flame dragon is not a Leviathan beast. Although Leviathan beast is huge in size, it is several times larger than this one. In fact, its strength is far less than that of flame dragon. Its movement is slow and its body strength is average. Only by its huge size, heavy alloy armor on its body surface, and its ability to fly in the air can it occupy a place in the Kittery army, and it plays the most important role or carry and drop soldiers, equivalent to a large armored personnel carrier. When the New York War, Tony Stark also killed several heads. In addition to smashing some buildings, there is no great threat. And what is this fire dragon? Tony Stark was almost eaten by him. He had no power to fight back in front of him. All kinds of attacks did no harm to him. If Leviathan is a large armored personnel carrier, the flame dragon is a heavy tank with extremely strong attack and defense. Leviathan met it, only to be torn up and eaten. What's more, Leviathan is a biological weapon after all. Dr. Zora can control them completely without any danger. This flaming dragon is a beast that has just been tamed. Although it is clever in front of the omnipotent leader, Dr. Zora doesn't think it will be so obedient to itself. If you hurt him a little bit when you start to rebuild, or you are hungry, bored, or simply look at him, who knows if this giant beast will eat him directly or spit out a dragon's breath and burn him to ashes. Although he tried to be brave in front of Chen Mo, Dr. Zola still looked at Chen Mo fearfully, and his eyes were full of begging. "Don't feed me to dragon." Chenmo looked at Dr. Zola, who was about to be frightened. He couldn't help shaking his head. This guy is really hopeless. However, Chenmo was soon relieved. Dr. Zola's timidity is not bad. If he was really a bold guy, he would have become a technology maniac full of ambition with his ability. Maybe he would rebel while he was away. How could he work for him so faithfully and diligently? Thinking of this, Chenmo's eyes to Dr. Zola were not so severe. He turned around and waved to the flame dragon. He was lying on the ground, and watching their flame dragon immediately got up and quickly climbed to Chenmo's face and put his head in front of Chenmo. Chenmo raised his hand and gently stroked the mouth of the flame dragon, which was covered with hard scales. The flame dragon opened its mouth comfortably and gave out light roars. The hot air with a bloody smell came out of the dragon's mouth like a strong wind, blowing on the faces of Dr. Zola and Colonel John, which made their faces twitch. Dr. Zola looked at the blood pot and the sharp dragon teeth. He imagined that he was bitten by one bite. He was stiff. Chenmo patted the flame dragon's nose. He closed his mouth and crawled to the ground near Chenmo's feet. The huge faucet was close to Chenmo, like a pet dog attached to his master. It's just that the pet dog is a little bigger. Chenmo turned to look at Dr. Zora, who was standing there stiffly, and said slowly, "This fire dragon has been accepted by me and can completely obey my orders. You don't need to worry about safety. You should have known about it. I want you to transplant Leviton's flying ability into it and transform its shape. I want it to become a real dragon, not a flying crocodile." Dr. Zola was a little relieved when hearing this. Although he was timid, he still believed Chenmo's words. Since Chenmo said there would be no safety problem, he would not be eaten. Looking at the fire dragon lying at Chenmo's feet again, Dr. Zola found that what Chenmo said was really appropriate. The fire dragon's body shape looked like a giant crocodile with long horns. Although it is a little longer and more powerful than the thick crocodile, it still has a big gap compared with the legendary Oriental dragon. But thinking of Chenmo's request, Dr. Zola's eyes lit up, and his eyes to the fire dragon changed completely. From the original fear, they gradually became excited and fanatical. If he can transform the flame dragon into a dragon himself, he has created a mythical creature. Thinking of this, Dr. Zola was excited. He wished that he could transform the flame dragon immediately. The original fear had long gone. Hydra is a secret organization with myth and belief as its core. Their belief, Hydra itself, is the existence of myth and legend. They are still familiar with all kinds of myths and legends, especially since Chenmo was in charge of Hydra in the appearance of Chinese people. Dr. Zola has conducted a lot of research on various Oriental myths and legends, and found the existence of Xiang Liu very similar to Hydra in Oriental myths, which makes Dr. Zola more convinced that Chenmo is the incarnation of Hydra. The existence of Xiang Liu undoubtedly shows that Hydra has been to China in the ancient times and left his legend there, which also explains why their gods appeared in the appearance of Chinese people. Hydra's body is Hydra, there is no race. He can turn into Red Skull Schmidt. Nature can also turn into Chenmo. In addition to the discovery of Xiang Liu, which strengthened his belief in Chenmo, Dr. Zola also learned about the most famous mythical creature in the East, the dragon. Unlike the large lizard with 2 wings on its back, the dragon in the East is more powerful and noble. It is a symbol of imperial power in the East. Although Dr. Zola knows that even if he transforms the flame dragon into a dragon, he also has the ability to fly in the air by transplanting Leviathan's giant beast, which is just a powerful alien creature with the shape of a dragon. But Dr. Zola is excited to help Chenmo create a creature with dragon shape and some abilities. If before, let alone transform the shape of the flame dragon, the ability to transplant Leviathan beast alone would be enough to baffle Dr. Zola. But now, with the advanced biological transformation technology of the Zetas, it's not so difficult. But it's feasible. After all, it's a big project. Although the training cabin of Leviathan Giant can be used directly, it doesn't need to be rebuilt, but the whole process will take quite a long time to complete. After ordering the fire dragon to follow Dr. Zola's order, cooperate with the transformation, and forbid cannibalism, Chen Mo gave it to Dr. Zola for transformation, and Chen Mo visited the biological weapons they produced under the leadership of Colonel John. When he came to the weapon test field, Chen Mo saw the huge Leviathan beast at a glance. The flame dragon is a giant beast, but compared with it, it looks like a young cub. After the transformation of Hydra, Leviathan giant beast is larger than before. It looks like a ferocious and strong dragon with a body length of more than 100 meters, a body diameter of more than 10 meters, and a wide back like the deck of a ship. It can stand several people side by side, which is not as narrow as the flame dragon. This Leviathan beast is still covered with dark gold heavy armor. This dark gold alloy is a formula obtained from the data of the Za'Tari people. Although its strength is not particularly strong, its density is very light, and its equipment will not bear too much burden on Leviathan. The mouth, which originally appeared to be short and thick, became longer and larger, and the teeth were huge and sharp, obviously with strong attack power. In addition to the changes in the mouth, this Leviathan beast has a huge unicorn on its head. This one horn is not as long and thin as the flame dragon, but in a flat shape. From the nose to the forehead, it gradually becomes higher and thicker. Under the cover of a layer of silver armor, it is like a thick mountain cutting edge, which seems to be able to cut anything in front into two parts. There used to be a long row of steel bone spurs on the top of the spine and on both sides of the abdomen. Now they have all been replaced with sharp silver blades. They look very ferocious, scary, and destructive. On both sides of its body, 6 pairs of long and thin wings like fins covered with dark gold metal armor spread to both sides, and they did not see how they flapped. But the huge and heavy Leviathan giant was floating in the air like there was no gravity. The main body armor on the surface of 6 pairs of metal wings is still made of dark gold light alloy, but the front part of the metal wing is the same silver metal as the top of the head and the blade on the body, and it is also made into the shape of a blade. 6 pairs of 20-meter-long blades are continuously staggered up and down with the gentle flapping wings of Leviathan beast, and the blade in the front is flashing bursts of dazzling cold light. The silver metal used for all these silver blades is a special alloy with lighter density mastered by Hydra. Although it weighs more than the dark gold alloy of Za'Tari, it is stronger in hardness. The blade made of this alloy is very sharp and fast enough to cut the armored vehicle directly at the flying speed of Leviathan beast degree and power. Almost everything in front of it will be cut in half. Compared with the original Leviathan monster, this new Leviathan monster, which has been transformed by Hydra, obviously has stronger destructive power. Chen Mo is very satisfied with this. What he wants is not just some giant biological troop carriers. Today's Leviathan giant meets Chen Mo's requirements for war giant. They can not only quickly transport soldiers to the battlefield, but also directly into the battle, relying on their own body shape and strength to fight, which is definitely a big killing weapon in the battlefield. It's good. It's a good renovation. When he saw Chen Mo's satisfaction, Colonel John could not help but relax, and at the same time his face showed a look of joy. Dr. Zola is good at research. He is a layman in the battle. In fact, he put forward the transformation plan of Leviathan Beast. Now he is praised by Chen Mo, and he is very happy. But Colonel John didn't forget the purpose of their coming. Without Chen Mo's asking, he quickly operated on the console beside him. Then, Leviathan's body was like firing bullets on both sides. From the front to the back, he quickly shot out a biochemical soldier. These soldiers quickly landed on the ground under the traction of the rope behind them. The rope behind them was disconnected at the same time. These biochemical soldiers in armor and long guns rushed forward quickly and quickly formed a neat square line in front of Chen Mo. They were like a group of sculptures, even though they were standing with guns. The new Leviathan monster is bigger than the original. There are 200 soldier dropouts on both sides. Each drop can hold 5 soldiers. When fighting, it can quickly drop 1,000 soldiers it carries into the battlefield in 5 seconds. Listening to Colonel John's story, Chen Mo's eyes also fell on the group of biochemical soldiers standing in front of him. Compared with Leviathan, these biochemical soldiers have changed a lot. Although the original Kittery soldiers were tall, they were slightly thin, and their strength was not too strong. The main way of fighting was to use the energy rifles in their hands for medium and short-range shooting, and rarely for close combat. But these biochemical soldiers who have been transformed by Hydra have not changed much in height, but they are more vigorous. Although they also carry a science fiction energy rifle in their hands, they are directly connected with a sharp bayonet under the muzzle of the gun, which obviously has a certain melee ability. Colonel John introduced at once. The physical quality of the original Kittery soldiers is about 2 to 3 times that of ordinary people. The combat effectiveness is almost entirely from the rifles in their hands. The close combat ability is very poor. We have strengthened the biochemical soldiers with the super soldier serum, and the physical quality can reach 3 to 4 times that of ordinary people. After implanting the close combat skills, the close combat ability of the new biochemical soldiers is very good, and the shooting method has been greatly improved with the enhancement of physical quality, and the overall combat effectiveness is several times of the original. Colonel John said that he had taken a rifle from a soldier and handed it to Chen Mo. Meanwhile, he said, the weapon they use is a new type of energy rifle made by Dr. Zola, combining the energy weapons of Zitari and the original energy rifle of Hydra. It is more powerful than the weapons originally equipped by Zitari soldiers, with higher firing speed. With the stronger physical quality of biochemical soldiers, it can play a greater role in the battlefield. The energy weapon originally developed by Hydra uses the energy of the cosmic cube and relies too much on the cosmic cube. The energy weapon of Zitari people uses a kind of man-made energy similar to Tony Stark's arc reactor. Although its power is not as powerful as the space energy weapon of Hydra, it can burn the target instantly. But there is no dependence on the energy source lie. You can make it without restriction. Chen Mo holds the energy rifle, which is slightly longer than the ordinary rifle, and points the cutting edge of the rifle at a steel target in the distance. With Chen Mo pulling the trigger, a purple energy beam shot out of the muzzle, and in a blink, it hit the steel target in the distance. The steel target, which is made of alloy and only slightly deformed after being hit by rifle bullets, explodes directly after being hit by the light beam, and becomes a pile of metal fragments scattered on the ground. Although this power is a little weaker than the original space energy weapon, it is enough to deal with Vanguard. With their physical strength, there is only one way to die when being hit. Chen Mo tried to shoot fast again. A purple beam of light flew out in a fan. The distant steel targets exploded one by one. Chen Mo found that the firing speed of this new energy rifle is similar to the original space energy weapon of Hydra. It should be a combination of Hydra's energy weapon technology. The energy weapon of aligned Terry has been upgraded. The original Kittery rifle can't shoot so fast. Chen Mo is very satisfied with this new type of energy rifle. It has great power, high firing speed, and good precision. It is suitable to deal with a large number of pioneers who are agile. It can shoot directly and quickly from a long distance and kill in large quantities. Even if it is rushed to the front by them, it can use the sharp blade in front of the muzzle to carry out hand-to-hand combat. With the upgraded physical quality of biochemical soldiers, it will not fall behind the Vanguard. Throwing the energy rifle back to the bio-soldiers, Chen Mo turned to look at their dark gold armor. The original Kittery soldiers only inlaid a few parts of the body surface with thin armor. The decoration effect is far greater than the defense. Apart from the ordinary people's fists and feet, they can hardly resist any decent attacks. The purpose of their design may be to ensure maximum flexibility. After all, they are the opposite of the Asgard army, which is completely fighting with cold weapons. The main attack mode is the medium and short-range attack of the energy rifle, and they will not fight with the enemy in close combat, so the demand for armor is not too great. But after the transformation of Hydra, the biochemical soldiers have put on the closed armor, which is very similar to the alloy armor designed by Chen Mo. In fact, These armor are not put on the body, but directly inlaid on the body like the Za'atari soldiers. The exquisite design makes the gap between the armor very small, but it does not affect the operation at all. While providing stronger defense capability, it does not affect the speed and flexibility. The material of these armor is the same as the light armor on Leviathan Beast. Although the hardness is not very high, it cannot be used to make weapons, but the toughness is very strong and the weight is very light. It is very suitable to make defensive armor. General cold weapon attacks and rifle bombs can easily resist down, and the claw problem used to defend Vanguard is not big. With these enhanced Leviathan monsters and biochemical soldiers, Chenmo is more confident in dealing with the Vanguard army that destroys hegemony. The reconstruction of Flaming Dragon cannot be completed in a short time. Chenmo did not wait at Hydra Base, but after confirming the detailed reconstruction plan with Dr. Zola, he directly set out to return to New York. Of course, Chenmo has more new energy rifles in his space than when he came here. Although Chenmo may not be able to use it himself, he is well prepared. Anyway, the space is getting bigger and bigger now, and the decoration of weapons can't occupy much space at all. Now all kinds of weapons, ammunition and material reserves in Chenmo space are almost catching up with a large arsenal. All kinds of conventional weapons, pistols, rifles, machine guns, sniper guns, firecrackers, lethality weapons, grenades, bombs, missiles, and even nuclear bombs, as well as all kinds of energy weapons, acoustic weapons, supporting reactors of steel battle clothes, micro-missiles, as well as chariots, aircraft, speedboats, spaceships, as well as food, medicine, tents. Tools and other materials pile up into mountains and are over it's enough for him to launch a world war on his own and to survive in any environment for a long time. And all these materials only occupy a small corner of the space. Even if the next time he crosses Mars, Chenmo can survive on Mars. Back in New York, Chenmo did not return to the Shield, but came to the Avenger League building. Tony Stark has moved back. Pepper is on his way with his treasure armor. Compared with his collection of old cars and works of art, these war clothes are his most valuable property. But it's very convenient for these properties to move. They can fly by themselves. When Chenmo returned to the Avenger Alliance building, Tony Stark was busy in the lab with Dr. Ethan and Dr. Banner, who were working on new drivers. Originally, Tony Stark was very satisfied with Mark 42 armor, but he was almost torn down in the battle with Kyrian First, and almost eaten by the Dragon of Fire last time in London. Tony Stark thought hard and decided to upgrade the steel battlesuit in an all-round way. The key is the driving device. The main function of the steel battlesuit is to enhance the user's strength and produce stronger power in the battle. The driving device determines the strength of the increased force. In fact, it's not just the power. Except for the flight, all the movements of the steel battle suit are driven by the driving device. The strength and speed of the fight are determined by the physical quality of the user, while the upper limit is determined by the performance of the driving device. The better the performance of the driving device, the stronger the power and speed of the fist, and the more powerful it will be. To improve the power of battle clothes, the driving device is the most important part. If the strength of the iron and steel battle suit was strong enough at that time, when being bitten by the fire dragon, he could break off the dragon's mouth directly, get out of trouble easily, and even pull out all its teeth. So as soon as Tony Stark came up, he took the research of new driving devices with more powerful performance as the first goal. Chenmo has nothing to do now. The transformation of the flame dragon will take a while, and the perfection of the desperate virus will take a long time. Anyway, he is also idle. Chenmo just joined their research. To upgrade the driving device, it seems to be very simple. After all, it's just a basic power unit, far less complicated than the structure of the steel battle suit. But just because of the simple structure, it's not easy to improve the performance. Tony Stark wants to improve the strength of the steel battle suit. He can directly use double driving devices. If he wants to improve the flight speed, he can install thrusters. Although the battle suit will become bloated, the combat effectiveness will definitely be improved. This is actually the simplest way to strengthen the steel battle clothes. But Tony Stark clearly does not allow himself as a super genius to use such a low way of opportunism. And the driving device itself can't simply increase the volume to strengthen the power, which will only lead to the development of large-scale steel battle clothes. What Tony Stark wants is to improve the output power and speed of the driving device through fundamental technology upgrading. Now the driving device used in the steel battle suit is the most advanced in the world. It is not easy to upgrade and improve the performance. Before Chenmo came back, the three men had discussed many plans, but still had no clue. After Chenmo joined in the research and got to know the situation, he asked Jarvis to sort out all the information about the driving device he had. Although most of Chenmo's technology in the real world comes from the world of Fu Lion, compared with Tony Stark, Chenmo still has a lot of new technology in his hands. Not to mention the Zutari technology from the Zutari mothership, Chenmo still has the advanced technology of Transformers, Life Foundation, and Umbrella Company. Not long ago, he got the Star Warship of the Dark Elves, and all the technology of the Dark Elves. Although the driving technology involved is not necessarily more advanced than that of Tony Stark, it can bring a lot of inspiration sometimes. What genius needs is such a little inspiration. Looking at Tony Stark, standing in the middle of the lab, staring at the driver in front of him, projecting his eyebrows tightly locked, Chenmo hands over the tablet computer storing various driving technical data compiled by Jarvis. Look at the information. It may help you. Tony Stark, who was a little upset because he had no clue about the research, didn't take Chenmo's data seriously. Although he took over the tablet computer, he didn't check it, but continued to stare at the holographic projection in front of him. He said casually, "Dad, I developed this driver myself. It's the most advanced driver in the world now. It's useless to rely on the data if you want to continue upgrading." Tony Stark may think that Chenmo gave him papers and so on. In Tony Stark's view, as a super genius, he doesn't need to read the papers of some third-class scientists at all. At least in terms of driving technology, he is now at the top of the earth. Chenmo looked at Tony Stark's uncanny manner and resisted the impulse of kicking him to fly. He said in a cold voice, "Then give it back to me." Tony Stark hears Chenmo's voice with chill and suddenly wakes up. What did I just do? God, am I crazy? Seeing Chenmo raise his hand and reach for him, Tony Stark, like a cat with its tail stepped on, instinctively hides away from him. Then he found that Chenmo didn't want to clean him up, but to get back the tablet he had just handed him. When he saw the drawings on the tablet, Tony Stark's eyes could not help but be sure. This is. For fear that Chenmo would come up and steal the tablet, Tony Stark quickly raised his hand and made a stroke on the tablet, projecting all the information inside into front of him. Tony Stark's face was filled with ecstasy as he looked at several completely different drives and related data displayed in the air. See Chenmo go up to the next step and continue to ask for the information. Tony Stark quickly agrees. "No, Dad, I'm wrong. I apologize. I shouldn't doubt you. There is nothing you can't do in the world." Pointing to the holographic projection of several driving devices in front of him, Tony Stark said excitedly, "Where did you get the information?" With them, the research of new driving device is much easier. He gave Tony Stark a bad look and Chenmo said perfunctorily, "I robbed it from an alien. Any questions?" Tony Stark's neck shrank at the words and he dared not ask any more questions. Instead, he complimented him. "No problem. You are an old man. You are invincible in the world. If any alien comes across you, he will only be killed. Remember to grab more of such good things later." When Chenmo heard the words, he gave Tony Stark a fierce look. "You think aliens are cabbage?" In fact, Tony Stark is right. Chenmo has met 3 kinds of alien races. Except for the Asgards, the Zetas and the Dark Elves have been completely wiped out by Chenmo, and there is no one left. However, all the scientific and technological materials have been completely preserved by Chenmo, which also helps their race to leave a precious heritage in the universe. Although they would rather be wiped out with these heritages if they could, They would not like their race's technology to fall into the hands of their great enemies. With Chen Mo's driving technology, Tony Stark, the peerless genius, soon had a way of thinking. When he said what he thought, Dr. Banner and Dr. Ethan both nodded their heads, and several people immediately began to follow this idea and began to study it. Several of the people present are top scientists. With a clear research idea, the research speed of the new drive device is very fast. Soon, the first version of the program is put forward, which can increase the power of the drive device by 30%. The performance has been improved by 30% directly, which is a very high improvement, but Tony Stark is not satisfied. The strength of the iron and steel battle suit is only increased by 30%, which is not enough to deal with the fire dragon. Tony Stark's goal is to increase speed by at least 50% and strength by at least double. So the first version of the program was directly eliminated, and people began to study on the basis of it. With a variety of alien drive technologies provided by Chen Mo as a reference, Tony Stark's inspiration is like a spring. Soon, the second version and the third version of the device are coming out one after another, and the performance is also improving. Finally, they meet Tony Stark's requirements. The power output of the latest version of the driving device has been increased by 100%, and the driving speed is 50% faster than the original version. With the consciousness control system, the steel battle suit will play a higher mobile and attack speed. In fact, the improvement of driving speed is not significant for Tony Stark, because his response and body speed are limited, and the speed of attack and evasion is far from the current limit of the steel battle suit. Although we can also use the consciousness control system to directly control the battle clothes to make attacks or move dodge actions faster than his grasp speed, because his response can't keep up with him. He can't control the whole action very well at all, and it's easy to catch the flaws when he meets an expert. For Chen Mo, with the continuous improvement of his strength, the driving speed of the iron and steel battle suit will soon not keep up with his own attack and movement speed. Now, after the upgrading of the driving device, the driving speed has only increased by 50%, but it has fully met his needs. After all, the speed improvement is more difficult than the strength, and the strength improvement brought by it is also more important and huge. With Chen Mo's current strength, half of the speed improvement is not achievable in a short time. The new driving device has basically met Tony Stark's requirements, but he has not stopped studying it. Unlike before, he felt inspired and had countless ideas waiting to be verified. Although he had reached the initial goal, Tony Stark knew that the performance of the driver was far from the limit. At least he won't stop until the performance of the driver can't be improved. Tony Stark is full of fighting spirit. Dr. Banner and Dr. Ethan are as interested as him, but Chen Mo feels a little boring. When he was used to shaking hands with the shopkeeper, it was okay to study the steel battle clothes out of interest. In order to study a driving device, Chen Mo spent a lot of time and energy, but he was a little impatient. In any case, the main force of the research is not him. Chen Mo dropped all the thruster technology, heat insulation technology, and all the advanced technology related to the iron and steel battle suit that he had mastered, and then directly withdrew. As a big boss, how does it matter to nest in the laboratory all day long? Of course, the research work is to be done by hand. After leaving the Avenger Alliance, Chen Mo went to the Shendun Bureau to check the progress of Dr. Abraham Erskine's research. As a result, there was no progress. In fact, gene biology research is more complex than mechanical research. Sometimes, a research will take several years or even more than 10 years. The super soldier serum developed by Dr. Abraham Erskine was also studied for many years before it finally achieved results. Maya Hansen's desperate virus is the same. Although the blood of Flaming Dragon and Saul has been obtained from Chen Mo, the genes of these two powerful creatures are so complex that they have just begun to analyze the genes of these two kinds of blood. There is still a long way to go before they really make a breakthrough. Chen Mo didn't feel disappointed because of this. He knew that the research was urgent. Now it's about 5 to 6 years before the final battle. It should be in time. Chen Mo didn't expect this crossing to be completed. Anyway, according to previous experience, it should be back in a short time. There's no need to wait here all the time. Chen Mo plans to wait until Tony's research is completed and the iron and steel battle suit is upgraded. If the research on the desperate virus has not been completed, he is ready to go back to the real world first and wait until the next crossing, and then strengthen it. In fact, the main reason why Chen Mo attaches so much importance to the world of reunion is because of the continuity of the world. Different from most of the world that Chen Mo has been to before, because there are many films in Avenger Alliance world, and they are related to each other. In the case that he has not the ability to freely cross any world, Chen Mo can often cross through these related movie world. In this way, this is his second main world, or research base. A lot of research and transformation that takes time in the real world can be carried out in the United World. It's less than a year since Chen Mo gained the ability to travel through space, but it's more than 70 years since the Avenger Alliance world. Hydra and Aegis and Wakanda have developed many new technologies. The difference of time flow rate is the biggest advantage of the world of multiple connections. Chen Mo can directly use the research results of the world of multiple connections in the real world, without spending a lot of time in the real world to study slowly. That's not realistic. If a technology takes a year to study in the real world, in fact, Chen Mo has already passed through more than a dozen movie worlds in this period of time. In the past few years or even hundreds of years, it takes too long, and to put it into the world of couplet is just a matter of 1 or 2 times. Moreover, the overall technological level and R&D ability of Fulian are far higher than that of the Earth. Top talented scientists like Tony Stark, Dr. Abraham Erskine and Dr. Zola, together with the advantages of time flow, are the best research bases. In the real world, Chen Mo just needs to take out mature technology and give it to all departments of the company for digestion and absorption. In fact, Chen Mo has always been doing this, so Shendun Technology has been able to develop rapidly from a newly acquired small car company to a large-scale group company comparable to the world's top technology and manufacturing companies in less than a year. From the Shendun Bureau, Chen Mo did not return to the Avenger League building, but ran to the Brooklyn Martial Arts School to live down. If you have nothing to do, you can practice martial arts with Wang Kun and enjoy his wife's top cooking skills. It's more comfortable than working hard in the Avengers League. Chen Mo, the shake hands shopkeeper, is here to relax and enjoy. Tony Stark, who is not far away from the Avenger Alliance building, is not at all relaxed. He lives in the laboratory with Dr. Ethan and Dr. Banner, studies day and night, and constantly optimizes the design. Dr. Abraham Erskine and Maya Hansen also devoted themselves to the study of the extinction virus. The blood of mythical creatures and the god of thunder, and the great prospect of the god-making plan encouraged them to work tirelessly. Even in order to make Maya Hansen keep up with her high-intensity work, Dr. Abraham Erskine asked for a super soldier serum for her and strengthened it. Otherwise, with their work intensity, Maya Hansen would die of overwork in a short time. In Norway's Hydra base, Dr. Zora is also busy and nervous. He puts all his energy into the transformation of the flame dragon. This is the order of the Great Hydra, but also to create a dragon by hand. Dr. Zola is also full of fighting spirit, almost living in the laboratory, constantly transforming the flame dragon in all directions. The 3 projects of Avenger Alliance, Shendun Bureau and Hydra are going on nervously, but Chen Mo, the boss, has completely let go. The time soon passed a month. During this period, everything was calm outside. It seemed that nothing happened. However, if there is any relationship with the senior management of the U.S. government, a message will be known. The vice president's daughter's leg was amputated because of the car accident. At first, when the vice president appeared with a happy face and a well-rounded daughter, people thought that she had replaced a new kind of artificial limb. But when they saw her walking like a normal person, many people who knew her situation were shocked. We need to know that even the most advanced, simulated and technologically advanced prosthetic limb, after all, is a prosthetic limb. It's bound to be different from the normal limb when walking. It's impossible to be as flexible as a normal person. However, the daughter of the vice president can not only walk normally, but also jump like a normal child. She can't be seen that she was once amputated in a wheelchair the disabled. Despite being regarded as a pervert, they stared at the calves under the vice president's daughter's skirt, but couldn't find any trace of the prosthesis. That's a good leg at all. But she was amputated before. Many people at the top of the government have seen it with their own eyes. What's going on? People couldn't help but wonder. Many people secretly find the vice president's prying information, but the vice president does not reveal any valuable information about it. However, if someone carries out a special investigation, it will be found that a considerable number of senior government and military personnel, disabled or terminally ill relatives, are inexplicably recovered. Whether it's amputation, disfigurement or high paraplegia, cancer, leukemia or progressive frostbite, all of a sudden recovered. However, no investigation was carried out on this matter. Even if someone found a little problem and wanted to investigate, they were either held down by their superiors or they didn't get anything after a long time of investigation. Instead, they made a fuss for themselves and finally gave up the thankless thing. Seems to have a tight net that shrouded the matter. No one can investigate any problems from it. In the world where superheroes fly all over the world and aliens appear from time to time, supernatural forces have been accepted by people for a long time. Compared with aliens and protos, limb regeneration and cure of incurable diseases are not unacceptable. As a high-level government, it is not a big deal that some high-tech enterprises or superheroes are critical matter. After all, this is capitalist America. Which politician does not have the support of a group of capitalists and forces behind him? A small number of people in the know just regard these things as the power for personal gain of high-ranking politicians, and even many people want to join in it and provide some benefits for themselves and their families. But they also know that this matter involves not only the one or two senior officials they see, but also hundreds of people. And the number is increasing. It's not the high-tech enterprises or superheroes that hide this, but the secret organizations that are not known to outsiders, Hydra. In fact, after the research on the extinction virus stagnated on the one hand, Chen Mo set out to find Saul on the other hand. He did not let Dr. Abraham Erskine and them idle, but gave them a new task. Now that we can't continue to strengthen the desperate virus, let's study a weak version. There is no need for any flame ability and body strengthening. As long as there is a certain repair ability, it can regenerate the severed limbs and cure the incurable diseases. The effect is weaker. It doesn't matter if it takes more time. The most important thing is to be stable, and it can't explode automatically without moving. In fact, in the process of improvement, Dr. Abraham Erskine has been trying to eliminate the risk of explosion. In addition to strengthening the self-healing ability of the extinct virus, body strengthening and flame energy. He also found that the self-explosion is due to the reinforcement of the brain self-healing center is too large. The flame energy in the body is too strong, beyond the limit of the body, so it cannot suppress the explosion. However, because their goal is to create God, he turned his solution to strengthen physical quality. Now, Chen Mo has put forward the requirement of weakening version, and Dr. Abraham Erskine has directly weakened the strengthening of the self-healing center by the extinct virus, and finally got a weak version of the extinct virus. After injecting this kind of desperate virus, the self-healing ability will not be as powerful as the original version. In the blink of an eye, it will be able to regenerate the severed limbs. Instead, it will take several days to repair gradually like the low-level self-healing ability. Moreover, this kind of desperate virus strengthens the body's quality very weakly, and there is almost no flame energy. Only when it heals itself, it will feel the hot feeling in the wound, and even there is no trace of flame on the body. However, it may be that the degree of weakening is too great. This desperate virus is not permanently strengthened. Its self-healing ability will weaken with time, and it will return to normal level in about 10 days, but the previous strengthening effect will not be eliminated. This is better for Chen Mo. Don't worry about creating a group of abilities with self-healing ability. After healing the wounds and diseases, the effect will be eliminated in a few days. Chen Mo can even take it back to the real world, which is a new kind of biological medicine to the outside world. There is no body strengthening, no flame ability, and no explosion. Apart from curing disability and disease, there is almost no other vision, which will not be publicized as the original desperate virus. After Chen Mo gave the weakened version of the extinction virus to Hydra, they secretly contacted the vice president through the Hydra personnel at the top of the government, cured his daughter's leg, and the vice president joined the Hydra. Of course, he is just a non-staff member now, and will not touch too many secrets of Hydra. Through his role of model, Hydra has successively absorbed many senior members of the military and political circles who are disabled or terminally ill by themselves or their families. Through these new members of the military and political departments, Hydra's control over the United States is further strengthened. Because of the reason of Mandolin, many black information about the current President Ellis was revealed in the threat video broadcast by the Invasion Radio and Television Network in the United States. Although the Mandolin was completely solved by Chen Mo and Tony Stark, the impact of this incident did not end here. The huge amount of black information and a large number of civilian casualties caused by the terrorist attacks on him have led to a sharp drop in his support rate. They only need to help in the next presidential election. It is almost certain that vice president will take over the next president. The president of the United States still has a high degree of control over the United States. Coupled with many Hydra members from all walks of life, the whole United States is firmly in the hands of Hydra. Chen Mo didn't care too much about this aspect. He just gave an order. There was a weakened version of desperate virus. He believed that John would do a good job. Hydra is an expert in this aspect, but before long, the news from Dr. Zola excited Chen Mo. The transformation of the flame dragon has been completed. In more than 1 month, the transformation of a flame dragon into a dragon seems to be very fast. In fact, the biological transformation technology of the Zetari people has been a long time. It doesn't take a month to cultivate a Leviathan beast from the embryo, which shows how complex the transformation of the flame dragon is. However, it was finally finished. Even if Chen Mo left the martial arts school and rushed to Norway, he did not use steel battle clothes, but moved all the way to Norway. New York is more than 6,000 kilometers away from Norway's Hydra base. It takes more than half an hour to fly the steel battle suit, and the blink takes only a minute. However, the consumption of mental power is a little bit large. If he was not eager to see the fire dragon to be transformed, Chen Moping would not easily spend his mental power on long-distance blinking. In Leviathan's training room, Chen Mo appears directly next to Dr. Zola. Dr. Zola, who just sent a message to Chen Mo, is going to wait for Chen Mo at the entrance. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo appears beside him in such a short time. When Dr. Zola was surprised, he could not help admiring Chen Mo. It deserves to be Hydra. When he sent the news, he was still in New York. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a well-defended base over 6,000 kilometers. Only their powerful gods can do this in the world. However, Chen Mo ignored Dr. Zola and directly focused on the huge cultivation tank ahead. As like as 2 peas in a dock, there is a huge transparent culture trough with a length of more than 100 meters, and a giant creature almost identical to the mythical legend of the dragon is floating in it. Horn like deer, head like camel, eye like rabbit, neck like snake, belly like mirage, scale like fish, claw like eagle, palm like tiger. Any Chinese standing here will recognize its identity at a glance. Like the boa constrictor in the vast cultivation tank, its body is thick and slender, and its length is even longer than the one with more than 100 meters. The body is covered with black scales, which are arranged in a neat way. Under the light, there are bursts of cold luster like metal. 4 strong dragon claws are stretched in front of and behind the body. The tips of the claws are as sharp as eagle claws. When they are waved unconsciously, they leave deep scratches on the hard alloy steel plate at the bottom of the incubation tank. If they want to, they can easily tear them up like shredded paper. After Dr. Zola's transformation, the body shape and appearance of the flame dragon changed dramatically compared with before. Only the dragon head still retains part of its original appearance, but it's just as big in a circle, and compared with the ferocity before, it has become more powerful and domineering. All the ferocious bone spines at the neck disappeared, and the devil-like crooked dragon horn became straight and slender like antlers, with sharp tips, which was more majestic than before. At this time, compared with the previous flame dragon, it's like turning from a Harley motorcycle to a Rolls-Royce. Chenmo looks at the dragon floating in the training tank. He wants to ride it now. Dr. Zola looked at the satisfied look on Chenmo's face and was relieved. During this period of time, he was not idle at all in the process of transformation, without any slack, striving to make every detail perfect. Looking at Chenmo, he was eager to try, said Dr. Zola. Leader, the flame dragon is now in a dormant state. You can wake it up at any time. Chenmo nodded at his words, and Dr. Zola immediately pressed a button on the console. There was a sound of mechanical transmission, and then hundreds of drainage channels were opened under the incubation tank. The culture liquid in the incubation tank was rapidly drawn out, and the liquid level gradually dropped, and the body of the flame dragon soon emerged from the water. However, as the liquid level continues to drop, the body of the flame dragon does not sink, but still floats there as before, until the culture liquid is completely drained, and the flame dragon is suspended in the cultivation tank in the air. Obviously, Leviathan's floating ability has been successfully transplanted to the flame dragon. Looking at the huge body floating in the air like there is no gravity, Chenmo can't help but smile, which is like a real dragon. As long as 100 meters of huge body in the air slowly stretch, has been closed eyes suddenly open. Originally as cold as a reptile, the green pupils now turn into brilliant golden pieces. With black scales, they are even more majestic. The huge faucet of the revived flame dragon turns gently, and soon finds Chenmo standing outside the cultivation tank. The huge body floating in the air immediately twists to get up to Chenmo. However, it has just been transplanted with floating ability, and it has been transformed into a body, and it cannot fly well. The body circled and swayed in the air, and the huge faucet swayed around, and soon found its own abnormality. Its body even grew longer, and it floated directly in the air without spraying flame. The new body structure is quite different from the original one. Although there are still 4 strong claws, the body is equivalent to turning from crocodile to python, and the feeling of control is totally different. With the clumsy action of the flame dragon, its huge body occasionally bumps around the cultivation tank. Fortunately, the material of the cultivation tank is solid, and the flame dragon does not use all its strength, which is not damaged by it. But after all, the body is still its body, and the instinct of animals makes it adapt to the growing and growing body, and gradually be able to control the movement of the body freely. The floating ability is also quickly mastered by it. The body hovers and twists, and then floats towards the direction of Chenmo. Seeing this, Dr. Zola quickly pressed another switch, and the heavy steel hatch above the incubation tank opened slowly. The fire dragon raised the faucet and looked at it, and immediately changed its direction, flying towards the hole less than half opened above. The faucet first passes through the hatch, but the 2 front claws that follow are stuck by the hatch. When, with a loud noise, the hatch vibrated, and the movement of the fire dragon flew out suddenly. Looking down at the 2 claws stuck by the hatch with some doubts, the fire dragon immediately grabbed the hatch with 2 claws and climbed out of it directly. The trapped 2 claws get out of the trap. The fire dragon immediately flies again, and the tens of meters long body rushes out. But after all, the master of the new body is not very good. With the body's swing, the two sides of the body bump into the steel hatch from time to time, rubbing a stream of sparks, and at the same time the hatch is slightly deformed. Fortunately, the hatch has not been damaged and it has been constantly opened. When its back half flies up, the hatch has been opened for the most part, and the two claws at the back are not stuck anymore. However, when its tail flew out, it was inadvertently swung, pulled on one side of the hatch, twisted the steel hatch which had some deformation, and directly stuck on the cultivation tank. Dr. Zola looked at the deformed and damaged hatch and couldn't help but smack his tongue. This huge steel hatch was not as fragile as it seemed at this time. The solid gate made of special alloy was enough to shut Leviathan in, but it couldn't stand a light tail in front of the fire dragon. Dr. Zola was very glad that the fire dragon cooperated very much in the whole transformation process and did not launch attacks out of control, otherwise the whole Hydra base might not be enough to destroy it. The flame dragon slowly flew down from the top of the training tank, suspended in front of Chen Mo. The huge faucet slowly extended to Chen Mo, and the golden eyes revealed strong attachment. Chen Mo reached out his right hand and stroked it lightly on the nose. The dragon's scales, as hard as steel, were still as smooth as mirrors, and they were still warm. The flame dragon comes close. Chen Mo feels the change of its size more intuitively. Originally, its faucet had a diameter of about 3 meters, but now it was half as big, nearly 5 meters, and the space between the dragon horns on the top of the head became much more spacious. Chen Mo can't help but wait to try what it's like to ride a real dragon. Chen Mo immediately jumped directly and stood on the top of the flame dragon. He reached out and grasped a slender dragon horn, which was much more comfortable than the twisted pair before. Chen Mo sends out a command with his mind and controls it to fly out. This place was originally used to cultivate Leviathan beasts. There was a special passage to the apron. Chen Mo quickly flew to the front of the passage under the control of the flame dragon. At the same time, he let Jarvis open the passage on the mountain wall, while Chen Mo took out the previously removed stealth device from the space, relocated it to the root of Longgeo, and started it at the same time. A ripple flashed by. Chen Mo and the flame dragon disappeared in the passage together, and the open passage door then slowly closed again. Although the stealth device is turned on, it does not prevent Chen Mo from enjoying the pleasure of riding a dragon. I didn't rush to let the flame dragon fly at full speed, but just hovered on the top of the snow mountain with the ability of flying in the air. It's different from the stimulation of jet fire flying at high speed before. Looking down at the huge mountain covered below, Chen Mo feels like flying through the clouds and fog for 9 days. Although his speed is not fast, his sense of control is much higher than that of flying at high speed. The flying style of flame dragon before is no different from that of aircraft rocket. Driven by the flame behind, only the fast flying can ensure that it will not fall down, and it is impossible to circle, change direction, and hover at will as it is now. At this time, the flame dragon is really able to grasp the ability of flying, free from the constraints of physical gravity, and free to fly, just like the legend of flying without wings, flying in the clouds, flying all over the world. Standing on the top of the fire dragon, Chen Makai really has the feeling of controlling the dragon. Controlling the fire, the dragon stopped at the top of the mountain. The huge body circled behind the dragon's head and occupied a large sky. Chen Mo looked up at the sea in the west and immediately gave the order to fly at full speed. The body of the flame dragon suddenly stretched out and rushed forward. The huge body of 100 meters long immediately curled up a strong flame. A fiery flame with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters suddenly erupted from behind the flame dragon, and the huge body rushed forward quickly. Although the body of the flame dragon has become larger, the energy contained in the body has also increased. Moreover, as the body has become more slender, the increase of resistance is far less than the increase of the flame energy. Therefore, when it launches the full speed flight, not only the acceleration is faster than before, but also the maximum speed is higher than before. Flying at high speed in the air, feeling the strong wind coming from the face. Chen Mo's face couldn't help smiling. Unexpectedly, he just wanted to transform it into a more powerful one. Unexpectedly, his flame ability also improved with his body shape, and his flying speed was a breakthrough again. But it's also normal to say that the flame power of the flame dragon comes from the body. When the size becomes larger, the flame energy will increase with it. As the height of the flame dragon's flight continues to rise, they soon rush into the clouds. Chen Mo can't help but think of the image of the dragon rolling through the clouds. Imagining the image of the dragon rolling through the clouds, Chen Mo suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and then gave an order to the flame dragon to avoid the clouds in front of him while flying forward at a high speed. The flaming dragon received the order. Even if it started to execute at first, it would collapse the whole body straight according to the previous flight mode, and change the direction and avoid by swinging its limbs, tail, and head. However, at this time, its body shape changed greatly, and its flight speed was much faster than before. Even a cloud could not hide in the pass the department went straight in. Flame Dragon's chagrin at the same time immediately began to explore the way to change. It has initially adapted to the bigger and longer body, and can also control the body's winding flight. At this time, it tries to twist the whole body again to change the direction, but gradually finds the way. At the beginning, it was a little rusty, the direction deviated greatly, and its speed would be affected. However, it soon mastered the new flight mode. The slender body with a length of 100 meters swings flexibly in the air, and the flying speed is not reduced at all. However, the body moves freely among clouds as it twists and turns, just like the legendary dragon, flying up and down among clouds. Chen Mo stands on the faucet, holding two slender dragon horns with both hands, feeling very happy. If riding the flame dragon is like driving an open car before, it's more like riding a roller coaster now, which is more exciting than before. Looking at the clouds in front of him, the dragon under him quickly swung his body and kept rolling away one by one. At this time, the speed of the flame dragon exceeds Mach 13. The power of the strong wind coming from the front is amazing. The power of the tossing and dodging is also huge. If Chen Mo had not superhuman power and reaction, he would not have been able to stand on the tossing faucet and would have been thrown out long ago. Just as Chen Mo was driving the fire dragon and roller coaster, he suddenly received a message from Tony Stark. The upgrade of iron and steel battle clothes is completed. I didn't expect to see double happiness today. Chen Mo did not play roller coaster anymore. He adjusted his direction and flew to New York at full speed. It only took more than a minute to use the blink when I came, and it only took more than 20 minutes to control the fire dragon after transformation when I went back. Still leave it offshore and tell it not to be exposed. Chen Mo starts blinking again and comes to the laboratory of Avenger Alliance building. Tony Stark's three are already there. Tony Stark has been used to seeing Chen Mo appear in a blink of an eye. He thought Chen Mo came from the martial arts school, so he couldn't help saying, "Dad, how can you come? I've been waiting for you for half a day. Come and see my Mark 43. Tony Stark excitedly pulls Chen Mo to the center of the laboratory. A set is very similar to the original Mark 42, but the golden red color has been changed from the original gold color to the red color. Stroking the hard armor of his uniform, Tony Stark said excitedly, "I used the alpha alloy you gave me by my father. With the upgraded buffer system, this suit has strong defense. Even the flame dragon will never hurt me again." At this point, Tony Stark suddenly remembered that the fire dragon had the ability to spray fire. He added immediately, "I'm not afraid of its dragon breath. From the extraterrestrial technologies you gave me, I found a kind of heat insulation material with stronger performance. Although I still can't completely ignore the high temperature, I can guarantee that the internal temperature of the war armor can be kept within the normal range for a long time under the high temperature of 5,000. Even if it is 6,000, it can still be maintained for a period of time, and the flame emitted by the flame dragon, the temperature is only 6,000 degrees. Now Mark 43 will be fine even if it is sprayed by its dragon breath." In addition, all the components and electronic components in the warsuit have been specially strengthened and transformed, which are highly resistant to high temperature, low temperature, vibration, and electromagnetic interference. As long as the time of burning by dragon breath is less than 3 minutes, the system of the warsuit will not collapse. Chenmo nodded when hearing the words. Compared with that before, when he was shot by dragon breath, he would burn the armor with man. Now Mark 43 has a lot of defense against the fire. It's very difficult to resist the continuous attack of dragon breath for 3 minutes. Usually, it's enough to deal with the fire dragon's attack. Besides, it's not only the flame. After the armor and internal components are all strengthened, Mark 43's ability to deal with various extreme environments and special attacks is greatly improved. In the future, its ability to deal with various complex alien environments and alien attacks is also greatly enhanced. Seeing Chenmo nodding, Tony Stark continued proudly. What we spend the most time on is actually upgrading the drive and thruster. The power output of the latest driving device used now is 3 times that of the previous one, and the driving speed has also increased by 70%. If the giant dragon bites me again, I will definitely break its teeth. No, it won't bite me again. After upgrading the propeller, the propulsion force has been increased by 30%, and the ultimate speed has reached Mach 12. It can't catch up with me at all. Listening to Tony Stark's 3 words, Chenmo can't help smiling. He specially created a set of anti-fire dragon battle armor for the attributes of fire dragon. It's a pity that he didn't know that not only his armor has been upgraded, but also the flame dragon. His armor made for the flame dragon is out of date. He was very clear about the power of the flame dragon. With Saul's strength of over 100 tons, he was just able to hold his mouth. The original single-arm strength of the steel warsuit was 10 tons. Even after the strengthening, the overall strength was only 60 tons, so he could not hold the mouth of the flame dragon. Needless to say, after the transformation of the flame dragon, its size has grown in a large circle, and its strength has also increased a lot. Mark 43 is not an opponent. As for the speed, the original speed of flame dragon is close to Mach 12. After this transformation, the change of body shape and the enhancement of flame ability make its speed rise apart again. At this time, it reaches Mach 13. Tony Stark's steel battle suit still can't escape its pursuit. But I have to say that compared with the previous, the performance of Mark 43's battle suit is indeed improved by a large margin, and its combat effectiveness is very strong, provided that it does not change into the dragon of fire.